Turtle gave us such a good show. But mathematically, there's no way you can come out of this one, and Sziky will improve his scoreline to the necessary decider. Turtle knows he's been routed. GG well played, and he's out of here. Sziky moves on. Really giving chase. There is an object. He's stuck. The object is stuck. He can't move. Oh no, Godwheat, your Sim City leaves something to be desired. Worker count now dwindling. His object that's stuck is the only combat unit he has, and GG is called as HitEmUp. Takes less than 6 minutes to post. He's got more quads coming, 6 more pairs halfway through hatching, but I don't know that he can actually stop this attack. Here come the reinforcements from outside earlier, but I don't think they're going to get much done versus all those Hydras. This does look like HitEmUp is just paintbrushing his way to a 4-0. Getting right on top of the larva. GG is called. HitEmUp. A flawless victory. A little bit of time before it goes up in smoke and the storms are applying pressure. So much pressure. 5 Unars on attack move come in to help out. And they will focus down those Patriarchs, but there's still frontline where that came from. GG! Neblime cracks through. At this point, he's just putting his units on top of the lake is to finish them off. A hatch out here in desperation to hold things off, but it's not enough. Jack calls GG. HonMonO up to a 2-0 start after almost 16-minute adaptation at the last moment. And he still has so many vultures, man. I think HonMonO's done it. Frontline starts to go off, but look at Arbuz just getting right in the face of the Vicars, knowing that they deal some friendly fire. Oh, he's actually really close to killing the Ecclesiasts, but it's just not to be. That one Herald is going to be enough for him to call it. GG. Arbuz takes the next game. There out at the last second. He needs to be able to keep this Acantor alive. His own Clarion struggling to stay alive. Another one to regroup. Trying to keep itself alive. Thanks to those Ecclesiasts, the shields keep getting up. He might be able to somehow break through this, but he's only kept one Acantor alive, and that is going to be a heavy hitter. The Reaver equivalent there in Cosmonarchy. The first Clarion to fall is on the side of Sosij. More and more of those very important robotics units are starting to falter, and Sosij realizes, BDB knows he's been routed. Vamos at you, straight into the Throneroom Stage. George is looking like he's facing that lower bracket. GG with an exclamation point. Hamster puts some sauce on the hot dog. Hamster refuses to abate. That's the last worker killed. GG XD. Hamster moves on to face Shopkeeper Dog. Hey, Cyclopses are raining all over this party, but I think it might be a little bit too strong. The typhoon of Shopkeeper Dog getting on top of the production. Those vultures never came back. If they had come back to help out, I think that could have been a real big move, because they pop out, some Iziracors are spinning, they don't know what to do about the situation. They're just as confused as anyone who hasn't seen the Escosi before, but Shopkeeper Dog is poised for victory here. No split. Oh, and the insurance just melt everything. I think that might break Hamster's spirit, despite the money in the bank. GG. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Pronogo bringing you Acropolis number 4's Throneroom Stage. And you know, it's very early here compared to what we normally run these streams at, but I hope you guys are having a good time nonetheless, and we do have ourselves a pretty stacked bracket, a contiguous bracket if I can say so, as we will have continuous play throughout the entirety of today. From 8 in the morning here in the eastern coast of America, on America's birthday no less, we have all the way up until probably around 4 p.m. If you know, each series takes about 2 hours. Our first one is opening up, of course, out of sequence from quarterfinal number 1 on, but the number 3 is going to be our first one, AUD64 versus Arbuz. And this one is going to be an interesting set indeed. I hope you'll join me in enjoying some of the action that we have here, as we have some pretty hype matchups throughout the entirety of this stage of the bracket. But after Aoud and Arbuz duke it out, it'll be HonMonO Neblime, and then followed by Shopkeeper Dog Hamster. Closing out our little route might be the best series, just on paper. HitEmUp reigning champion playing random, Sziky, Starcraft 1 Zerg Pro. That is going to be hype. Let's dig into Aoud64 versus ArbuzBudesh. I see Aoud is already on standby, waiting in the wings to drop an interview, and I'm sure we'll be joined by none other than Arbuz himself a little bit later. We got to talk a little bit about this series, though. Intro our players just briefly. None other than the second place, the runner-up from Acropolis number 3, is going to be taking to the stage in the throne room section of our broadcast, our tournament, for the first time. Aoud64 rocking up as Protoss. He tops his group without too much issue. And now we've got to think a little bit about how he's going to handle the Arbuz, because Protoss versus Zerg has seen a lot of attempts at innovation over the last week or so, maybe the last 2 weeks in particular, since we got through the Battlement stage and it was time for the Throne Room stage. Arbuz, no slouch in PvP, and certainly no stranger when he rolls Zerg, as he is Protoss and Zerg selective random, could end up taking a couple games here off of Aoud64. My prediction, of course, being a 3-1 in favor of Aoud, but Arbuz could definitely challenge for more than that, and a lot of it is going to come down to that ZVP matchup from Arbuz's perspective. Aoud, he ran the table on Sosij PvP in his group, and of course since then, because he earned a comfortable first seed, he did end up having a bye. Comes in at seed number 3 in the Throne Room stage, just behind Shopkeeper Dog and HitEmUp. So, we'll have a moment here to bring him in. I'll just make sure that he is indeed ready for the interview. And as we wait for him to confirm, we can just remind everybody that, yes, he did make it to second place last tournament, but that was with Terran. This is a different beast entirely. And I don't think that's that much of a bold statement. So it is time for Aoud64 to talk to us a little bit about his background, about his play here in today's series. Aoud, I was just getting through telling the people that you used to be Terran, now you're Protoss. You've already told us that you were looking for a new challenge. Are you feeling like you're up to the challenge then of Arbuz, who 50% of the time is going to be Zerg?
Oh, well, yeah, I just decided to switch to Protoss, but it was just because when I was playing Terran, I felt like Cosmonarchy was like somewhat of an easy game, you know, because Terran at the time, I believe it was very strong. Nowadays, it's still strong, because now that I'm playing Protoss, now I see that Protoss is not as strong as I thought. But I think maybe Protoss is a little bit favored versus Terran during the early game, so people get the feeling that Protoss is overpowered or something. But now that I can play more games as a Protoss player, I realize that it's not as easy as everybody says. So it has been very entertaining for me to try to figure out again the different possibilities of the race, as I did when I was playing Terran. So I think that's what keeps me motivated and keeps me playing when I play a race that, you know, it has this potential. People haven't figured it out yet. So I believe, I guess that's why I'm playing Protoss, because I want to try to optimize all the builds of different races and try to develop my own builds and, you know, my inputs, so it can be used for newer players and get better games out of everything.
One of the things that you mentioned about your time with Protoss is that it's a little harder than you had maybe initially thought, but there's a lot of interest in driving the innovation of the race, if we can say it in those words. Obviously, you're
Yeah.
up against Arbuz, who's going to be either Protoss or Zerg. You've already demonstrated both your matchups, but they were against Sosij and BiddyB, who are lower tier opponents in that way, by comparison to what Arbuz brings to the table. Yet still, you have a style about you that's a lot more micro-intensive. And Arbuz, he's a little bit notorious for being somewhere in between the average Class 1 player in terms of APM and maybe the cannolis of the world. So his APM isn't quite as high. Do you reckon that that's going to be a point of strength, or do you actually think Arbuz's style has effectively neutralized the need for speed?
No, I believe Harbus is a really good player. I'm not stepping in as very confident this time
Okay.
because he plays Zerg and he also plays Protoss. Protoss versus Protoss, I believe it's a very volatile matchup. If you misinterpret the opponent's build and expo too early, or if you make overproduction and the opponent is prepared for it, I believe it's over. So it comes to the scouting, how effectively you can guess the opponent's build and try to adapt. Just to survive. Or maybe if you figure out the opponent has made a mistake by expanding too early, maybe, and try to devise a timing attack to win. When it comes versus Zerg, it's still a mystery for me. So I'm just gonna try to stick with whatever I have prepared for those games versus Zerg. But I think that he has a high probability of winning, of beating me because of the unpredictability of the matchups. Yeah.
I think overall, the thing that I'm seeing, the thing that I'm sensing from this matchup is that the random match actually is a significant factor. The fact that he is going to have a different race, and you've got your best of 5, you got your veto here already set up, and got that first map coming up as a 4 spawner, so you're even adding a little bit more variance to it, right? And so you're not even exactly sure where he's going to be. Of course, you will know what race he is. The game prints it out for you, but overall, there's an interesting navigation here to this matchup that the selective random does add in. I mean, I feel like if Arbuz was locked in as Protoss, this match would be much more easy to call in your favor with confidence, but as Zerg, he obviously can navigate the matchups, EVP in particular. You can even argue he's like a sniper or a specialist in that matchup, precisely because he plays Protoss himself and he switched to Zerg just to have a little bit more fun. In a roundabout way, kind of similar to you, without maybe as much emphasis on innovating or driving the race forward, since of course we've got plenty of Zergs doing that already. But when we think about the maps that we have, starting up on Saberhand for our first map, and then of course having Sylphid guaranteed, and if we go to 4 games, which maybe it is likely to do so, you're talking about Knife's Edge as well. So that's 3 out of the first 4 maps of the series are going to be multi-spawn. Is that a factor that plays for or against you, do you think, or is it even matchup dependent?
I've played some Zerg players where they like to do this early set rush, which I believe it should be like an optimal build versus Protoss in every matchup, because it's so hard to stop without maybe losing some probes or maybe delaying your own builds. So I believe if I picked these maps where for 4-player maps, there is a chance that the Zerg is not as motivated to rush as if it were a 2-player map, because he has to sacrifice more time maybe into an early scout, and that will delay everything else. Maybe he won't rush at all. So that's my point of view. That's why I picked that first map.
Okay.
On the second map, well, it was like. I believe that's the map I've practiced the most, so I'm pretty confident that I can hold whatever comes into my way. So
Okay, all right.
but yeah, the thought behind those 4-player maps or multi-spawn maps was because of the Zerg rush.
There it is. So we do have some opportunities for Arbuz to potentially end up rolling Zerg and getting a little rush-oriented. And obviously you've played these multi-spawn maps like Sylphid in PvP recently anyway, so you've got some familiarity with those as well. We got a little frosty start to our series with 2 ice maps, and I'm interested in that for sure. Ayud, we're going up against the best of five. Arbuz himself waiting in the wings to have his interview and have his moment to talkie before we start walkie. Can you share with us any final words, any closing thoughts before this series, knowing that while you are the favorite, it's going to be a tough one?
Even though I'm poised as the favorite player, I also believe that Arbuz, he has done his homework. He also practiced with the community, and I believe he's a really good player too. He has a chance to win this, so I'm just gonna play my best games. Yeah.
All right, play his best games. All right, Ayud. I look forward to seeing those best games just shortly here. We'll take a moment to talk with Arbuz, and then we'll get back with you for that first round. Can you confirm, by the way, you said it was a maybe. Are you appearing on camera today? Is the webcam coming out?
Oh yeah, I set up the camera. I hope it works.
All right, perfect. If you just want to fire that up, I'll go ahead and drop you on the deafen, so you're not talking or hearing us talk or hearing me cast or whatever. But you can just go ahead and hang out in the back there while we get Arbuz in here for a moment.
Okay, but in this same casting booth or in the other one?
It'll be in the same one. No.
Okay.
Stay right where you are. And that's a good opportunity for me to bring in our ArbuzBudesh while we wait for Ayud to get his ducks in a row there. Arbuz, it is just about time for your match against Ayud64, and I'm not sure how much you heard from the man himself, the runners-up from last Acropolis, but he's rocking out as a new race, he's rocking out as Protoss, and he's trying his best to say you're actually, maybe not the favorite, but certainly a tough opponent who's done your homework. Is that how you feel? Do you feel prepared?
In a way, yes. Out of, all options, what I have, all options which are in, quarterfinals, I think he and Neblime are my better chances to get through into, semifinals.
Mm-hmm.
And not to talk them down as a players, but mostly, matchup oriented.
Matchup oriented, yeah. Well, that's kind of what he was saying too. Is that, hey, dude, there's a lot that goes into this. You're talking about a series of games that you could be playing ZVP in, and from your perspective, and from a lot of people's perspectives, Z is favored in ZVP. So maybe you can tell us a little bit about that, since you're literally playing both sides of this matchup, literally playing both of those races here in this tournament. What makes ZVP so favorable for you, in your opinion?
The way I like to see, or at least to explain it in the most simple way, why the Protoss usually struggles is Protoss is what Sosij was supposed to be. They have weaker army, so they have to to do some trickery to get ahead. So they have to use some special strategies, everything. It's very hard to brute force their way through. So they need to get economically up to function. This is why some technical players like HitEmUp, they struggle as Protoss, because they like to smother you with just TPM, they just make too many units, you cannot do anything against it, and it doesn't exactly work that for Protoss, so you need to slightly approach it differently. So yeah, that is the main problem, and I think the main struggle for Protoss specifically against Zerg, because against Protoss, against Terran and Sosij, you at least have this early game power spike, because your units are so beefy, you can some micro way to deny some kills, so you can do some pressure.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't work against Zerg because they have pool, and the main way to deal with pool is you just have to kill it fast enough, which is not a big problem for Terran or Sosij, because they have very shooty boys.
Of course.
And Protoss is not known for very shooty boys. Protoss is known for very beefy boys.
Mm-hmm.
Problem with beefy boys, Zevs don't care that much. They just have so much DPS. So that's why they kind of... It's not the way that Protoss cannot do anything early game, but that's why it's dangerous for Protoss early game. And pretty much why pool dominates ZVP so much.
All right, so we're expecting some pools when you end up rolling Zerg in the series, which statistically is an inevitability. However, you have had some interesting luck with random, rolling Protoss 3 games in a row in your Battlements group before finally finishing it off with a ZVZ against Grass Eater. And then, of course, you rolled Protoss 3 games in a row again against Godwheat, and that was just in your round of 12 match last week. So what happens if you roll Protoss 3 games in a row here?
That's just life, I guess. I don't mind PvP against EU.
Okay. Better than
then again, like my luck has to run out somewhere.
Right, and I guess you could call this your Protoss luck, since eventually you'll be Zerg, and that will be, of course, theoretically anyway, a luckier draw for you, based around a lot of the things that you're saying. Ayud seems to believe it too. He actually itemized the map veto, judging by the interview, at least in part, imagining you were Zerg every game, and so I don't know how much prep he's even done on the Protoss versus Protoss side, and how much mental prep there's been there. So that'll be an interesting thing as well. Arbuz, this is a series where you come in as the underdog, but certainly expected to get some map wins in the set. Do you have a feeling this is your ticket to the semis here? You just pray in for the random to give you the good result that you need?
I'm not really relying on random, but I think I have a decent chance to get into the semis. I wouldn't say I'm likely to do it, because EU is just very technically advanced player.
Okay.
I like, even in games, when in practice games against HitEmUp, I sometimes can get a tactical advantage and like everything goes my way, and I still lose the game because he just kept macro up better than me and just brute forced his way through my better tactics. So I'm not putting it past you to do the same to me, where he just managed to just split micro or just macro better than me and just come over the advantages I crawl out for me with tactically. So I'm not sure how it will go. I can see it go 3-0 his way, 3-0 my way, 3-2 one way, 3-2. Any score can go. I don't know how it go, because I played against you quite a while ago when he was still figuring out PvZ. So I'm not really up to date 100% how he's gonna play. I did see some of his games, so I have a general idea, but I'm not sure how, like, all the playing goes out of the window once you like see the enemy. So
yep, that's right.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Not very many plans will survive first contact with the enemy, that's for sure. Well, Arbuz, you're about to make that first contact. It's on Saberhand. Nice 4-spawn map to kick us off. Do you have any closing thoughts, final words you want to share, anything you want to say that I didn't already ask you before we get into our first map?
I think you covered everything.
That's it. Covered everything. I like to be thorough. Arbuz, GLHF, I look forward to some ZVPs. I look forward to some PvPs. We didn't get enough of that in the first round. Neblime versus Sosij was over too quick for my liking. Let's get into our next round of play after all. GLHF, sir.
GLHF.
And just like that, we're moving on to the first map of quarterfinal number 3. I already see some confusion in the in the chat there from none other than Jackie Langsky. So let me just quash the doubts, quash the doubters. We do have a modified schedule, of course. So number 3 is actually the first in the round, and we will be proceeding as follows: number 3, number 2. Number 4 and number 1, because that's the order that we got here. Ayud64 versus Arbuz up first, and you can check out the, a little bit later on. If you wanted to open up the description, you could check that one out as well. So we'll see here. Arbuz is going to be grabbing some water, but everybody is in the lobby. Ayud trying to warm his setup here, warm his hands, and he's going to park his way over to a new water bottle himself, I think. So we're gonna have some fun times. We're gonna have some fun games here, boys. Arbuz will not be appearing on camera. What a guy! Just prefers to have his art do the talking. Oh, and we have Ayud will assert his dominance. I've seen it in the Omens. Shambler attempting to convince everybody that in fact we've got ourselves some Aoud believers, or was it Aoud partisans, is what he said in the chat. So that's gonna be an interesting one. We got all sorts of people in the chat. Goosey dropping the follow, appreciate it. If you're not already following, it's a good time to do so. You get that crow sound, and it doesn't interrupt the bat stinger. With all that said, though, I think we're gearing up for already. Yeah, indeed. So let's do it, boys. Aoud 64 versus ArbuzBudesh. It looms. It is here. The quarterfinals of the Throneroom Stage begin. Aoud 64 is rocking out in the bottom left as our Blood Protoss. And ArbuzBudesh in the top left, he's having a good time over here as Protoss himself on Saberhand. Of course, if you guys are not familiar, when you play random, even selective random, it does tell your opponent what your race is, so keep that in mind. We have him in the top left as the Maroon Protoss. Because, you know, we needed to start this series off with very similar colors. Saberhand, for those who are also aware of how, you know, ASL maps and maps in general for StarCraft 1 Pro scene were done, that is this is a situation where we have a port of Blade Runner by Minerals. So shout out to that guy. He used to be a dude in our server, actually, once upon a time. I'm not entirely sure how frequently he gets active anymore, but he's definitely aware of Cosmonarchy, and so I'm sure he's only going to be more aware as we're just porting all of the StarCraft 1 maps. Oh shit. Message effects X20. I don't know what that is. Is that money, guys? Can somebody tell me if that's money? If you want to spend money, you can do so at streamlabs.com/protogo. So even if it isn't money, it's an opportunity for me to talk about it. So Gateway, of course, for both players, but a Rogue Gallery from Aoud being an early deviation there. As we have the 2-gate, this tells me a lot about what we're expecting from our opponents. They're sharing the left side of this map. Arbuz still scouting around to try to find that out. Yellow, of course, being Aoud right now. I haven't fully set the colors because then they become something else, so that's not happening. But yeah, we'll fix that eventually, guys, I swear. Oh shit, are you not entertained? Yes, it's money. Well, there you go. Thank you, Goosey, for the money and for the bounce. Very good. I might need to adjust how big that is, but that's okay. We do a live production here, boys. We do a live production. So Kabbalist is coming out, and this is actually going to be a similar-ish in the kind of outsized impact it can have. Okay, good. Thank you. Why are we turning it into an Artosis stream? That's what I want to know. But, oh wait, no, it's money. Never mind. Please continue turning it into an Artosis stream. Obviously, the scribes are one-shottable by a Kabbalist if that Kabbalist has the wind-up, if that Kabbalist has the ability to go for its jump attack. So you get a short-range teleportation from the Kabbalist that gives it plus 20 damage, it's essentially 1.5x the damage value. And Kabbalists have actually been used as combat units once upon a time versus Zerg in particular. But here Aoud is just going to be using it against Arbuz's Protoss, trying to infiltrate the enemy base. And we have a Warden warping in now, but this could be really messy really quickly. Every time you attack, you then get a 2-second cooldown before you can cloak again. So with good, pace, oh man, especially with those 2 units leaving the day, yeah, this is going to be an easy wipe. He's just actually going to go to town on him. Obviously, that second strike not actually doing the full damage, but now he's cloaked, and so he can just go ahead and one-shot a few. Could have maybe gotten a few extra workers there. It's going to force Arbuz's hand in the engagement, but you got to keep in mind that the Legionnaires here for Aoud 64 are more than happy to sit here and attack. He's got multiple Ecclesiasts keeping that Hierophant alive forever, and Legionnaires jumped on the Hierophant, so that almost was an opportunity. 2 more worker kills in favor of the Aoud Kabbalist as well. This is starting to feel like Arbuz has already had a bit of a calamity. That's a 5th worker dead as an Ardent Authority gets put down on the 1 base. He has the Nexus done, but he can't really do much else about it right now. I love the choice to go after the Ecclesiast, but he doesn't finish that attack. Now he's going to see if he can charge forward, and he's got Vagrants and he's got Ecclesiasts. One of his Legionnaires getting picked apart before it can be shield healed. Yeah, looking like it's a little bit difficult for Arbuz to step to him. He picks one Ecclesiast. You say how confident he is. He just walks right up on top of him. Arbuz shouldn't panic too bad right now because he has the Scribe. Oh, he actually attacked his own Vagrant there. That could have been a fatal error. He has his own second Nexus. His opponent does not. That's the Kabbalist for Aoud. Here, I guess we'll switch the colors in these fights just to make it a little bit more legible for you guys. And then we'll go back to what it was before when they're not actively engaged. But yeah, as you see, that Warden goes down. There's a lot here for Aoud. I don't actually think Arbuz can save this Nexus, which does put him at a deficit, but only a 2-worker deficit right now. It's conceivable that he could still come back from this, and of course the Ardent Authority is also complete. Obviously, only an Ecclesiast and an Acantor are coming up. It's looking really dastardly because the Herald is also finished. A Grand Library was made behind this. And he's just going to walk right up and kill the Hierophant. No more attack speed increase for the army of Arbuz. The Warden is obviously going to be doing some good damage, but it's trying to pick apart individual Legionnaires. Now he forces it to target the Ecclesiast, it looks like, but there's no combat units here. I think this is a route. Aoud64 got the matchup he was hoping for, where he's a lot more comfortable. GG has to be called, and Aoud will finish that first match strong. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be jumping into Frozen Sylphid for our Game 2, and I'm excited. I think that already tells us that the PvP match is something that Arbuz is going to have to prep for a little bit more. But Aoud warming his hands up for his next round. He's blowing into them, too. He's really trying to make sure he gets himself warmed up. He needs that Razor, or whatever, gamer-branded hair dryer that Larva was obviously trying to use there. Now, there it is, Shambler with a cheer. Of course, it's not enabled in this particular stream view, so you guys are going to have to just imagine. But there was a cheer, and it was that the demons never lie, something like that. So we are going in to our second round. Our players are already prepared, and Arbuz is expecting to roll Zerg here, so let's see if he's right. Here it is. ArbuzBudesh has rolled Zerg. He's purple in the bottom left of Neo Sylphid, Frozen Sylphid, in fact. And Aoud64 is going for a 7-gate, cutting a worker in the process. The Blood Protoss in the bottom right, sharing the bottom of the map right about now. So while we get our overlay up to date so that it accurately reflects the race of our second player, just remember, guys, this is selective random at work, and it does tell you what race your opponent rolled, so Aoud knows he's up against Zerg. Maybe the easy warm-up time is over for him, perhaps. And I do feel like the fun little detail there of the Kabbalist finding some victory, that was really cool for Aoud. That really helped things come to a head very quickly in that series, in that exchange of fighting. It's something that I'm very eager to see in action a bit more often. And I honestly do think you could go for, if you can stabilize on 2 bases, a way to combat the Vorvricor heavy composition, even things I feel this may be controversial. But I feel like if your opponent doesn't really heavily index into Leikas, the lurker equivalent of Cosmonarchy, and they are going Ultra Core or something like that, Kabbalists could probably whoop ass there too, you know? Magic money, gems, do weird things. Yeah, that sounds about right. I think you're technically just giving me 20 cents. So this is worse than you pelting me with quarters. But I could be wrong about that. Maybe it's $2 each time, in which case, holy shit, you're bankrupt. But yeah, I think Kabbalists could probably kill Ultra Cores. I think they'd be pretty good. You think about how much alpha damage, as Night Fox once coined, they provide. They really don't care that much about the 3 armor that the Ultra Core has, so... Just a couple rounds of those guys while you got your Hierophants slowing them down or something. Obviously, what we need is that the Atreus needs to apply Signify. That would really fix everything. It is going to be a pool into some early Zets, and they are moving across the map looking for any action they can get. The first Legionnaire arrives, but doesn't commit to any fighting. Instead, starts to falter back. It doesn't look like the Zeth actually spotted the second Legionnaire, and it's a Gateway Grand Library build, so it is just pure Legion to deal with the early Zeths, and presumably he's going to have something on out of the Grand Library, maybe an early Herald. It depends on what he really wants. He can basically make anything he wants there, so it's an Amaranth that comes out. That's a everlasting frontline infantry unit for the Protoss that has shield steal, so it basically heals its own shields over time, and does have more armor than the other Tier 1 offerings from, for example, the Gateway. The Zealot has equivalent armor, but when the shields start to falter, it no longer does, so that's a boost there for Aeud's strength, and he can make Ecclesiasts exclusively out of his Gateway. Going for an Ardent for his third production structure. So this is like there's not really a good equivalent comparison here. I guess this would be like if a Protoss opened with 1 gate and then 2 Robo in StarCraft 1. Because what we're seeing is a Tier 1 structure and then 2 Tier 2 structures that are a little bit more expensive. Obviously, on the economy is a little bit different, so you can get away with stuff like that a bit easier in Cosmonarchy. But even then, you won't be able to expand until you cancel the throughput of some of these structures. Or you choose to, maybe buy the cheaper units that you have some access to. I like that this Legionnaire ended up staying on the other side of the map, even though for a moment there... Oh, man, that's a little unfortunate. He wanted to get in to scout the depth of the opponent's army, but didn't quite get to see it. I even like that Arbuz started to pull off to the side there. I'm not sure how much Aeud actually saw deep in there. But yeah, you want to keep the Legionnaire on the other side so you can actually scout out, but you were worried maybe if you're in the Protoss's shoes, is this a more committed Zeth attack? Turns out he's fine. Herald now on the way. That's going to be a real big boost to the survivability of the Protoss army and just the engage potential as well. Okay, it's a very fast set of Positrons with an Embassy follow-up, so we could get a drop here. It really depends. So it's a predominantly melee army. He's got the 1 Ecclesiast, and I guess the Herald is like 3 range or something like that, right? So not really the largest there, yeah, in terms of attack range, but he is going to see what he can do to shoo these Zets away. Elsewhere, we have the Zeth Vorvatek coming up, and of course, the Hatch being made at the natural base for our Zerg player. Scaling up in the eco, scaling up in the military count in particular, actually. 16 workers isn't a ton. And it looks like Arbuz is going to have his Zeths just kind of walked out on. First Positron not quite showing to the Zerg player. Vision falls off very consistently in Cosmonarchy. You'll notice it when either army starts to move around the map. As we see Aeud do that, the watches, the edges immediately fall off. Yeah, there's no variance. There's no random timer. It's not actually random, but it's effectively random in what it does. You will just have your vision start to falter immediately upon losing a unit or walking away. There's a little bit of a delay from when you lost the unit, but their vision range ain't the best. So I don't think the Positron was actually sighted. No evidence of the Ardent Authority, and so Arbuz feels like he can go for an attack. He has a pretty massive army. Aeud could just end up getting owned here if he's not careful. He might even want to think about setting up a wall in the front to try to really narrow the attack angle. But as multiple Positrons end up being sighted, that will be his linchpin. An Envoy is here. Does Aeud dare scoop the Positrons up? This is a huge risk. Because if Arbuz rechecks this position, and he probably ought to just to stay apprised of his opponent, he could really heavily threaten. Look, 22 Zets going to join up. I mean, this could be a base race wherein he just uses the Circuit and a couple of combat units. It just dives in for the front. Aeud looking very unprepared for that kind of move. His Acantor will not be enough, even if it were to finish. And here comes the Positron. 1 Quaz in the spot. We got the Circuit's going to come up, down. Oh, no, the Drollets! Oh, my God, they all clumped up. He burrows. That's a wise move, but even still, that was very, very spooky. He's going to end up almost straight up losing one of the Positrons. He has shut down mining effectively everywhere here for the Zerg player. Needs to get back to it immediately. And nothing to protect the natural. He burrows out the 7 workers or so off to the side. I love this 1 Quaz bravely attacking. But as we see here, Arbuz has hit the go signal. He knows that if you're attacking me with those Positrons, hold on a second. What a godly Psystorm from that Cantavus! I can't believe it! Over 2,000 damage dealt! I cannot believe what a heroic dose of psionic energy just came out of that Cantavus, dude. Unreal. Every single Zerg unit mulched. And Aeud barely breaks a sweat. Oh my God, dude. Unreal behavior. Well, you have to say Aoud is ahead. You have to. You can't do anything other than that. 28 kills on the Cantavis, dude. God Tavis online. Yeah, I agree. I absolutely agree. That is God Tavis. The fact that the Zeths were all funneled up right here, and that's where the storm was, it's just outrageous, dude. The Nats are going to come in and see what they can do. I like the storm idea. Yeah, I think... I really appreciate that. He went for that. He's like, yeah, I think I'm going to go ahead and kill this guy. I don't really want to deal with him. And this is still a little bit problematic, but of course the Positrons are trying to come on back for some more value. The Cantor is going to get popped by the Nats. It's the most damage you've ever seen 6 Nats do, I'm sure. But versus Protoss, this is actually a problem. They don't typically have a ton of anti-air. So he's going to end up losing some workers. The Positrons don't get anything done on the other side of the map. And is the Zerg still alive? Is that real? I feel like Aoud obviously could have maybe done a little bit of a different pressure build here. He can obviously sync up. Yeah, he's going to sync the Positrons up. He's just going to use the Positron here to try to deal with the Nats, and it's going to force them away at the very least. Atreus comes out as well. No anti-air defenses. He's going to try to move in here. Remember, he's got the Herald. He's got a solid setup here. No Vorvs to armor render anything. And the Positrons are going to unload to see what they can do. One of them is very low. Oh, he tries to go for them. Noah Cantor, that really would have helped out in this fight. And the Herald will go down, and that's just going to increase the attack speed of the Protoss army. That should be a wrap. 20 more Zets are being made right now as we speak, and the Nathacors are going to come around to try to pop that pesky Envoy, but instead they get aggroed onto the Positrons. I think you can use Zealot Amaranth to clear the static defense, and the last of the Nats are going to get culled as well. Oh yeah, I mean, there's still some play here with the Zets trying to overwhelm, but down goes the Circuit inside the Natural, and this might just barely be enough for Aoud to clutch up. Dude, I cannot believe the scenes that we are seeing. Now, there's still more Zets being made, but they're trickling out. They're not actually stabilizing the position. He needs to build up a much bigger number, and he is going to put down a macro hatch inside his main base. Surely he knows he has done some counter damage and really kicked the teeth out of any sort of tech that's been done. A Positron being rallied over. The Witness is here as well, but we obviously don't have any Shroud units. There is a Shroud here, but Arbuz has neglected to make any Lakers. What an eclectic match. The Vorvs come out now. This should be enough to clean this position, but did Aoud do enough? Actually, hold on. He might be able to clutch this one out, even though the Positron is not being able to trade its damage dealt very effectively. What a good unit, though, at the end of the day. And that will be a wrap here for the Protoss army. And of course, Arbuz can go ahead and drop his hatch. But I think that was pretty good damage, guys. I think I'm gonna go out on a limb and say, even though Aoud now down to 7 military units, I'm pretty sure one of which is going to be considered the Witness, and he's got Artisans on the top right harvesting extra Vespene. That's going to be a nice little clutch up for him. It does feel like both of these players have taken turns trying to go after the juicy targets. The Envoy gets remade, and it scoops up the Positrons, preventing the Zeth Vorv from diving. It was an opportune time. It was before the Matrix actually finished warping in, so Arbuz obviously had an opportunity there and tried to go for it, but Aoud prescient with the Envoy, and now a Sycophant, I'm sure, into a Pariah after when the money is available. He puts down a pylon to expand his build radius. A second Envoy after the fact. Is he thinking of doing to Arbuz what Arbuz did to Art of Turtle in the groups? A Servitor drop? Just saying, that's a possibility. Gonna take a while for one Ardent to build all those guys, though. Adding some anti-air defenses in both the main and the natural. Hatch is complete for Arbuz to reset his natural as well. Nat's now on patrol. Some time ago, if you guys were watching a while ago, like several months ago now, the Nats actually were broken on their auto-attack aggro. Versus air units. We have fixed that, so patrol is a fine thing to do with them now. Man, I'm having flashbacks to that Cantavis. That was an ungodly play. That was ridiculous from Aoud. He's going to try to move forward. Remember, there's Lake is in good number now. A dozen of them banked up there from Arbuz. And surely the Witness would have spotted that, so he's going to come with his own secondary Witness. And he is sending the Acantor into the natural. There's going to be a Circuit to try to defend, and chipping away at the Vorv is actually a really big move here. You know, just kind of posturing versus things like these Lakes, forcing them to stay on the other side of the map, seeing what you can do for damage, and then backing away. I actually really love this play. And the Z4 can't quite get around to it. Yeah, they're going to go for it, but look at all the blood that happens there from the positrons. The unload happens. The unload comes out. Obviously, the Acantor does need to be microed, and it's going to cause some trouble for Arbuz. You can just continue unloading it. And look at this. He's still fighting out the Zeth, so it's making it so there's really no front line over here. The Acantor does end up going down thanks to the Spraith and the Naths. So that's a lot of the pressure that's no longer available there for Aoud, but I still think that was a good move overall. And now he's aware of what's waiting for him inside the main base. He's just going right to a Monument of Sin? Dude, what is this match? Oh, my goodness. Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you stick around for the next 2 minutes, you may see a glass. Outrageous. People said, Aoud, you're floating money. And he said, no. I'm saving. Monument of Sin. Boom! Well, I mean, it is a legit strat. He can't really be broken here as long as he's got an Acantor still in the area to pelt away at those Lakes. He has reset the Zeth count. Every time Arbuz has been attacked here, he's been prevented from actually going for more workers. Only now is he finally drolling up another 10 and trying to spike up his worker count. But for the longest time, he was down at a huge deficit, below half the worker count of Aoud. Pariah coming out. This is going to be the first one. We actually have a couple of Sycophants, a pair of them, being made. I like the pre-split. Witness maybe a little bit further back than it needs to be. Certainly could hang out for a little bit. And the Envoy going to be hanging out as well. I wouldn't hate a couple of Nathracors just to see if you can step on top of the Envoy and snipe it away. Force a desperate measure from Aoud if you can engage the army with the ground units. But a third base is on the way for the Protoss. He's kind of snuck that scribe out. It hasn't been really properly seen here. We got 18 Lakes. Just an outrageous amount of those burrowed attackers. Witness seeing what's going on in the base as more and more Zeths are being poured out of the main. Arbuz is setting up for another attack. That Monument of Sin is about to finish up, though. Ladies and gentlemen, is this going to be enough? He needs to hold for his tech to come online. And it's an Anthelion. This is what I suspected. It wasn't a glassing after all. He's got witnesses in the base. He can fly in here. That being said, only one Anthelion. You'd be surprised. A Spraith will 1v1 it. Not only that, but we'll also, of course, have the... well, I guess the Witness will show the Anthelion the Burrowed Workers, and so that's also a really nice combo. You can time it out so that you kill the Workers and then dip before the Spraith actually kills the Anthelion, but... it's a tight timing. It's not like as easy as maybe you would want it to be. So this forward third is scouted ahead, and a lot of static defense coming up here. This is the right move. It feels ridiculous to spend this much money on a base that hasn't given you anything yet, but if you manage to get it up, it's the right move. Hydrith Den on the way. Meanwhile, the Protoss building some of their capital craft, and I wonder what he's going to do. Is he going to bank a couple of them? Try to go in to kill the mineral harvesters inside the main base? I mean, the Witness is spotting multiple spots. You can see he's going to go for here in that spot, I feel like, surely. He's got his Anthelion. No, he's going for it, guys. I mean, this feels dangerous. There's Nathracors and there's a Spraith. Let's see how long it takes for that Anthelion to go down. Workers aren't actually seen down there, so the burrow is pretty good in that position. And he ports out. He ports up to the other base. Very excellent there from Aoud. Ends up going for a ridiculous amount. I don't quite think he's going to get out. Yeah, it ends up going down, but the second one's halfway done. Ah, yes, says Arbuz. The Exodia. I don't think anybody can complain too much. Oh, he's running right into 18 Lakes, though. Hold on. This might be a ridiculous move from the Protoss off the back of that confidence booster, but remember, the Zerg army was looking lethal. He got him typing. Guys, in a Throneroom Stage quarterfinal, Aoud 64 got Arbuz typing and his Lakes weren't borrowed. Outrageous play. And of course, he can do another one. Yeah, he's going for it, boys. Witness finally gets spotted, but I think it might be too late. Arbuz hasn't even looked over there. Oh my god. Arbuz says, honestly, he still has a pretty good number of workers, I feel like. That's not even, I can't even really complain too much about that. And then the Anthelion dives on top of the rest of the army. The Acantor's all off to the side, not really doing much there. They were busy, the Acantors were busy dealing with a small number of units. Another Anthelion, number 3, is on the way. But surely this is too much damage. Arbuz still feels like he's in the game, but man's got no money. Man's broke. Got his 4th base up here, but no miners. No harvesters whatsoever. And a depleted main base at that. Some Zets in the early game were set up there to see what they could do. He's actually abandoned his Acantors. Ayud, no! No, don't lose all your Acantors for free. Ends up popping a Zorius on the way out, so I guess that's not too bad, but he's going to need those Anthelians to be used for himself now. Ancestral Archives coming. No, he wants to keep killing the workers. This feels like a win more move. I feel like you could just engage out on the map with all your units and then suck the Hydras with your Anthelian. But instead, he's going after the workers. And they burrow, and obviously the Witness has to fly away to give him a safe port of call. And he gets one more kill on the way out. Oh, he ended up retasking it, so this is a little bit of a problem. Yeah, Arbuz is kind of flailing around here, and he is... Oh my god, he's got so many workers on gas that we didn't even know about. He actually just reminded Arbuz that he had all these workers. So a little bit of a whiff there. Avaleth comes back to try to figure out where the spy is. No mining here at the natural. Barely anything at the 3rd or 4th. It's looking pretty dire, boys. Obviously, Ayud's sinking tons of money into the Anthelians, but he's got another one ready to go. Could be a little bit of a heartbreak. Is it even worth doing this? Just go after the army is my feeling, but... How do you even approach something like this, right? It's a ball of Hydras moving up towards the 11 o'clock position here to try to punish. And not a whole lot of Protoss actually in this position. It's a lot of Hydras, man. Is he going to pounce? Is he going to make it happen? As the Pariah is going to get focused down here. Anthelium does arrive, in fact. And it does draw a lot of fire, and while the ground army just runs roughshod over it. A couple Amaranths move up to the top left, and they're going to clear the anti-surface defenses. Only a few wounded Hydras left as more Zealots engaging. Amaranths running some Lakes away with an Acantor giving chase afterwards. What a bizarre box art game. I don't even know what's happening in game 2 of this quarterfinal, guys. But I think Arbuz is out of chances. I think he's out of time. He's going to end up losing. GG is called. Archon even arriving for good measure. Yeah. What can you say about a game like that? I need a moment after a game like that, dude. That was an outrageous match. I'm going to need to tie my hair back up. Oh, man. That was a match. That was a match. Whew. We could use this opportunity to check in with chat. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, nerf toss, obviously. Yeah. You got Sziky in the chat. What's up, man? Nerf toss. Yeah, nerf toss. The Starbound special. That's a good one, Ryan. All right. Okay. I think we're just about ready to get back into this one, but we are going to Patadia. If Arbuz can force extra games, Knife's Edge is around the corner. I think clearly everybody would look at that game in the early stages and say Ayud should have lost it. This should have been it. But not quite, guys. Not quite. Ayud outlasts him. Arbuz. Oh man, the god. That was the same match as the God Tavis, right? The God Tier Storm. Outrageous stuff. We'll ask our players one last R, and then we'll be getting into it. Oh, I missed a Twitch event. Hold on. I'll look at my dashboard here. We had Death Comes For You, Little Slav 3-0, says Shambler. Okay, he's willing it into effect. He's willing it into reality here on Twitch. So appreciate that. That was a $1 moment. Waiting on Arbuz to confirm. So I'll take this opportunity to go and shrink that just a little bit. That overlay. Where even is that? Streamlabs, Coffee. I guess it's Streamlabs, right? Let's go ahead and. Where would I put it? Probably somewhere out of the way. All right. Well, if somebody does it again, we'll test to see if it's still legible or whatever. It probably needs more work than just that. But we are jumping into our third match here. And we are going to be finding out what's coming around the corner. Because AYAMtheWHEATofGOD and ArbuzBudesh need one more game to decide, at least. And Arbuz's worst fears, perhaps, have been realized as he loads into Patadia, a 2-spawn map by Biddybe, as Protoss. At the very least, he's a cool Cyan Protoss, and AYUD up here in the top left is the Blood Protoss, is going to be going up against a very interesting opponent here. 7-Gate Legionnaire was the last build, and of course we're not going to see the same thing this time around, not versus a different opponent. AYUD said he practiced on this map more than any other map in the pool, so he feels confident he can hold any early aggression. But this is also where he kicked off his Battlements campaign and thus his Throneroom Stage or Acropolis 4 campaign writ large against Sosij, and it was a very quick and dirty PvP win. So even in recent history, he should be brimming with confidence as he gets ready to send his scout across. That will be a second gateway, and a little bit of Vespene starting to be harvested as he has this build mathed out pretty nicely. And that's a difficult thing to do on Patadia because obviously the minerals use predominantly diagonals or majority diagonals here. So there's slower returns, slower harvests than on other maps. Same for the Ridge as well. In retrospect, I'm not sure it was, I'm not sure how much of a move that is overall, but Patadia was a popular map nonetheless, and so I figured it would be good to throw it into the map pool here. It didn't ever have its Crisis Vector time in the sun, but it does feel like it's catching up to it. As a reminder, the loser of this matchup is going to fall on down to face another day fighting in the lower bracket. I'll pull up that bracket just to confirm my own suspicions. And yes, it will be a Sosij match here in the lower bracket. I think if it is, and it does end up being Arbuz, Sosij could definitely threaten and take a game or two. Arbuz yet to post any dubs in the series. Felt like he should have had it in the last game. And that can get in your head, man. If you feel like you should have had a game, if you feel like you should have had it, then yeah, that's going to be a little bit irksome, that's for sure. People in the chat discussing the value of the Anthelion, and yeah, it is pretty pricey, that's for sure. I guess it worked out for AYUD. He had Artisans also getting a little bit of extra Vespene, so kind of makes sense why he had such a huge stockpile. I doubt we'll see anything like that in this game, though. It's going to be the Kabbalist opener for Arbuz this time around. Historically, he has had a rough time of it against that particular unit. But AYUD going 2-Gate Embassy, a bit more of an economic build, and something that will equip him with an early witness if he wants it. So, it's a pretty easy way to just say, hey, I don't have to worry too much about your Kabbalist, dude. So there's the witness starting up. Hierophant as well. And of course, he makes that tight wall. You can still try to jump to, for example, this Legionnaire and see if you get the teleport onto the other side, but yeah. The Hierophant is going to certainly make this even harder. Is the Kabbalist actually moving to the choke? I guess so, yes, but not necessarily committing. And I think Arbuz has navigated this actually pretty well. You know, he knows that it might have been a red play. I'm pretty sure AYUD scouted it, which is why AYUD's doing all of this. I just wasn't taking full track of it. Well, he sees the Shimmer. He should see the Shimmer. He should get the hell out of there because the witness is just going to reveal him. And the Kabbalist might actually be dead. Yeah, he gets caught by the Hierophant. So that's a little unfortunate. You want to keep the Kabbalist alive. But I like the going for the Nexus here and just going after this this idea that, okay, I've got a little bit of extra pressure. I can keep my Kabbalist alive and do some certain activities with it. But now he's switching into some Zealots. We don't have a lattice here for Armor Pens. So the Ardent Authority being the next tier as Vagrants start to come out. Yeah, I think Arbuz will be okay here. Legionnaire count is pretty high, but you can focus down individuals. And remember, a lot of the power, a lot of the money that AYUD put into this army is actually in the Witness, funnily enough. 2 Ecclesiasts, what is something like 5 Legionnaires. Immediate recommittal here from Ayud as he tries to fire down those Zealots. There's a couple of Ecclesias keeping them alive. 2 Zealots storming the gates here for Ayud, though, and he's starting to pick apart those shield healers. Arbuz has not focused them down. He's actually not focused fired at all, and it seems like he was almost reading that in real time and realizing, wait a second, I was supposed to focus fire? A lot more units coming down the ramp. All hope is not yet lost for the set, but we are losing a lot here from Arbuz's perspective. He does need to... He needed to turn around and fight. It feels like he lost another Hierophant. And that was a linchpin for his defense. More units being waypointed down. We're a ways off of Ayud having any other follow-up, but the Acantor drop is in production. Arbuz just kind of sitting around, waiting. His Grand Library is going to finish soon, trying to remain some element of calm as he puts down a Warden. These 2 Warden positions do feel like a problem. The Nexus is under a lot of duress. It takes 35 seconds for those to be made. Scribe's adding into the fight. The Acantor drop is finished. He's focusing down the front line, but the Ecclesias are providing so much extra value, and that does feel like a whiff. That does feel like a missed opportunity. Though Battle Worker's helping out quite a bit as the backline gets focused by Ayud, but even though he's got 2 more Zealots coming, he may indeed have been routed. For now, the Acantor is loaded up to the Envoy, and this could be the finishing blow that sends Ayud to the semifinals with barely an interruption. As hype as that second game was, we have only been live for an hour, boys, so keep that in mind as we get ready for what could be the final moments of our series. Arbuz obviously going to be trying to get an economic advantage of putting down some more static defense, but his main base is completely vacant. How many workers can Ayud get? Oh, he's just going to drop right in here, isn't he? Good reaction time. Oh, Arbuz. Yeah, buddy. Good dodge. You got to keep it going, though, my man. You got to keep it going. Only 3 workers have gone down so far, I believe. Maybe 4. That ends up being very, very close call. And here we go. The attack coming in on the other side, but the static defense, is it enough? Feels like it could be. Needs to make sure he stays on that Acantor drop. The workers are going to come in. Worker deaths coming in indeed. And there's 4 more dead. 2 more afterwards. And the Protoss, the static defenses just aren't quite powerful enough. He had units sort of waylaid all different places, and now his workers are getting bombed in the natural. Ayud picked him apart. Piecemeal. G from Arbuz, and he's out of here. That was factually a game. And that's all we can say for right now. All right, ladies and gentlemen. That was The Age of Sorrow Begins for you from Shambler, by the way. It didn't look like it was too visible. But Kentama should get a remodel from that performance alone. I like that. I like that comment. Ayud 64 makes it into the semis. And that is a wrap on that. We have ourselves a bold move there from none other than Ayud. And he gets to be the guy, man. He gets to be the guy who plugs in the necessary formula. And we will be talking with him in just a moment. I'm going to ask him if he's ready for an interview while I get some more stuff underway for us all. But that was a series. Game 2 especially a highlight. Some outrageous plays there. We're going to have to see what he has to say for himself here in a moment. But guys, Arbuz has been routed. Ayud moves on. It'll be Arbuz Sosij going into the next one. And I have a feeling this is going to be an interesting set for sure. We're going to be we're going to be having a good time going into the rest of the day. But if that was the warm-up act, that was one hell of a move. Maybe a little bit too straightforward in the PvP, but damn did we get some good mileage out of that set. Ayud 64, you are joining us here for your interview, and you have just 3-0'd ArbuzBudesh. Obviously, I have to ask you a lot of questions about Game 2, but before we get there, your first and last were PvP. And it did feel like you just had the right read on when to be aggressive early on. You were able to figure out what Arbuz was doing wrong in the micro department, perhaps in the target selection department, and also maybe even just how he set up his composition. Game 1, you picked him apart with the Kabbalist. Game 3, you were the one dealing with the Kabbalist and showed him how it's done very easily. How are you feeling about the Protoss versus Protoss matches?
Well, to be honest, I don't like Protoss versus Protoss that much because I think, like I said at the beginning of my first interview, the match is a bit unpredictable. If you guess wrong, you're practically dead. So the first game, I got lucky because Arbuz just decided to. I mean, it was a coincidence. My build was good versus his fast expo. But I believe if he goes like, I don't know, 3 or 4 gate rush with some legionnaires, he can counter my build. I mean, I cannot use the DT to harass, but I would have to use it to defend. So it was pretty lucky for me that he decided to go fast expand. I don't think fast expand should be a viable build in PvP because, like I said, if you expand first, you're dead. I mean, if the opponent scout, of course, or sense that you are trying to expo, it's just pretty difficult to defend. So that's for one thing. And yeah, the target fire is also important when you build the Ecclesias. I always have trouble with the name. These little guys that shoot and restore shield from
the Ecclesias,
from the gateway.
Right.
Okay. You have to target fire them because otherwise zealots are just like immortal units. So you just target fire those guys and the rest is just start to falling apart. And I believe Arbuz, maybe he was nervous. He wasn't targeting fire my Ecclesias, but then again, it felt like I always was ahead of him because he always tried to expand too early. I think you have to take a little bit of advantage, maybe a little skirmish, and trade well in order to be thinking about an expansion. That's why I always try to go some harassment with the Cantabius or a Cantor or like you have to do something to the economic Protoss line, maybe a storm drop or anything, so you can have this little edge and then you can expand. That's what I believe.
So when you're talking about the flow of the matchup, you feel strongly about particularly when the expansion comes out as a key detail there that you were able to read and punish. And had Arbuz, of course, held, that maybe he would have been ahead, but that's a tough sell when you're up against the man like yourself who is able to make those micro decisions in the early game by target selecting the Ecclesiast. I also noticed you were focusing down things like the Vagrants and whatnot, knowing that you could overwhelm the melee. Overall, though, when you're thinking about the match, I think everybody's going to go back to that second game, that versus Zerg match. You got to talk to me about this one because when you go in with the positron attack, you make the audacious decision to load them up into the Envoy when you saw at least some of how big the army for the Zerg was. And was that a gamble that you did that? Because you saw how many Zerg came in later, and of course we'll talk about how that hold even happened, but just the drop decision to say, I'm going to go anyway. Was that a gamble, or did you actually think, no, I got this?
No, I believe if you are gonna play Protoss, you have to be able to make this split decision making, very fast. When I was trying to scout Borbs with the Legionnaire, I couldn't, but I noticed there were a lot of links, so I just tried to anticipate. I almost always go for Ardent because I believe. Cantors are absolutely necessary, and the positron, of course, they help early game. But I just try to defend to set up a nice position before I expand because I've lost so many times against HitEmUp Zerg or other Zergs because I try to expand too early without having any splash damage, and then I get overwhelmed by a huge amount of Borbs and Seth and Quas. So I was preparing for that possibility, and when I saw the amount of Seth that Arbuz had with my Legionnaire at his natural, then I kind of suspected that he was trying to bust and end the game quickly. So yeah, once I I confirmed I was right because he tried to get into my natural with a lot of burps. I had 2 positrons already, and then he immediately fall back. So in that moment I knew he wouldn't try to attack me again because I had to do the 2 positrons, and he also knew that if he attacked that would be his doom. So I just prepared the shuttle with anticipation to try to drop him. Yeah, it was a little bit of a gamble, but at the same time, because of the way he pulled back, I knew he wouldn't try to attack me again into a choke with 2 positrons there. I mean, if he would have sent, a Seth or an Overlord and a Scout that I had, the 2 positrons weren't there, then he probably would have won the game right there.
Yep.
But I just tried to bet that he wouldn't attack me again, and that allowed me to have a nice position into a higher tech, because you have to try to do some economical damage, at least trying to buy some mining time from the Zerg in order to take this to tier 4 faster.
Well, obviously it's a big move there to make the positron drop happen, but really the memorable moment where I'm losing my voice as the caster and the chat's popping off is your Cantavis. I don't know if you checked the stats on that bad puppy by holding the Alt key there. Did almost 3,000 damage with the storm. Just an outrageous hold just from the one storm. Is this definitive proof that Protoss don't build enough Cantavis? Because I know you're a proponent of this unit.
Building a Cantavis here in Cosmonarchy is a bit of a gamble, because it is 150 gas. I mean, it's the same that remastered, but it is not the same the way we get gas in Cosmonarchy. I believe gas is a precious resource, especially in PvZ, where Protoss just need to take up, because otherwise Protoss has no chance. So every drop of gas is really important. That's why I got surprised by these flying units, because I always stuck into making melee, because otherwise I have to spend gas, and that means it's lower tech. So if I ever build a Cantavis in PvC, maybe I will build just 1 or maybe 2. But it was very lucky for me, because I thought it was my end. I thought Arbuz would take the game right there, because there were a lot of Zerg units. But there were a couple of factors that worked into my advantage. Number one, that he fought me into a choke, so the positioning of my units was really good. And the second one, he didn't focus the Cantavis, right? So I mean, if he had focused that unit, everything else just melts, because the storm wouldn't happen there. So I was lucky that Arbuz, I mean, if he works into his target fire a little bit better, maybe he would have taken those games from me. But I was a little bit of lucky. I mean, I prepared, of course, but I'm sure those skirmishes went way better than it should have been.
A little bit of luck on your side on top of the preparation then. The last question I have about the series overall really is still down in that second game, the versus Zerg match. You survive him on his own map pick when he gets the right race that he was really looking for the favored advantage. But the way that you do that, obviously, there's some back and forth, there's some trading. You get this huge advantage with the storm, and you somehow hold the real kill pressure. But even then, there's a lot of bloody, scrappy fights that go back and forth. You go for the 2 base with a little artisan harvesting some gas, but 2 base effectively, Monument of Sin for Anthelians, because you got those witnesses behind enemy lines. You prepped that? Is that something you've practiced? Because that looked like you actually had the plan from the get-go, where that's why you had 2 witnesses still hanging out in the base. What was that decision like?
Yeah, I was trying to save that build versus HitEmUp, because I believe his Zerg is the biggest threat in the whole tournament. But yes, that is a build that I've been developing the past 3 days. Because if you remember correctly, in one occasion in the chat I said that the Protoss can't really get a third because it's too slow. So I was trying to make work a build that allows me to tech faster, at the same time trying to do some economical damage and then see if I can get the kill. So I came with this crazy idea of the Monument of Sin. I believe I played versus Art of Turtle, and there was another Zerg. I tested the build, and it always worked. So I figure I would use it because I didn't want to use it versus Arbors because now the people might prepare for that in the future.
Sure, yeah.
Or device a early counter, but when I saw that that he was slowly coming back into the game and getting a third, and I wasn't able to expand as comfortably. I deducted that I needed to use the build, so I just went for it, and and it worked, man. That unit is really good. Of course, there are ways to counter it. People doesn't know yet. They're probably in the chat were saying that the unit was overpowered and that Protoss is going to be viable again. And I don't know, maybe. But I believe that if you put into consideration that you're giving Protoss enough time to farm, 1,000 minerals and 1,100 gas out of 2 bases, then you are doing something wrong as a Zerg because people are not dropping enough, people are not harassing enough. I don't know, man. There are some ways, a lot of ways that Zerg can deal with Protoss that is turtling. But yeah, I'm just glad that the build worked and I could show it to people. Maybe it came out as an excitement game.
Well, for sure, it was an exciting game and an excellent warm-up act for our rest of our quarterfinals today. You are going to be moving on in the upper bracket here, and just to tell you, your possible opponents on this side of the bracket are going to be either Hamster's Zerg or Shopkeeper Dog's Sosij. Even though Shopkeeper Dog is the upper seed in that head-to-head, I have a feeling you'd rather face him than Hamster. Is that true?
I would rather face Shopkeeper Dog, of course. I think we have a back history.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe I don't know. I know it's just a game, but I don't think he likes Protoss that much nowadays.
Yeah, true, fair.
Yeah. I know it's all fun and like if maybe some things can be said out of frustration. But I understand, that's the passion for the game, and we all want to win. Nevertheless, my money is on Hamster on this one because I believe he's a really good player too. I don't know. We have had our games in past tournaments. Exciting games. It's kind of I see him kind of a rival to me because. Some days Hamster, when I play him, I can beat him, but some other days, it is impossible to beat him. So I think he has what it takes to be one of the top dogs. And yeah, I'm pretty sure that's gonna be an interesting matchup. But I believe Zerg have to devise some strategies and some tactics to face Sosij mid and late game, because Sosij late game for me is it's really, really strong. In fact, I believe as a Protoss player that Protoss need to kill Sosij early on or during the mid game, because if you let them take those high tier units, it's really hard. So yeah, I'm just hoping. Rooting for both players, but my money is on Hamster.
Okay, expecting that one, and then, obviously if you end up facing Shopkeeper Dog, all the better. Obviously, a very, very exciting Team Mirrors set that you guys had in the lower bracket last time, where you had to reverse sweep the man in order to make it into the top 4 and get it all the way eventually to that second place. Obviously, Ayud, with you being at the semis, you've locked in a top 6 finish at the worst, even if you go on to lose the next 2 series. But I know your aspirations are to at least place top 4, and let's be real, you want to see if you can do what Neblime still hasn't been able to do, and just switch races to Protoss and win, and it would be one hell of a story against all the Zergs that we have in this tournament. But you've done your first step. Half Zerg of Arbuz has been bested. Maybe it'll be Hamster, as you were just alluding to. You feel a little bit more confident as the tournament goes on, that you're understanding Protoss a bit more and you might have a good shot against some of these other players?
Yeah, I believe as long as I get practice games,
right.
My confidence in Protoss is increasing, but at the same time, people oftentimes come with different crazy strategies, especially these Zerg players we have. So there is always something to prepare about. Yeah, it's interesting, but I just hope that for this tournament I don't think that there is that much I can do. Aside from the builds I've already prepared, but I'm always up to something new. Maybe I can come up with something a little bit different in some future games. But we will see. We will see. I cannot talk too much about it because I don't want to spoil.
Sure.
Maybe give away some important information about my build. But I have prepared some other stuff that versus Sir especially that I hope it works.
Well, I know that a lot of people have been prepping for versus Zerg in particular in this tournament, and it's probably going to come to fruition that they end up having to need that. Fair enough. With all that said, Ayud, you managed to make it into the semis. You await Shopkeeper Dog versus Hamster, which will be going live in about, I guess, it's after our next series, so it'll be 2 series from now. You'll know your opponent. Any final words before we talk to the person you just pushed into the lower bracket?
Well, not really, man. It was very early for me playing these games, but I'm glad it worked. I'm glad we managed to make it work. So, yeah, I'm just happy to be here, and I hope to continue giving the best games as a Protoss and trying to improve and give ideas to other Protoss players to play the race. It's like everything we do. It's to make the game better. Maybe these games will show that what things need to be improved and what balance needs to be done. And in the end, it's all that we can get a better game and keep having fun.
That's right. Thank you, Ayud. Very well said. And appreciate you putting your camera on. Appreciate you waking up early to get the game done. And we will see you next week for those semis. GG.
GG.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like an Ayud victory, but, in order for there to be an Ayud victory, there had to be an Arbuz defeat. And we should talk a little bit to him, the man himself here in just a moment. Let's bring him in because it's time to hear from Arbuz. Some very interesting matches, especially that Zerg versus Protoss. Of course, I kind of closed that interview with Ayud talking about the games, talking about that match on Sylphid. So why don't I open it here, Arbuz? First of all, are you still feeling like you can go deep in this tournament after that lower bracket? And second of all, maybe start your recap of those matches with that Zerg versus Protoss.
I think my chances... in a way, I'm kind of happy to go into the lower bracket because, if I won here, I would have to deal with either Hamster or Shopkeep, and I'm definitely not favored against both. With Ayud, I think I had some better chances compared to Hamster in the Shopkeep. As for the Zerg versus Protoss game, it kind of, I would say it kind of went both way I anticipated and kind of not, obviously.
Right.
Everything I assumed kind of was correct. It just I think I mostly fallen apart because I didn't defend drops well enough. If I defended drops, I would have good economy and I just smothered him with just big army. So if it was a good Zerg, he would have a pair of Zefs screening for the drops. Usually that's what Sziky and Hamster does. So I think Ayud in some way did himself disservice in this series. In a way, maybe because he respects his opponent, because he went his tricky strategies against me. So he showed his hand against other players.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't think you can catch Hamster or Sziky or even HitEmUp if they go Zerg off guard with that. Those drops as Zerg is relatively easy to hold, especially if you open pool. You can screen with Zavs, not Zavs, Navs, and you can just place one circuit, one just to make like you might lose still something, but like you mostly mitigate most of it. So that's kind of theme of this match, because I've just poorly defended drops in last two games. In the first game, I think it was just a build order win, pretty much.
Fair enough. Yeah, first game, of course, had the Kabbalist. He also scouts you first in the 4-spot map, and you scout him last. So, it takes a little bit longer.
That was a very good gamble, and the way I more think about that game, I think I was about to lose either way, because I scouted him last, so I couldn't know he's going Kabbalist. And he scouted me first.
Right.
So it's a little bit lucky. And just to be fair, like, I do think Kabbalist Rush is just it's the best PvP opener, period. Like, people might say, oh, that's how you hold Kabbalist first opener as PvP. So showing the last game, but I think it's the last game I was ahead. I lost mostly because I didn't defend job well. But even with my poor micro, I hold his aggression decently okay, and I had my natural expansion fast enough. So if it was better micro and I hold it should have been my game just on the eco alone. So I think Kabbalist first is just I think you always have to open it. I wanted to open it as but like first game, like 4-player map, I was like, okay, there's low chance I find him first.
Right.
Maybe I'll just go greedy build and go from there. But like he gambled and won, so
right. Yeah, not much you can do.
That wasn't a blind gamble. It was a good gamble, I'm gonna say. So.
Well, with that in mind, obviously game 2 felt like it was yours in the tanking. Did you have any? Of course, we don't have your player cam. Not a situation where you were able to just get the real time reaction from the Arbuz, except for the fact that you got typing with the Anthelians, but. It did feel like that was not even the calamity that started it all, the Psy Storm that did almost 3,000 damage. Were you having any reaction to that? Did you just kind of look at that and go, oh, okay, that's how that is? Like, what was your real-life response to that?
I saw the storm. I know it's pretty bad, but, like, everything chaotic. I don't even know where's the Kentavis in the middle of the fight, because everything's flashing, everything's moving, and, like, well, fuck it, I'll just try to brute force rate. Because I don't even... the Kentavis, where the hell he is. On the replay, I looked, oh, there he is. He's just like there in the bottom. I'm like, okay. But I just didn't see him in the fight. I know it's pretty bad that he's storming everyone. It wouldn't be a problem if he would have walked out of his base.
Right, yeah.
But he forced me to aggro because of the drop. Yeah, it was very fortunate. But otherwise, if like you parry the drop, and you can just like sit and wait for Protoss to leave his second base. If he doesn't do economical damage, you can keep growing. Even if he gets like Anthelians on 2 bases, I don't think you can get the Exodia number. Exodia number, in my head think it's like 7 or something. It might be even less. But he decided just like to end sooner instead of banking them up. So I think it was over once he showed it, because like, oh, I guess I'm not allowed to have economy anymore.
Well, for sure. I even saw you were hunting for the witnesses, but he had too many in the back line, and it was almost like he had a bank, you know?
Yeah, I know it's kind of futile. Because I already did it to other Zergs, so I know how it works. You can hunt for witnesses, but like, you can pump out so many witnesses, and hunting them down is such a pain, it's nearly impossible.
Yeah, something that I've theorized with that is that it probably needs the way that the diadem has a beacon before it shoots, you probably need like the Anthelian to have some kind of indicator. Of course, my overall vision, if you will, for that unit was that it creates like a duplicate at the move target, and then that duplicate will be attackable, but it deals like reduced damage until it finishes or something. But that's a little ambitious for this engine, so haven't been able to do that. At the very least, some kind of indicator, a warning sound, if you will, similar to like a nuclear launch detected or whatever it might be worthwhile as long as we can make it so that it's not spammed all the time when you retask the move order.
Yeah, maybe that might work, I guess.
With all that said, sir, we have arrived at the end of this particular match. You're going up against Sosij next, and obviously that's another versus Protoss. Maybe you'll have obviously better odds in theory in the PvP, but also, of course, another one you can make a victim of your Zerg if you end up rolling it. Feeling good about that particular match?
I'm feeling pretty comfortable against that one. I don't think Sosij has the micro to pull off the jobs like you does. I'm pretty sure he saw the games. Oh, maybe that's how I should approach it. Maybe that's what he will try to do. But like, once I've like got some bruises from that one, I think I'll just like can secure my economy a little bit better. So it will be not as strong jobs, and I'll just defend it better. And so I think I should be safe because even like how I described it before, like you kind of need some trickery to get ahead and win. So in this case, it was a very good jobs which put him ahead to win the games in both two last games. So I think otherwise I have good chances against Sosij. So yeah, I think bottom bracket would be a little bit more comfortable for me now. So I don't have to deal with it. With Circus, because yeah.
Well, you already dealt with one Escozy. Who needs to deal with a second one? Obviously, you're gonna, it's too early to look ahead in the bracket, but it's very likely you would end up facing a Zerg player after Sosij, which would be an interesting one for you. So we'll see how that one goes. You're going to be facing the winner of Art of Turtle versus the loser of HitEmUp Sziky. So if you're not facing Sziky, it'll be HitEmUp. So, or it'll be Art of Turtle. There's a potential.
With HitEmUp, the plan is pretty simple.
Oh wait, no, I'm sorry. I pranked you. It's actually the loser of Shopkeeper Dog versus Hamster versus Art of Turtle. So you might still face the Escozy Menace. You never know.
So it will be either Hamster or Shopkeeper?
Or Art of Turtle, depending on if he makes the upset happen. But yeah, those are the three players you could beat if you beat Sosij. Those are the three that you could beat. So you're talking about your lower bracket math. I'm just giving you more equations.
I no longer like lower bracket.
All right.
Oh, damn it. I thought I dodged them. Shouldn't they flip on other side if they lose? No? Damn it. Okay. They flip, but you also flip. You flip to the top half of the lower bracket, and they do too. Okay.
So they follow you.
I guess that matters. Oh well.
That's all right. I'm sure you'll come up with something. Well, Arbuz, do you have any closing thoughts, final words before we move on to our break prior to our second match?
Once again, I'm proven right, even when I lose.
There it is. Arbuz proven right forever. Thank you, sir, for participating, for interviewing, and for giving us some of your time. And GLHF, we'll see you hopefully tomorrow if we can get the scheduling down. We'll see you soon for that elimination game. GG.
All right. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
And with that all said and done, the quarterfinal number 3 is over to open things up. Ayud versus Arbuz has concluded, and we've got the Terran music playing because we've got a Terran player up next. Our second series of the day will be in 25 minutes. We will be looking at HonMonO taking on Neblime, and I hope you guys are excited about that. I'm going to turn a fan on because it's hot in here. GLHF to our homies. We're on the way.
I am a hero!
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for HonMonO to take on Neblime in an exciting Terran versus Protoss affair. We've got a South Korean pro from Starcraft 2, and Shambler is honking us. Can you believe this? Can you believe this behavior right now? I can. Neblime, of course, is going to continue the Protoss legacy until he wins Acropolis or is defeated in his attempts to qualify to Acropolis. Well, he was not defeated, so here he is. But HonMonO does look to send him to the lower bracket early on. HonMonO, of course, having qualified off the back of some very impressive wins early on in our affair. He's managed to make it so that he beat Sziky in a head-to-head matchup, beat Jack Yelansky as well, consigned him to a last place finish because he had to fight against Sziky's ZVZ, and that's really hard. HonMonO is looking sharp, but Protoss has always been a bit of a tough pill for him to swallow. Let's see if he's had any practice in the matchup, and we'll hear from him in one moment. And, yeah, we're going to have a fun time here for sure. Oh, yeah, the veto's already taken care of. I'm going to ask HonMonO if he's ready for his interview so I can show off his epic player card. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? All right, let's bring the man in here. Let's see what he has to say for himself. Hello, HonMonO. It is wonderful to have you here for another interview before now a quarterfinal match, a Throneroom Stage playoffs, all the fancy words. You're making it deep into this Acropolis. You got it first place out of your group, ended up getting a playoffs bye, and now you face off against Protoss. How do you feel about Protoss, HonMonO?
Protoss is strong, but I'm stronger.
That's the champion mentality right there. You said you wanted to win this whole tournament, and yeah, you also did post on our server today that if you win the tournament, send you a t-shirt. I think that's the least we can do. We can absolutely, in addition to the prize money, we can send you a t-shirt. I think that would make sense. Maybe even a personalized t-shirt, you know, with like one of those jersey type shirts or something. We'll see what we can do. But obviously, you've been repping Cosmonarchy. You've been having a good time playing it. You just finished another tournament in another game, and now you're coming in here. So you feel like you're prepped, you're ready to go?
I'm always ready to go.
Always ready to go. And we picked a good time for you as well, so no worries there. Obviously, it's starting to get late in Korea, but you're having a good time of it. Playing Terran against Protoss, you say you're stronger. Have you had a lot of practice? Have you been able to get a lot of games in to figure out your strategies? Do you know what you're going to be doing in these games?
I wanted to practice more, but every player every player doesn't want to practice with me.
Oh, they're dodging you. They're trying not to let you get stronger. They know to fear you.
Yeah, so I didn't practice like last time, so I'm kind of worried about that.
Well, Neblime has had a little bit of footage since he did fight against Newt, but a lot of early gateway shenanigans, a lot of the Reaver equivalent here in Cosmonarchy, the Acantor, but a lot of stuff like that's, I'm sure, front of mind for you to watch out for. But I know you've got your own plan, and you play your own style, and that's really cool to see. That Vulture game you had against Sziky in the group stage is still in my head rent-free because... it's just so many vultures. You managed to win with so many vultures. So that sets you up. That's what a lot of people do versus Protoss. So maybe that'll be what happens here too. But either way, I'm sure you have some ideas of how you want to open things up. And I know that you are also someone who has aspirations, as mentioned, to win the whole tournament. Obviously, if you do win here, you would face either Sziky again, from your group stage, a rematch, or you would face off against HitEmUp. And so HitEmUp is the reigning champion, and that would be a really good test of your mettle. But you got to get past Neblime, who he did win a championship a while ago, but since then he's been stuck as Protoss, and he just can't get out of it. He wants to win a tournament as every race. Are you going to deny him that?
Yes, of course.
Of course, cast him down to the lower bracket. I like that. Well, I am excited for this particular game, and I know that you've even prepped some tech here for us to have the camera as well. You were talking about that in our match thread here. But if I can pick your brain a little bit, we don't get to see the island map. It got banned by Neblime. Do you feel like that was a smart move by him? Did you have good tech for that map?
Oh no, I wanted to ban that Iceland map too, so...
Oh,
good.
okay. Good. No worries there at all. Obviously, you picked it against Sziky and were able to win it, but I think you didn't even remember it was an island map. Is that right, in the group stage?
Yes.
Yeah. So good to get rid of it then. You get to have Gilded Wall, and also Neblime ended up picking Magnetron. That'll be our 4th map if we get that far. Of course, I know you want to just 3-0 him and have it be done and dusted, but you get to have your a set of 2 spawn maps. Even Neblime's map pick is the cross spawn map where you're always cross positions. So, the first couple maps here look like they're pretty good for you. Are you happy with the map, Vito?
Not that bad.
Not that bad. Okay, good. And of course, you're going to be showing us all kinds of different strategies. I know that you've got your own style, as mentioned, but one thing I like about you, HonMonO, is you make a lot of expansions and you make a lot of production structures. And that sounds really basic for an RTS, but some people get really hung up on the really flashy unit micro, and then they have 3,000 minerals in the bank. And you're pretty good at spending your money, I noticed. So you feel confident in your mechanics? You're all warmed up from the previous event that you were running?
I'm very confident.
Okay, very confident. Let's do it then, HonMonO. If you want to just hang out here in this channel and turn your camera on, I'm going to make it so you can't hear anybody and nobody will bug you, nobody will be bothering you in the voice. But if you just want to stay in this channel here with your camera, or if you wanted to if you have to reconnect because you're going on your phone, just handle that and we'll be right back with you with the camera, and that'll be it. Any final words you want to give us for your interview?
No.
That's it. That's a wrap for HonMonO. All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So we are now going to go towards none other than Neblime once he is ready. We'll ask him for his time as well and see what he can do with that. It's going to be a fun time for sure, because Neblime is a man who's obviously had a number of runs, a number of chances. But now we get to see if he's got the ultimate chance here versus a South Korean pro, if you can believe it. Ladies and gentlemen, Neblime, you're finally up against the Koreans. How does it feel?
It's nothing new if you go back to regular Brood War.
Fair enough.
You know thing.
Yeah, fair. Listen, that is a valid point. You do have to play against them a lot even on the ladder, so that does make
pretty much
some sense.
Exclusively.
Yes.
On Old Brood War ladder, so it doesn't phase me.
Okay, fair enough. So you're here to have some fun, I'm sure, and obviously to win as well. You're up against, as mentioned, the South Korean pro from Starcraft 2, who's decided to be a Cosmonarch, HonMonO. He plays a weird style that I don't think a lot of people have a lot of data on. Is that also true for you? Do you have any predictions for this one?
Well, I haven't played much, but one of the only games I've played was a few I played against HonMonO. So, honestly, of all people, all the opponents I'm going to have in this Acropolis is probably the one I'm most practiced against. Not that that really means that much. But, if I'm not practicing against anyone, then it doesn't really matter what anyone's style is. It's going to be the same.
You're right. You are correct. If you're not practiced against anyone, then maybe it doesn't matter that much. Now, Neblime, you obviously are a seasoned Cosmonarch yourself. You've got plenty of experience. You 3-0'd Sosij. He said he wasn't going to get 3-0'd. He did. So you made him a liar. HonMonO just said he's going to defeat you. He's going to make it so that you can't win a tournament as Protoss, which, I mean, it's double elimination, so even if you did lose here, it's not all over. But there's an ominous omen to that. It feels like HonMonO has aura. Would you agree with that statement?
Yeah, I suppose. Although in the past, I feel like I've let myself be affected by that as well, and sort of thought he was better than he is. But to be honest, based on the practice games we played, he's not really that threatening at all. I don't think I'm going to have too hard a time today.
All right. Well, I respect the grind, and of course the thought that it's fine. Who cares? It's all good. We're here. We're having a good time. And this guy, he's not going to be that much of a challenge. HitEmUp released his map preview, his picks for the whole thing, and he did the funny Liquipedia, and of course said that he was going to bomb out to Sziky at the end. But one of his other predictions was that this is a 3-2 in favor of you, I believe. So is that how you feel about the series?
No, I think it's pretty pessimistic for me. I think I can win better than 3-2, so I don't know, maybe 3-1. But, who is this kid, right? He's so young. He hasn't even played in an Acropolis. I've played in every Acropolis,
That's right.
I'm not concerned. And, I don't think he's as strong as he or anyone else really thinks he is.
Okay, all right. I mean, he was a menace versus Zerg in a way that I don't think too many people were necessarily expecting, and so that was cool to see. But obviously versus Protoss, that has been a bugbear for him. Even though he was, I always like to say, he was one of the players who played Oya the closest. He never actually posted a ranked win against him in a tournament context, and he also has fallen to other Protosses. So in theory, this should be a favored match for you to make an upset happen, if it even is an upset. But he's also practiced. I mean, he was playing the 300 map, dude.
Yeah, I saw that. I did see that, and I thought to myself, like, well, if I can sort of make that many more units, I can still win, you know? Like my other games, I did not have a good units lost ratio. That's not how I tend to win, you know?
Right.
You do not want to be a unit under my command, but I am going to win the game, you know?
That's fair. That is a fair point. Well, Neblime, we obviously have a series ahead of us. Gilded Wall will open us up, so he gets the StarCraft 2 map port. But you also picked Magnetron. That's another StarCraft 2 map that has been ported to Cosmonarchy. Are you doing that just because you like the maps? Is that what I mean? Is there some kind of bigger, reason for you to go for something like that, or you just be like, yeah, I'm going to pick all these StarCraft 2 maps, make sure not to ban them, so that he has this false sense of security, or is it just Magnetron's a good map?
You need to stop trying to do this and going to get me to tell you what my plan is for the match. All I'll say is this: if you look at my map picks, it's more about what map I don't want to play on. That's all I'll say.
Okay, fair enough. The revealed preference is not about what is picked, but what is not. That is a fair point. Well, yeah. In that case, you do get the ban off on the island map, and he was like, I also wanted to ban that.
Yes, instant regret. I ban it, and the next second he's saying, oh, which one's the island map? So I should have left it for him to ban. But you never know. Yeah. You never know when your opponent's going to bring some strategy, and like I keep saying, I think Terran is clearly better. And obviously, HonMonO is not just prepared for the island map, which fair enough. I haven't prepared for any map, so it's just unfortunate. Maybe I should have seen what he picked, but I didn't want to take the chance that I have to play on that.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I like when people float it as an option, as like, yeah, are you going to ban it? And then nobody bans it, but does somebody pick it then? Like, it's really interesting, the dynamic there. So, obviously, I'm excited about this one. Everything is palpable in the air. It's a lovely time to see our homies participating in the tournament time. And Neblime, you are definitely a homie of all time, because if you think about how long you've been playing, you even said, I played in every Acropolis. This guy's first one is number 4. Well, there's going to be some people who you probably have to face off against.
That was like my first Ascension, you know?
Right, yeah. Well, I think you were even earlier than that, because I think in 3 you were Zerg. So I think in 2, Ascension 2, you might have participated.
No. I thought it was... maybe you're right, but I did not think it was that long ago. I think it was actually Ascension 4 or 5.
Well, I don't have them on Wikipedia, so I can't check. But I will tell you that it's been a long time coming that we get to see some pros face off against Neblime, and I'm happy about that. We get a pro facing off against HitEmUp later. Now we get a pro facing off against Neblime. Do you have any final words or closing thoughts before we see this one out? Because what I was going to say at the end there is that the way that this seems to be going, you're going to have some tough cookies to crack when you're in Acropolis 5 playing against people who are first timers there but still really good. So are you prepared?
Oh yeah. Oh, every Acropolis gets harder than the last. I've said it before, but look, it's late here. Let me get this over with so I can go back to bed. Give me my win. Let's move on.
All right, fair enough. Thank you, Neblime. We will be jumping ahead to the match now in preparation for some greatness. We'll see you then. Feel free to turn your cam back on, and I'll get you the server mute and all that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is time. We are going to have ourselves a wonderful affair of Cosmonarchy here. It's, listen, this is some really cool stuff we got cooking. This is some really cool stuff we got prepped. And, yeah, we are just letting HonMonO know his camera is good to go. And I'm looking forward to this one a lot, guys. It is time to jump straight into it. Now, HonMonO and Neblime will also be featuring on camera, which is very cool. I love it. I think it's great. We're going to see what we can do about some of the other players who just aren't doing that for whatever reason. I really can't quite understand why they wouldn't get on camera for Cosmonarchy. Surely you would want to. Surely you would say, holy shit, I get to be on camera. It's like what Godweed said that one time, you know? Yeah, Godweed. He made a good point. Can you believe that? Anyway, HonMonO is getting ready, and it looks like Neblime is also gearing up for it. So we're good to go, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to jump into our series. Can we see the South Korean kid on the block jump in for a victory? We get to start on a StarCraft 2 map, Gilded Wall. Neblime in the bottom left is the green Protoss. In the bottom right, HonMonO, fern green Terran. No gas mining means HonMonO is going for something a little bit more eclectic. Bio versus Protoss is a very interesting set of choices. But gateways are coming down. Neblime already starting the warp on that. Is HonMonO going something even more? No, this is his usual. He always throws me off with this. He goes for 2 fast stockades at the same time and just powers on his masonry, I guess you could say, his worker count there. So yeah, it's going to be fun. I'm already liking the way that this might end up being looking. So, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. We got HonMonO versus Neblime, our second quarter final of the day, and also chronologically, they lined up here. Up next, we have Hamster versus Shopkeeper Dog, and we'll close the day out with Sziky taking on HitEmUp. Yeah, underdog Zergs trying to upset the apple cart there. With any luck, Neblime is going to show us what he's made of. But HonMonO, he's already got some Vespene mining, and I think this is going to be a double Cyprian opener, if I'm not mistaken. That's what it feels like the math is lining up for here with the gas. Scribe arrives, and just in time to see the first stockade. There it is, the first Cyprian, and number 2 on the way. So that's going to be what we get from our Terran Pro. Neblime on the other side, obviously, going to be Dracodon opener. You can't really get too much versus Vultures with, you know, a Zealot or a Legionnaire, but it does make some sense there. We're going to see the third stockade put down. HonMonO, with this extra latency, might not be able to micro as much as he would like. And I do think that he should be standing on top of the ramp here. The Scribe pocketed because Neblime loves to go back in for extra scouting. And we're going to get Cyprian Hurakan pretty early on. HonMonO might try to threaten early move out here. We'll see if Neblime is prepared for it. He's just going Drac, and he's just going to try to steady micro. Well, he face tanks. All of the shields are already gone. Ends up losing a little bit of health. Only 2 shots exchanged to the Cyprian. Now cycled off to the back. Nexus is going to be put down here momentarily for Neblime. We don't see an expansion, but obviously Neblime himself doesn't know that. Draken comes back in and just rechecking the Cyprian count. It hasn't grown that much, right? So he doesn't see evidence of an extra stockade. When you see evidence of that, you're pretty sure that it's going to be, you know, no expansion here. HonMonO absolutely doing his darndest to make this work. Drakenon's continuing to heckle. Hurakan's just kind of soaking that up as the Cyprian count continues to grow. Gateway Toss does have a weakness against Cyprian counts being too high. But are we ever going to get any sustain out for the Terrans? It feels like that's not very likely. HonMonO continuing to hit his macro. What's the transition here from Neblime? His Nexus, about 80% done. Needs a little bit more where that came from. I love that the Cyprians are pre-positioned to deal with the Dracodons by just ranging them down. A lot of chip damage has been dealt to these, even though no casualties have been incurred on the Protoss side. And the Ministry does end up going down, so a little bit of a halt on further unit production as HonMonO feels safe enough with 8 Hurakans and almost as many Cyprians at 7. He's going to set up more units, and he will be behind economically compared to his opponent, but not in a meaningful way. Not in a way that really makes a difference. Yeah, that's a nice filter there, trying to say, hey, maybe I can make it to the ramp, but then one Dracodon gets almost immediately toasted. That was a full HP one as well, or near full HP, so that ends up hurting. You see the double Dracodon inside the main base, so as the attack move comes out from HonMonO, he is going to try to go for it, and the Dracodons are going to need to double back. I love the attempted surround there from the Hurakan. It was almost enough for a kill. And now the Cyprian's getting dogged from the north, but I really don't think Neblime is going to be in a good position to attack this. He's trying to maybe catch some reinforcements. So HonMonO's allowing his army to get out of sync. He needs to consolidate as Hurricanes come out to try to help out. That's 3 Cyprians already dead on the move. He's got 6 left on the push. Hurricane count's still pretty dangerous here, but as long as HonMonO keeps getting tied up in this position, well, we're going to see a Cantors from the Ardent Authority at the natural here in a moment. And so he's really committing hard to try to kill the Dracodons, but he can't catch him. The Hurricanes are not going to be sufficient. They're just going to be micro to death. His army even getting split up here. A couple Dracodons, wounded though they may be. They're going to get turned around on, but no armor rend from that Hurricane. That could have helped change the odds. And even though HonMonO has set up his workers afterwards, it doesn't really feel like he's in a fair fight. Neblime toying with him across the map with the superior army rotation. Picks another Cyprian at the ramp. Scribe pocketed to the side. It's honestly really hard for the Terran to get into a position here. He might be able to pop a couple of the Drax. Keep in mind, even though he hasn't killed anything yet for the Protoss, he's still done so much damage to these units. Down will the Huracan go. Wayward Ahmed. Ministry number 3 coming down. HonMonO wants to go into a deeper game to get himself out of this hole. He knows that he's not really going to be capable of moving across the map with the pressure. Oh, no! There's this... well, he's just hanging. He's just hanging out. What did he... I wonder if he got Spider Mine, if that's what it is. But either way, no, HonMonO, he can use it as a bait. Ah, picked. Neblime has no honor. Man was stuck trying to get a rock out of his shoe. Finally, a Dracodon does go down. There's a couple more deaths where that came from in our future, unless Neblime has the ability to continue pulling out. Well... there's a couple more casualties on the Protoss side. 3 Cyprians pulled up by the Drax to the north, and you're starting to see where the Cyprian power can really hit once you get to a good number of them. They don't even really need to be dealing splash damage. No target fire here from HonMonO. He needs to focus down individual units, and instead, he tries to make the decision to retreat. He's only going to get 1 Cyprian back, and even that feels like a pipe dream. Yeah, he's going to go down at the ramp. Witness moving aside. We did see the embassy be made, and so a Cantors are on the menu if HonMonO doesn't have good drop defense, assuming Neblime even wants to go for that. Third base, double lattice here. Bunch of idle workers that we're going to see start garrisoning this back path here. Might even be an opportunity for more gateway units to walk in where they're not wanted. That 3rd Ministry is present and obviously visible for Neblime. A lot more stockades being set up as HonMonO has scaled his eco and started... with all the micro that he's been doing, I was giving him props for not necessarily having a big float, but obviously that has changed. Witness sees nothing in the back that's going to fly over all these stockades and give Neblime an exact depiction of what is likely to happen as Mavericks have started to rain out. Ministry's going to float over to the interior 4 o'clock, and that's a bold choice. I guess 5 o'clock. Ministry obviously going to be taxed by these Dracodons on the way back, but yeah, a couple Zealots aren't going to last very long versus this composition. Still 3 Dracodons heckling the Ministry. Of course, the Cyprians will coincide. Now we've got a Cantors moving across the map. Okay, we're going to get to the Covenant tech. This is exactly what HonMonO is going to need, but is it quick enough for what he needs to do? That Witness could end up getting splashed by the Cyprians if Neblime is not careful. He ends up losing what should have been even more than what he ended up losing, but now with the Cantors crawling all the way across, where's the micro from HonMonO while he waits for his extra tech? Hurricanes coming out in a pretty big number here. There's the Envoy as well to make matters even worse. Outran the Cyprian shots as well. The Dracodons from the low ground. Oh, some Mavericks are stimmed, and he is splitting them as best he can, but there's so many dodgeballs, and how can you dodge them all? The Dracodon count reduced to just 1 on the reinforce. A lot of Masons were sent over here, but they're not actually doing much of anything. Could at the very least try to body block as the Hurricanes try to absorb as much as possible. Oh dear. The bio has been blown to smithereens. The Hurricanes trying to go for a surround onto the Cantors. There should be a kill on the top 2, but the Envoy, it comes up to secure at the last moment. 8 Savants, the Ministry never lifted off, so it goes up in smoke. Third base developed for Neblime as the Prostration Stage starts behind this all for Tier 3, and as Cantor is even elevated in to the main base. He's going to scoot one more Cantor up there, it looks like, his witness obviously did see everything there was to see. And now the Savants are deployed. This should hold the natural easy peasy. HonMonO adding some Eidolons to the queue after the fact. Does feel like he needs a little bit more of that right now, and well positioned inside his own SimCity in order to hold this. 3 Acantors pushed into his main base. Great connections onto these Hurricanes. Another envoy arrives. Oh, it's actually going to go down in just a moment unless, well, there should be some focus fire. Savants are actually they're deceptively good against Acantors if you can micro around them. You can see he's trying his best to do so. They absorb 1 shot before going down. Where'd all the Savants even go? It looks like they have been beaten back, maybe on the funnel here, and the natural the units defending. Looks like top left will be taken pretty soon. Mason goes down, harvesting the gas. Eidolons are very brittle versus the Acantors. Despite all the damage, they will be cleaned. But what does HonMonO have to pivot away from this? He doesn't reset his gas mining for the geyser. He needs to do that. I'm not even sure he noticed. He's going to get a lot more gas pour. And we have, yeah, 2 Acantors coming in. He's actually taking the Nexus in the top right. He's going to use that as an anchor point, Neblime, to push forward. Yeah, oh man, this is going to come in and be a real big problem for the workers. He's going to bomb out. We had 47 workers before this drop connected, and we're already losing upwards of 10. But the bio is in a pretty close proximity, and the Acantors look like they didn't quite get any further connections off. So, honestly, all things considered, not terrible casualty rate. Problem right now is that the Ministry is under duress here in the top right, and that will have to be canceled almost assuredly. Well, I guess he's going to keep it alive for now. Forcing the envoys upwards further is actually a good move. Now, this is a position where if he scouts this top right base, this could actually be egg on Neblime's face. Pylon gets taken care of. The Mavericks were protecting the natural for a further fly-in. We don't have any advance warning of a ground unit push coming in from the natural, and we don't actually have a lot. Well, is he going to move further up to the top right and actually spot that there are scribes streaming in? I think he is. I think he susses it out. So he's going to come up here and shut this down, but look at the forces that can start pouring into the natural. We need to see more bio come out ASAP. Ancestral Archives coming for Neblime. It doesn't look like he's making much of anything, just sycophants right now. Oh, that's going to be a dead Acantor, and there's more where that came from as well. With the bio trying to do its best to hold the incoming attack. Some units are left over to kill the top right. HonMonO knows he's being aura'd, egoed, but needs to be able to rally enough in the middle of all the chaos. The Acantor's landing inside the main base, aggroing some of those units off the rally, and they are going to be mincemeat, courtesy of all of that unmicroed bio. Now, some Masons get pulled, and the army starts to falter. The Scribe's killing an Eidolon. What the hell happened over here? HonMonO, maybe more used to the all-army hockey right now, needs to redouble his efforts as triple Acantor in the midline. We still have them bombing out way at the masonry inside the main base, and the worker count starting to falter. Eidolon count starting to spike up, but there's nothing to defend them, and they have to fall back. HonMonO, everything you have is on fire, my man. Even in the natural, WW, and that is a wrap on our match as we have Neblime taking the day. Game 1 goes the way of our Protoss. We're going to have to find what's around the corner here. Battle Spectre coming up next. And Neblime's going to need to take a moment to double check himself. You know, he almost may have wrecked himself there, but I'm sure he was fully confident in the match. It wasn't a big deal. Wasn't a big deal. It's a pretty impressive set of plays from our Protoss, but I will point out, HonMonO kept steady even with a disadvantaged build. And I think that is worthy of some applause. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for match number 2 between these two. In theory, our underdog Protoss, but is he really the underdog? Here we are, ladies and gentlemen. HonMonO's Fern Green in the top left, Neblime in the bottom right. I actually don't know this color. Vivid Orange. Vivid Orange. There you go. I figured it out. Will be some Vespene mined early on, so HonMonO looks like he'll be going for that ever-loving mech opener that we're so commonly seeing. Some frustration on his face after that first game, but obviously we got more where that came from. This is a best of 5, and it's in the upper bracket, so even should one of these players falter and go down to the lower, they'll still have another shot. Loser of this match will face off against IAMtheWHEATofGOD, the Sosij player in the lower bracket. People talking about the veracity of HonMonO's build, how good it was on Gilded Wall, and I think it was pretty good. Shambler gigantified an emote. Can you guys believe that? Since that's still too small, he just wrote Pernog Champ. He didn't actually write a message with it. It's just the symbol, dude. That's all. So Fulcrum comes out here. It's going to be a similar sort of build to the Stockade, where he builds them a little bit async from each other, but the intended lineup there is still going to be present. Oh, he bobbed and weaved. He's just going to fly the 15 HP Mason out. Hasn't quite broken the shields. Oh, man, that guy's dead. Give it to me straight, Doctor. Am I ever going to mine minerals again? Answer no. Even puts a little bit of damage on the Vulture. Not really that significant. 2-gate, Drac, with some Legionnaires as the follow-up. And a third Fulcrum immediately put down after that successful worker harassment there from Neblime. So this could turn into a Vulture all-in. In fact, I would kind of sniff that out, judging by no further Vespene being harvested, right? Wasn't super clean. You know, he had 3 extra trips that could have been 15 more minerals. But at the end of the day, it's all right. He's... he might not be aware that this is the cross-spawn map. Yeah, I'm guessing he isn't, since he's scouting out the top right. Unless he thinks that there's another, pocketed unit or something. But simpler idea is that he doesn't realize this is cross positions. Gonna go after this the same way he went after Sziky in the group stage, where they just had an overwhelming number of vultures. How soon does Neblime put the pieces together? His lattice is clearly going to be present for the Vassal to force some kind of anti-air. See the vulture kind of jockeying for position, seeing if he can get some control out. But I like that he's pocketing the vultures, right? He's got the mines out here in case there's a walk across, and the vultures are just going to be hanging back while that other one went for a scout. Didn't see anything too suspicious. And it's not actually Vassal, it's Manifold. So I think maybe Neblime's cognizant of a potential Goliath push, but that's not really HonMonO's style. That's more of a Kutyam special that qualified him into Acropolis. This one Mason down below the third Fulcrum could get back to mining, but isn't currently, and it is indeed going to be a Vulture committal. Now, these are the kind of build orders that you, especially, particularly as the game designer, if I could say so, you don't always want that to be what you're doing. You don't always want that to be what finds victory on the day. But yeah, it is something that can happen. You can get caught off guard by it. We'll have to come down to the micro, I think, because the composition isn't superb against the Mass Vulture. And this is something to keep Protoss players honest in the game, where, Neblime not sitting here doing much scouting. His Witness will come out to play anti-mine, but he has no idea how many Vultures are actually on the field. Already 13 and counting, with more in production all the time. Masonry continues to scale up. Neblime only up that one worker from the kill that he did earlier. And, it's not a complete worker either. It's like a partial one. But yeah, the first Witness is going to come live. The Legionnaire moving off to the side. The Vulture's now pivoting down to the 6 o'clock, and it looks like they'll be jockeying for some attack. Now, this could come at a pretty poor timing for Neblime, but I think his Witness will spot it before it actually comes in. A little bit of reaction time can go a long way, as some mines are going to be laid at the front gates. Zealot already dropped its shields. We got plenty of Vultures here. This should tell Neblime everything he needs to know about the build, but he's getting almost one salvoed on his Dracodons, and that's a nice little stun onto the Manifold. Not too bad. But I think, honestly, Neblime's cooked here, man. There's so many Vultures, and we should have some more coming pretty soon. Finally, the Legionnaire returning from before. Maybe a poor micro decision there from HonMonO to not actually focus down any individual units. No offensive mines laid either. Something to be desired. He's got a Ministry coming as his Vultures are getting heckled. That really feels like it should have been enough to overwhelm Neblime's forces. So HonMonO is going to be kicking himself for letting his vultures pick their own targets. The Nexus is going to come down, but only just barely. Not something you can really kill with this position. He's going to go for the mine lay and see what he can do. But you can see what Neblime is doing on the other side. He's just moving across the map, and he's going to do his best to clear this position. The Zealot is easily going to falter, but there's more units where that came from for our Protoss, and only a few vultures, some Cyclops being made. There's just not enough here to hold against all of this. He's going to have to recall those 2 wounded vultures, get them into a position where he can try to hold. It was a good gambit. Ministry on location, too. That means that he's going to pounce on that as an opportunity. Cyclops coming out. Some vultures coming in for a little drive-by there. All they do is split a sim at 1 HP, a classic move. More Cyclops being made. I guess HonMonO could try to play this the way that Kutyan played versus Hamster that one time, where he had just an ocean of Cyclops and did the stutter stepping well. He waits till the last moment, or one of the last moments, to cancel that Ministry. Of course, Neblime, his Nexus is late, so it's not the end of the world that there's no extra base for the Terran, but what will be the end of the world is if the Zealot allows the Cyclops to get stormed onto by the rest of the army. And indeed, it's taking a hell of a lot of effort to properly deal damage to this Protoss force. There's just way too much out here for Neblime. And I think we're going to Game 3 earlier than we thought, ladies and gentlemen. Ministry was restarted. We got more Cyclops popping soon. And a lot of money in the bank for HonMonO, but not a lot of Vespene during this whole ordeal. Great splits from Neblime so that the Cyclops splash damage is mitigated. Some of his units getting hooked on the Fulcrum, so that's actually really good for HonMonO's staying power. But these are very healthy Protoss units off to the side. Even that one Dracodon absorbing a lot of pressure as more Cyclops are coming up here. Good correction on the rally, but there's so many more. Yeah, he needed to pull these Masons a long time ago, but it's dangerous to do that when you got Cyclops on the other side. Going to repair the Fulcrum. Mass repair, in fact, the Fulcrum, and this one Drac off to the side on Micro will finally go down a little bit easier. Neblime's sitting pretty at a 10-worker lead despite all of this. He's gotten himself into a great position. The Cyclops will help deal with those units finally, as multiple Dracodons are on the precipice of death. But look at what it's cost him, right? Unless he puts down a third Ministry and plays for a real long recovery. He's not even out of the woods yet. Going to go for repairs. As more and more Cyclops are made. From one monocomp to another. Prostration stage starting behind this. Pariahs would screw these Cyclops up. Real mess them up for sure. Witness spies the Ministry actually lifting off, so I really don't see a way out for HonMonO. I thought his Vulture play was going to be more than enough. He just didn't target down the right units in the middle of that fight, and now look at him. Vagrant charging forward to absorb the shots. A good tactic, no doubt. I guess that's what the Rogue Gallery was for, as well as cheap Tier 3 access. Dracodons are getting real wounded here, and again, the Ministry is soaking up a lot of damage. Some Vultures have been made to try to swing out for front line, and I think that's a good move as well. Another Vagrant gets sent to its second life, and even a Scribe sent across for good measure. Proxy Bulwark, okay, he wants to try to finish the game here. There's an element of relentlessness to HonMonO where he just refuses to die, but eventually he runs out of oxygen. He's throwing wild punches here. Oh, he almost ended up splashing all his Masons as well. Still no scaling of his production. We've got a pylon in his base, in his face. I don't think HonMonO can make this happen here. There's so many Dracodons, and the Bulwark is here to restore shields as well. We got Wardens warping in, a 35-second timer on whether this base holds or not. And I have a feeling this is going to be a real rough go of it for HonMonO. Another WW as Neblime posts again. All right, Game 3 now on the trot. It's Macroglia, and HonMonO struggling against the Protoss menace. Do or die. HonMonO needs to reverse sweep, or at the very least, post a dub, just so that he can make something happen here. Before Neblime joined, he did say, ready, OP race. So I appreciate that. Yeah, that's. I know how you feel, man. A lot of players say nerf toss. Jekalansky is Neblime's biggest fan, and I'm a big fan as well. But I'm also a fan of HonMonO, so this one's starting to sting. But HonMonO is down, but not out. Ladies and gentlemen, the Fern Green Terran of HonMonO in the top right. Neblime in the bottom left is our Palatinate Blue Protoss. And I do appreciate that Neblime said GLHF and HonMonO said okay. It's going to be a lattice opener for Neblime, wants to mix it up. Feels like HonMonO might actually have the adaptation. It will be mech again for our Terran. WW is GG on Korean keyboard, by the way. Of course, of course. Thank you, Krankendow, for the Korean insight, the Gosu insight. Unfortunately, he doesn't actually know Hangul, so we can't ask him to translate. But that's okay. That's all right. It's kind of interesting because, of course, Jekalansky and Neblime share a rough time zone, rough availability. Living in the same region. But you'd say the same about HonMonO, right? There's no solidarity there, though. Jack has a favorite. I said HonMonO comes into this looking like by seeding the favorite, but definitely stylistically, Neblime should be able to absorb a lot of the shenanigans that can be had in this sort of match. And with this 2 Fulcrum opener yet again, at the very least, with Neblime going lattice, the kind of pressure you go up against isn't really that big of a deal. I wonder if Neblime's opening lattice Vassal just to force the Vulture all-in to not happen again. That heavy committal with the early push might have been scary for him, genuinely. Of course, I thought it was scarier than it even ended up being, but, you know, we'll have to go back and check the math. It might have been that the Vulture count just wasn't as menacing as it ended up being. So Watchdog immediately. HonMonO not playing around. It doesn't take very long for that bad puppy to make. So in theory, this Fulcrum will finish, and there won't be that much of a problem. He can just continue to make the Vultures. You know, the Watchdog costs the same as 1 Vulture. And, oh, Neblime's flying a little too close to the sun there. Yeah, he has to get out of dodge. He was very close to losing the Vassal. Lays a mine at the natural and gets the Vulture in to see what's going on. The Scribe's already starting to lose some mining time. I love that he baits out the drill. Real good play from HonMonO there. He can drop a mine somewhere, maybe see if he can stun some of the workers. And instead, he'll end up living with a little bit of health as this Vulture ends up getting heckled by Vassals. It's a grim end to the biker. 1 Goliath has been made, a second one on the way, so yeah, maybe that could be something different. Lays the last mine. Sort of in the line of the path of these units. Yeah, the Draconin will trigger it for sure. Okay, down goes 1 Vassal. That's already a win in favor of the Terran in theory, right? But the Sims are coming. Are these guys split? No, these are just fully prefabricated, shall we say. There's no hull damage to them. Some good mines being laid. Just when Neblime thinks he's got the mines. Yeah, look at that. Now, all of a sudden, HonMonO animates forward. A Vulture coming in with a flank. Obviously didn't have a lot of health, but it helped focus down the Sim. And the Vassal should just go down here pretty easily. It'll speed up some of the combat units here for a short time, because that's what it does when it dies. Sim Micro, pretty good here for Neblime, obviously, but, I mean, they're just tickling the Goliath. The problem is they can get to a really heavy number really quickly, and so more Goliaths are going to be needed. It's a Goliath bottle comp now from HonMonO as he puts down a mine. Every time the Sim actually starts to split, of course it does take hull damage in order to proc that effect, and so they are pretty brittle, and they will be brought down here very soon. Or so you would think. Yeah, there's the focus fire coming out from HonMonO. He realizes the mechanic in real time. I don't think he's actually had to deal with this before. Draconin count obviously low because the gateway count is low itself. Nothing in production for Han as he wants to get his ministry up and running. And he is just forcing the issue with these Goliaths. Vultures to pursue afterwards. This is actually really good. Upsets the timing of the kite back. So down will a Dracodon go. Doesn't have that many units, right? He's adding 2 more gateways now because he focused on getting his expansion done. The Zealot's going to be a godsend here. And if he can get more sim splits, that'll be even better as well. He's just trying to stall things out as another Manifold comes out, but mine comes down. Vulture did all it could right now. Oh dear. Well, we've seen this movie before, but is this actually just an easy committal? Is that a bait? That Dracodon almost going down. Down will go the sim. Trying to focus down the individual units. The Manifold boosting armor pin, and I'm not sure that HonMonO is too aware of that. Workers gate. Okay, good move from Neblime to clear the mine with the scribes. More vultures coming down as well, though. And this Goliath could get microed backwards, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen. Down will go the last of the simulacra. Manifolds should be easy pecking, easy prey for the vultures. One of the Dracodons is very wounded, remember. What's the push coming? It's more vultures. These Goliaths a precious resource. Adding more fulcrums where that came from. Just continuing to rally vultures out. The ministry is done, but not making workers. A lot of workers have gone down, but Neblime has used them tactically. He's going to send a couple more out, and it looks like HonMonO's abating on the push. He's definitely applied some counter pressure as he sends some Masons down. Maybe wants to repair those expensive Goliaths. Well, Scribe ends up walking forward to clear some mines. Yeah, in theory, HonMonO can get back up to an even worker lead, or even worker set, but he knows that his early aggression was held, and so he's going to fall back. There was a chance for him to keep on the pressure. He just needed to target select a bit better, right? The Manifolds are staying alive. That one Dracodon with 12 health has dealt an outrageous amount of damage across its lifespan, and most of it was done. Feels like after it already was heavily wounded. Palladium coming, so we're going to see Phalanx, and I think that's a solid move, but I haven't seen HonMonO be able to use them super well. You know, so we're going to have to see that one in action here. Of course, he might have to think about a Watchdog to see if there's like a counter push into Vassals or something, but clearly the Gateway recommit with an Embassy coming as well, and some anti-drop defense starting to take shape inside the mineral lines of Neblime. He does end up going for a third base. That might have been telegraphed by his Scribe movement. We'll have to see if HonMonO actually goes for any sort of intel play. And sometimes he does play a little blind, but his Vultures are going to go out on the map and give him what they've always been able to give Terran players, a little bit of intel, a little bit of information. Scribe's moving about for a scout. May think about garrisoning these neutral temples. And as he lays some mines over here, he's going to stumble upon this Nexus. You don't always want to just stand here and fight, but it is forcing the army movement from Neblime to be a little bit more favorable for HonMonO, as he's buying time for his 3 Phalanxes to come alive. So he's going to stay here until he scouts some military, of course. Scribe does rock up, and maybe he's going to think about, okay, pylon blocking some of these bases. It's a cute move when you know that HonMonO is a fan of lifting the ministry and migrating it down to other places, but he might just go for a 3 o'clock. Phalanxes have started to trickle out. Ardent Authority coming. Not super favored. What you usually want against Phalanxes are Architects and a whole lot of frontline, but now the Vulture's pivoting off. Maybe they can go for a run-by. Confirming where the army is would be a valuable resource in and of itself. I'm going to come in here and maybe just snipe one Scribe. Yeah, the Matrix doesn't do a lot for you versus 3 or more Vultures because their shots are just really good, so some mines get cleared on the other side. He kills a couple of workers here, not super significant. But those Vultures did a lot for him, right? They ran this ground army around a whole bunch of times. Scrapyard finishes up. We're going to get Blackjacks in conjunction with these Phalanx. Acestus has been put down as well, and so absolutely going to have some value here. Confirming nothing at any of these bases. Nobody is packed up here. None of the Phalanxes are deployed. I like the Cestus for detection, but it's in an awkward position, actually, since the cliff blocks vision across. So if there is a witness somewhere, it could just hide. Kind of a cute little feature as 3 more Fulcrums get put down. He's going to add Blackjacks as the sort of meat and potatoes, the chaff, if you will. But the damage is going to come from something else entirely. It's going to come from the Phalanx in deployed. The mines announce the position. The Cestus is going to land. That's going to kill the witness unless it moves out of dodge. Oh yeah, he's going to snipe. He snipes one witness. Of course, there's another one there that was actually in a position. And this pylon will be short-lived as the third base is going to come on down. Of course, it's had plenty of time to saturate over here. He might not have a lot of mineral harvesters, but he's fully saturated the gas, and that's really what the Protoss is going to be starved for in the composition that prioritizes unitary unions here. There's a little bit of an arming time on this comp before Neblime can get up to a good number, but his Gateway army is going to be enough to keep HonMonO on his side of the map, it feels like. The Terran lifting his ministry reflexively, allowing his army to get into a slightly better position, and maybe feigning a fallback before the Phalanxes deploy. So if HonMonO wants to play a little more turtley, Blackjack Goliath is actually okay versus the Dracodons, but Neblime's stutter stepping is sublime. The Phalanxes are supposed to come in and reinforce this position so that the Dracodons can't get away for this for free. Eight Fulcrum is good production, but you need something else with that. Ant Seals are here for detection and shielding. First one already flying out, second one in production. The Cestus now liable to be sniped, or it'll be the Ant Seal that gets a little bit of pressure down to it. Down it goes. Nice there. Cestus providing some detection by itself, but a little bit out of range of the Witness. A lot of casualties on the Gateway side there, maybe more than Neblime bargained for, as he's trying to send scribes into the middle of the map where these temples are. You can return resources to them. Down goes another Witness. Phalanx is threatening a move out. He's got another deployed one up here. It's still in his control group and everything. Witness does get shown the door off to the right-hand side. Just 6 Dracodons left to stall this army out. We've got a Cantor, Zealots, but is that really much of anything? The Architect count only at 1 right now. A second warping in, a Crucible coming to try to empower things. Down will go that right side Witness, and not really a whole lot left here for Vision. Neblime has to evacuate the scribes from the middle and go for his 6 o'clock fourth. Well, HonMonO has an opportunity to piece an attack together. There's only one Cantor on this ramp, and you can just kind of run up on that with your Blackjack Ant Seal and kind of take the day. Good worker production. Another Witness being sniped, so continuing to blind Neblime, but he's savvy to the army movement, and another Witness moving to the middle means that if HonMonO tries for a last-second pivot, he'll be just fine. Those connections from the Cantors are actually pretty significant here. Phalanx is starting to deploy. This looks like a much more textbook play from HonMonO that we've come to expect from Terran players. But most of the Zealots going down, and the next salvo of Phalanx shots is going to really hamper the ranged units. He keeps some of them undeployed rather, so that they can move forward, and they can bomb down. One of the Architects almost dead already. No Dracodons remain. And the 3 Architects are not going to be sufficient, it feels like. I love the tank mode, staggered line movement here. It's a tactical move that a lot of Terrans don't do. The Scribes end up absorbing a lot of shells here, but look at that! Everything but the artillery has been destroyed. Oh, the Acantor getting bombed out, and there's reinforcements scrambling forward here. One Architect has gone down. No, actually, all the Architects have been preserved, but there's just not a whole lot here. He can undeploy the rest of those Phalanxes and just start moving forward. In Brood War, they call it the pun-pun mode. That's all he really needs if he really wants to win this game. Ant Seal's continuing to absorb a lot of the shots. He needs to step forward and deal with these Architects. But instead he focuses down the Nexus. That feels like a mistake. He could win the game by taking care of the artillery stack. Golem goes down. Very limited. Some workers ended up trying to rally up here. See if they could help out. An Architect is bombed. A lot of outsized impact on those units. And he actually reveals the 6 o'clock base, so the Blackjacks are going to clean that up. There's really nothing that you can do in this position. The Wardens will be brought to justice, it feels like. More units being sent across. A lot of pressure being exerted. HonMonO has found his stride, it feels like. Ministry for base number 4 as he shuts down not just the 3rd, the 4th as well. Neblime trying to re-expand at 9 o'clock. That will be denied any impact, it feels like. Just fighting around the one Zealot, but even if these Phalanxes aren't properly deployed in a good number, yeah, you can see there's units migrating over. The Ant Seal's found 9. A couple Phalanxes here to try to do some friendly splash. That's what the Scribes are trying to accomplish, but maybe not as good as it could have been. And down that Nexus will go. This base at 9 o'clock going to force the Architects out of position. Now, HonMonO can strike. He can move forward and take a much better position on the map, but he does need more Phalanxes. It feels like he's maybe been a little lackluster in producing those artillery units. trying to get, just get to a high count and then stick to other unit production, but they have been whittled down. We could still see an army reset. Whether it's in favor of the Protoss remains to be seen. More units coming on in. There's only one architect committed to the defense, and that will go down to the Blackjacks. Excellent moves on a multi-prong attack. He's killed 3 architects there, really heavily reducing the count. Neblime takes his fingers off the keyboard in this area for just a moment, and, well, all of a sudden, he's very heavily disfavored. Lost his extra base. He's down to 2. He can't produce that much. His workers make a migration to the middle of the map. Are the Blackjacks going to spot that on their attack move? Maybe not. The Cantors were made in desperation out of a lack of money for anything else, and one of them gets flattened immediately. Good spread on the Drakodons, and Blackjacks coming in to try to absorb some of those shots. There's a lot of architects up top, and the Phalanx count's finally starting to falter, but you're seeing the weakness of the architect when they're not protected. Blackjacks stop defending, linebackering, but yeah, I think we're going to get a couple more dead architects before long as that 9 o'clock gets reset. HonMonO very focused on trying to deal with what he can. So there's only 5 architects left, it feels like. Not really a whole lot for the Terrans to even have to mulch through. And yeah, these next set of units, I think Neblime's going to have to tap out. GG! HonMonO! He's done it! He's posted a win, and he's going to be very, very happy about that one. Now we go to Magnetron for our next round of play. That's going to be game 4. HonMonO making sure we don't get back-to-back 3-0s in the quarterfinals. A very well-played mech game. He kept his composure despite early aggression, and now Neblime's got to think, okay, well, my vassal play didn't flummox him as much as it maybe ought to have, as much as I was hoping for. And what does that mean, right? Like, does that mean that we're going the distance here? What do I do to win the series from this position? We're going to find out, because we're already ready to get into Magnetron. Our players having a good time of it so far. HonMonO happy to be on the board. Let's see what happens on another StarCraft 2 map port. Neblime in the bottom left. The Zephyr Protoss. HonMonO in the top right. The Fern Green Terran. He once again has said, okay, and he will be opening mech. Neblime's GLHF not really providing too much, not really being reciprocated anymore after the first 2 games. HonMonO decided he wanted to choose some violence. It will be a gateway from Neblime, and the Fulcrum #1 will be coming live here in a moment. Off of that Mason be made. So what are we going to get out of this game, right? Magnetron, you can try to play similar to Macroglia, but obviously the middle of the map much more open, and it's more about negative space once you hit the middle. Now I'm going to send a scribe across and see what he's going to scout. Probably try to go for that aggressive pull. You notice he didn't even really bother in the same way with the scribe. Not when he was up against the vassal play, when he was doing that. So it's going to be 2-gate. Maybe looks a little bit more like the first 2 games. Somebody asking, what is PL in chat? Because HonMonO typed it. It's the keys right next to O and K. So he just had his keys off one, his fingers off to the right by 1. That's all. 2 Folk for HonMonO. Legionnaire start. Okay, that's a little bit different. He's been going Drakodon instead. I guess he wants to try to pressure. The first Vulture already starting up, though. I think HonMonO's actually made an adaptation by going for a faster production structure because this worker scout nonsense that he's had to deal with, where it heckles his stuff. Yeah, Neblime immediately turns around as well. So he's already kind of gotten savvy to that. Whatever benefit he was getting versus other players in practice by doing these kinds of, synced up moves, maybe not what he really wanted. So he's going to lay some mines. I don't think he's going to hunt for the scribe at 12 o'clock. If he did, he would be losing some time on the move across. It's 1 Legionnaire, double Drak, and the Goliath immediately comes out, while HonMonO is going to go for some kind of low ground structure here. Okay, it's going to be an anchor. He's going to put Goliath in an anchor and try to hold off of basically a faster expansion style, I think. I believe that's what we're going to see here, because we already had the 1 Goliath, The second fulcrum was made, but it might have even... It sounds weird to say. It might have even been a bit of a bait. Or like a... Yeah, he ends up getting a worker kill there. That's very nice. It might have actually been to flummox Neblime and make him into... fool Neblime. Make him think this is actually going to be a typical 2-base aggressive push. Throwing away the Vulture is maybe a little suspect there. But how deeply are you thinking about something like that right now, you know? It is just going to be... He even queued the Vulture in the other Fulcrum, too, which, you know, I guess you could just argue is a mistake. But, yeah, he's only now is he actually using his second Fulcrum uptime. And you can see, based on his Mason position, he's clearly intending to go after some more expansion, more eco. And that's not really what Neblime is going for, right? He's getting his second embassy. He will be adding more Dracodons to the pile. So you need to kind of abate on your move there. That was a really nice move. Sniped out the scribe before it could actually kill the mine. There is an embassy coming, and a pylon over here. Okay, so he recognizes this is a turtley move. Ministry now going to come on down as more vultures are being made behind this. Oh, he's stunned in the range of the Goliath anchor, so that is actually a problem for the HP of that Drac. I'm guessing a Bulwark is going to be put down here. Yeah. If this gets broken, which I think it can, not necessarily, I don't know if easy is the right word here, but it can get broken, that's for sure. If that's the case, then you're in a kind of a tough position as Neblime. He committed a decent number of resources here. Bulwark does cost some Vespine. And what is HonMonO going to do behind it, right? He's got the Ministry already started. Currently, Neblime doesn't know if the Ministry has been started, you know, anytime recently. Witness is only nearing completion now. He's going to try to use that Bulwark to keep his shields fresh, but he's got multiple Masons repairing the anchor to deal with. So Vultures count is being stacked up here. He's also off to the side with it, which is kind of interesting. I wonder if he wants to just crash out with all those Vultures, just sort of see if he can break out in that way. Still getting some good value as he dives in over there. That's going to commit the Legionnaire. The Scribe detonates multiple mines. Actually only detonates one mine and reveals the others for a brief moment. But yeah, the Masons have enough time to repair the anchor. This has been masterful so far from HonMonO, but it's still on a knife's edge. Actually, it's on Magnetron. Dracodon count scaling up. He's got 7 with that Bulwark keeping them healthy. And another Mason was committed to the repairs, so Goliath's just trying to churn away, chip away at whatever they can. And here comes the Witness to reveal the last of the mines. That might be a run-by option, but I don't think Neblime wants to fight outside of the room there. He's going to have to go up against another Goliath here pretty soon. Mason gets focused down. Now he's away from the Bulwark. He ends up losing 2 Dracodons. No! He's not going to lose 2 Dracodons. He is going to lose 2 Dracodons. No, he's not going to lose 2 Dracodons. Why didn't he lose 2 Dracodons? Neblime, stop not losing 2 Dracodons. Okay, thank you, Neblime. I appreciate that. By the way, you can't stun units in an anchor if you couldn't tell from that little interaction. All right. Once again, the pressure continues to rise. Another Goliath is nearing completion. I guess a 4th Goliath, because the 3rd one's already done. Still no Nexus for Neblime. He's starting Artisans to try to come back economically, but is it really going to be enough? Now trying to wrap around for a better surface area. Has HonMonO actually won out in the way? He doesn't really have a good eco lead right now because so many of his workers are pushing out the other way. So Palladium coming, 3rd Fulcrum finishes. I was waiting for the scaling of the tech or the military for sure. And he needs to make sure he's on the ball with the anti-Dracodon play. So unlike in StarCraft 1, when you task a unit to repair, it's going to sit there until it takes damage, and then it'll start repairing again automatically. So that's it doesn't have auto repair like StarCraft 2. It's some sort of in-between handshake about it. So the heckling is going to continue. A Dracodon does end up going down. Finally, he's lost a 2nd Dracodon from the point that I said he should lose 2 Dracodons. The Vulture count has been heavily reduced, right? And so we're getting Goliath production and lacking out on Vulture production in a big way. The Masonry now starting to take fire. I guess the Goliaths, in theory, are going to be a little bit better at withstanding the Dracodon push. But they will be brought down in a similar way if you're not careful. So you got to watch out for that. Only 1 Mason on repairs. The 2nd one ends up coming out. I like the late-stage mines being added to the picture. Oh, man, if he only moved a little bit more to the right, that lobotomy mine would have maybe got him. There's one. It's popped, but it's on a guy who's unlikely to get punished. There we go. The right click is out. All the Masons are dead on the repair. 3 Phalanxes nearing completion. HonMonO has almost held out long enough for the Phalanxes to deliver him. The Drak's unlikely to be able to just run on by as long as you keep some of these Goliaths alive. And here we go. Salvation is at hand. The fireworks are going to start playing here in a moment. It is the 4th of July after all. And you got to cancel. You got to fall back. You might have a worker lead after all that, but you got to fall back. It was a grand library, double grand library here. More artisans being made to try to catch up into the economic department. Remember, the economy is still better for HonMonO right now because he's mining off of 2 bases more completely than Neblime is, even considering his artisans. One of them, obviously, adrift, not doing much of anything. Got a worker off to the side watching for drops, but not mining as a result. So it's a dead even game, it feels like. And he's going to go up into the same sort of style he was doing. Some vultures to filter out now. Scrapyard. Man, we're past the point where HonMonO could be eliminated. At least broken in the early game. He's gotten enough stability now. So his Ministry for base number 3 is coming. That's going to scale up more all at once for HonMonO as he rallies workers out. Starpad's going to come up pretty soon. Yeah, the Phalanx still with plenty range here to help defend from that position. 2 on the high ground as well makes a very tall order to try to break that. 3 more Phalanxes being made. Anseal coming for detection. That witness going to get bopped. By the way, when you've got detection, Neblime could click on the Starpad and see an Anseal in the queue. He could actually see that. He can see the progress bar here. He actually does wisely move the witness away because he's familiar with that kind of mechanic. So please keep in mind, guys, the Protoss army is really weak right now to the same mech style that we saw give HonMonO the victory on Macroglia. Phalanx, Blackjack, with a couple of Goliaths and Vultures for good measure. The Anseal's there for shielding and detection. Yeah, I mean, the witness flying over and seeing the development of HonMonO's eco, he's not going to be too happy with that. The Phalanx count is at 8. And remember last game we had Architects, we had a Cantors, we had the tech available for Neblime to try to break that. We don't have that anymore. That is not an option for Neblime right now. Bulwark goes down immediately. He does snap the neck of the first Anseal, but we got another one coming soon. All the front line's already gone. It was just those 2 Zealots. He's going to stagger his line, which is a good move as Cestus comes online, or gets thrown down anyway. It's going to be Argosy. I don't know that I like that because I think Goliaths can handle whatever you're going to be making there. If it's going to be a Mass Magister play again, maybe that can be competitive in the range department, but he's going to need to stagger and slow this siege. And he's not going to have eyes to do it. The witness going down. Another Anseal to join in with the flock. We got 4 more Phalanxes in production. Got plenty of Blackjacks, some Goliaths mixed in as well. Again, there's no way that HonMonO can actually know that there's an Argosy on the way. 3rd base now warping in for Neblime. He does have that eco lead starting to really kick into gear. His Crucible is empowering his Grand Libraries and his Gateways. It will empower that Argosy as well once it's done. You don't get to warp structures in faster around a Crucible, although I did consider that at one point. And there's the 3rd base landed. This is a mineral only. He can use this to magnify the amount of Blackjacks he's got. Goliaths are obviously more mineral heavy. Tanks more mineral heavy than gas. But what does he want to do from this position, right? He's got awkward lines of his own defensive setup. And one thing he doesn't have is he didn't use Vultures in this game on an aggressive standpoint to try and make a push happen or get some information and see what his opponent is doing. And this is a game of very incomplete information. The second Argosy finishes, and it's going to be Solarians. Again, you've got the ability to produce 8 Goliaths at a time. Is this the right move for Neblime to be doing? A bigger arming window and seemingly less flexible than the artillery he went for on Macroglia. Let's see if he can prove us wrong as he tries to go for a staggered engagement here. All the frontline units just going to be routed immediately. No Strider casualties. He has picked a couple Blackjacks and a Goliath. HonMonO's attack being slowed as it arcs down south. Anseal's just absorbing a lot of this pressure. I like the staggered line. Oh, that's a lot of splash damage onto those Striders. Immediately, he ends up unsieging, and some units getting a little flummoxed over here on the right-hand side. Has Neblime bitten off more than he can chew. Argosy number 2 is finishing. Solarian number 1 has warped in and flies over the third base. We will have a bit of a flyover here as Atriuses are trying to do what they can. Only 2 Phalanxes have gone down so far. Blackjacks have pushed a Scribe away, but not canceled the base. The Draconin and the Tensender will keep vision and maybe slow some reinforcements. We still don't know. We don't have visual confirmation. Do we? HonMonO, he's going to see the Solarian. And immediately he tries to focus it down with the Blackjacks, of course, but he knows what he needs to do. Cancel all tank production. Start the Goliaths. He got a couple in the queues there, but he has fielded a bunch of Blackjacks in the meanwhile. And he kind of confirms his opponent is only on the 3 bases, right? He didn't end up killing that Scribe, so the 4th will start. Whether it's significant or not, it's not yet sure. Not yet certain. Leaving the Blackjacks behind while the more expensive units return home is actually a really nice move, in my opinion. Anseal's flying way past the Witness to potentially deal with them. And the Blackjacks just kind of canvassing around, seeing what they can do. They're not as good as Vultures for run-bys, but, you know, they're still a nuisance that you do have to take seriously. They can cancel undefended bases and even try to play against some of the static defense that you can sometimes see. So the longer this game goes on, the more significant that Scribe miss at 9 o'clock is going to be in favor of Neblime. Trade down those Blackjacks. It clears a couple Zealots. Not really that big of a deal. But not a huge loss. They're 50 minerals a pop. Very, very cheap. You know, you're talking 800 minerals for 16 Blackjacks, right? And I think that's how many there were there. Witness being pushed away. Zealot and Draconin watching some of these other bases, trying to see where the tech development and eco development is for HonMonO. Solarian count starting to get respectable, right? We got 2, and we have a 3rd one just finishing, a 4th in the queue. Do we have any others mixed in with the army? Yeah, we have 2 more, actually. So we are up to 5 Solarians. Goliath count, not very respectable. Only 5. And he's going to rely on Blackjacks just killing the stewards, which might be a legit move. Ministry for base number 5 has also started. And we do have a Fulcrum being added. It's going to be a dozen of them. I think he's finally churning through his Blackjack count so that he can get up to his Goliaths. He really needs to as well. The Solarians getting ready to move off to the right-hand side. Well, the NCL's continuing to provide cover for the Blackjacks, but the Solarian strike at the mineral only. This is going to force a correction from HonMonO. The Blackjacks are already in a position to maybe start killing some of those Solarian stewards, the interceptors. It's got so many of them sighted. Problem really is that the Solarians, they struggle to deal with mass numbers of units as much as you would maybe want them to. And the steward count is going to get reduced. Now, unlike in StarCraft 1, they don't cost resources to rearm the stewards, but it does take time. And you can't keep your army grounded forever. You need some kind of reaction. You need some kind of response to this. The Solarian count's only going to get more intense anyway, so. His ground army, obviously, can't quite fly, can't quite levitate. What's he going to do? How's he going to split his force? Echo and the Witness pushing the Solarians back. We've got 3 more back at home. And we have a Xenolith for recall in a state of emergency if those Solarians get caught by the mech army. 12 o'clock, heckled by a Draconin. He can send a couple of units off to the side to clear that. That's not that big of a deal. As he continues to push forward, Solarians are out in the middle of the map. They are with the ground army, but that ground army may as well not exist for all intents and purposes as the stewards continue to get mulched. The Blackjack count way too high. A couple Phalanxes deploying in case there's a recommittal. A little bit of splash damage, salvo down. Not that big of a deal as the Blackjacks continue to parry the stewards very effectively. I've never seen this kind of counter, but he's just massing up enough units to deal with the stewards. He's not even targeting the 7 Solarians. You might as well not have anything. The steward count's too low to affect change. But is there more? Oh, yeah. Well, there's a lot more. A lot of Goliaths have been made. We're getting Blackjacks out the wazoo. Anseal's still flying around trying to make sure that they protect some units and absorb some shots from those Atriuses. An effective counter for sure, as they just body block those. The ground army has been whittled down. The Goliaths, they're starting to get numerous enough that I think you could probably just send a bunch of units to quash some of these underlying bases. Rinse and repeat from Macroglia, as HonMonO is threatening. Now, the steward count is starting to rise, right? You know, the Solarians are continuing to remake them, but yeah, they just can't get them all out of the chamber, man. They're getting gunned down immediately. He didn't even kill a blackjack with that last one, and these zealots are walking to their doom. The army's too big for the ramps, though, that's for sure. This ministry ends up getting heckled by a zealot. Yeah, HonMonO didn't spare the brain cells there to deal with that. His APM focused entirely on what's going on over here. Now, the Solarians are engaging at the perfect opportunity with the rest of the ground army. It's just not even close to enough, guys. The blackjack count, the Goliath count, we've never seen a counter to Solarians that looks quite like this. And HitEmUp's prediction might have to come true. I think we're going to game 5. Neblime has finished his prostration stage, and he's focused on using Archons, which might work for the Storm and area denial if HonMonO can even see it. But now his bases are going to get bisected, and if HonMonO gets on top of the Protoss production in a world where there's no other structures anywhere on the map for the Protoss, let's see what happens. The NCO's scurrying back to see what they can do. We'll keep these Archons selected so we can keep their health in mind, but that's one Storm that's barely effective, and the other one, well, it's not gonna happen either, I don't think. There is no more Stewards, and there's hardly any other combat units. The Storm is gonna do more damage to the Protoss than it is to the Terran. The blackjack count out of this world. 125 combat units for HonMonO, and the Protoss, the Golden Armada, you can call them that if you want, but right now they're looking pretty bronze, rusted, and broken. Neblime, oh my god, dude. You're going into game 5 with not a whole lot of understanding. How did this one go down? Can you adapt in the 11th hour? Artisan's even spotted in the bottom right for a moment. His third base shellacked. The Stewards trying to do their best work. The blackjack count was busy over elsewhere, so they can try to pick apart some of these phalanx. But he's not even making ground units. He's barely got any. He's got so many Solarians, but he can't possibly do anything, and now the fork comes out. Now he clears out the 6 o'clock. His nexuses are dead in the natural in the 3rd, and we've got 9 o'clock under duress. A small little mech army, but there's more where that came from for sure. As HonMonO knows he can just stand and fight the Solarians. They're interceptors, they're Stewards. Well, they're getting a critical mass now, perhaps, but the blackjack count is still so stupendous, man. Yeah, I think that's it. Neblime, can you believe what has happened to you, sir? Can you believe that you're going to game 5? He's been holding on for hope in utter disbelief, trying his absolute best to focus down the right targets, but his 9 o'clock is broken, and his upper left area is likely to be discovered next. He's forcing HonMonO back. He's forcing him to consider sieging those phalanx. Has he found the right number? 16 Solarians. They were reproducing the Stewards at a good number for sure. And it looks like he might have broken with the moment, but there's so much more eco for HonMonO. 6 o'clock never got found. I suppose it'll be found now, and that'll be really rough. Neblime's going to have to pinch his units off as Solarian's flying over to try to clear out the top left and defend. Scribes are going to get caught, though. This is brutal. A couple of them going down. And the units turn around. They see the Solarians elsewhere. HonMonO's game sense definitely working in favor of the Terran right now. You can't put your Solarian stack everywhere at once. And he even lost one. That's the first Solarian casualty of the game. HonMonO resetting sets his sights on the base in the 6 o'clock, it looks like. Solarians are the flying fortress. All of the expansions, does it even matter? He needs a lot more Goliaths, and he needs to just trade them down, right-clicking those Solarians, making it so that there is no further hope. His ground army here can still deal with Neblime's forces. There's no Uptectons out or anything. It's just the Archons and the Patriarch that represent the Tier 4. Now he's trying to mass up Goliaths off to the side, which makes a lot of sense because he knows that's where the Solarians are. Now Neblime going for his own two-pronged assault. I was so sure we were going out of here. I was so sure we should have been on to game 5 already. Quasar Quartet is supposed to be where we go next. But maybe we just go to interviews. Hold on. Can Neblime hold out at 6 o'clock? He's got Solarians resetting. The Archon's not really able to connect into anything of the vital targets, and 6 o'clock will go down. Is He's lost a couple more Solarians up top. Goliaths need to reset. He's got Blackjacks coming down to 6, and he can just kill the Nexus from here. He doesn't even need to engage with the Static D. That's actually really big. That's a big moment. Workers transferring over to that base as his ground army's beaten back. The Solarians ball up. 14 of them. There's a bunch of anti-air waiting at the third. HonMonO can go for the jugular. He can even go for elimination. Ground army tried to cycle up there, but there's nothing to defend at home. Are the Solarians going to have to recall? There's no Zenolith to do so. He does clear the last Anseal at the very least, but does that even matter right now? I suppose it's one less target. The Blackjacks are going to continue clearing all these stewards before they can really get out of the chambers. Solarians continuing to aggress, but look, now the Blackjacks have been reset. I think HonMonO's figured it out. The stewards are done. There's nothing left there, and he's even going to lose some Solarians for his trouble. Neblime focusing his efforts back at home, but he loses his natural Nexus, and the third is likely to fall next. HonMonO hasn't been able to develop his economy any further, however. Worth noting that Neblime's instincts to continuously make a Nexus, even down here in the bottom left, defended by his natural, his static defense. That is something. That is definitely something. This garrison here from HonMonO. But he is going to clear the mineral only, and the workers are returning resources to it. That's a lot of the economy that Neblime might otherwise have. Oh my god. You don't like to be a scribe. Not in Neblime's army, that's for sure. And the army stands tall. 13 Solarians. Trying to reset. It's sort of like a uber version of flash shielding. The stewards replenishing for free, but... I mean, yeah, it feels like now the army's starting to move out. Few ground units left are going to get collapsed upon here. The Solarians trying to ambulate forwards. But there's plenty of Blackjacks, man. HonMonO making 6 Goliaths a pop. Obviously, his eco has been strained quite a bit. His ground army can't quite force the issue. All the grounds of Neblime is gone. He's refusing to relent. He does not want to lose this game and go to game 5. He really wants to prove HitEmUp wrong. And HonMonO, he's doing the opposite of what has been giving him success so far. He wants to try to commit all of his forces onto those Solarians and see if he can finish the job that way. But you just can't reach them. The negative airspace feels like it's too powerful. Is that true? Is Neblime actually gated and surrounded? If he loses these Solarians, surely that's a wrap. He's trying to fall back as much as he can. The stewards have been heckled so heavily. Now he's going to try to fly over to the mineral only. Is it going to be enough? The Goliaths and the Blackjacks just trying their best to wreak utter havoc. The Cesta's helping a lot with the extra armor. And he's even sent more units up to 12 o'clock. Hold on! Can Neblime survive with his Solarians? Neblime! You need to keep your Uber Air army alive or this one is a wrap. And now the army needs to cycle back. This is the weakness of the ground versus all of the flexibility that the air units provide, and there's hemorrhaging on both sides, but more Goliaths are being made for that range. He's got only 3 Solarians behind this, such as his eco, and he is going to lose another one if he's not so careful. He tries to ball back up. Oh man, the units are actually decolliding over here. Then they probably have been for some time as well, hindering the DPS for sure. Goliaths want to target the Solarian. Blackjacks want to target the stewards. It's a bit of a mix. There's so many Goliaths on this side that you can't move back. You have to stay forward. You have to push forward here for Neblime, but he's been boxed in. He has been absolutely boxed in, and Blackjacks are animating over to this, one of the last actual mining bases for Neblime. They might be able to finish the job over there. He's spared enough production to do so. And now these Solarians coming up, there's 4 of them, but they can be pounced upon immediately. Yes, he uses the opportunity, sniping out some more of these Solarians. Every Terran player, their worst nightmare. It might be over. And the stewards at the bottom, they're all wiped. There's no more power. There's no more opportunity. An unbelievable scene, 27 minutes in the making. But there's no way Neblime comes back from this position. He's down to 5 Solarians up top and only 4 down here, many of them heavily bruised. I think you gotta tap out in this situation, man. He's doing the best he can, but the best is not enough. GG! Game 5 queued up! An outrageous turn of events. I'd say take a breath and take a bow, but we're not done yet. HonMonO Neblime continues for one more game. And I am here for it, guys. We get a game 5 after all. HitEmUp did call it in the chat. He said as much. Hot tamale, ladies and gentlemen. It's time. We've been here before in other series, but we've never been here. Not for Neblime, not for HonMonO. Game 5.
We are Legion!
Oh, HonMonO. HonMonO has been absent for the first 10 seconds. It's a 10-second handicap in Game 5. I gave him the warning, and of course the countdown plays in the lobby, but he had to send a message of importance. Is it important enough in the 5th game? He's in the bottom right as Fern Green. Neblime in the top left as Dark Green. Protoss versus Terran continues. Cross pawns. Cross positions. And yeah, I'm inclined to agree with Neutschert in the chat. If Neblime wins, it's because HonMonO was typing for 10 seconds. All right. It's time to crack open the second caffeine of the day because we're going to need it, ladies and gentlemen. The fulcrum comes out. Scribe obviously going to scout bottom left first. This is HonMonO's decider. He picked game 5. He has the higher seed. And I honestly, am I alone? Am I alone in feeling this way? Is it not true that HonMonO is a scary competitor after all? I mean, Neblime didn't believe he was going to lose 2 games in the set. He might not win the set. Even with a 10-second handicap, we got that cross spawn kind of softening the blow. And HonMonO has easy decisions, easy composition changes that he can do to fix things in his favor in this matchup in the future. I don't know, man. I think he's really scary. Frankendow told me versus Zerg, he was coming in and he would be pretty scary. He ended up getting out first. He was the 2nd seed. I gave Sziky more faith, but HonMonO had the power, that's for sure. First Vulture comes out and it will clear the Scribe. No way for Neblime to get out of dodge there. You can see HonMonO just trying to make sure he doesn't end up losing the too much HP to that pesky Scribe. He's going to lay some mines. And the Goliath is the follow-up. Second Fulcrum here. Is he going to go for a Goliath after that? No, it'll be a Vulture. And his Mason will move out to the front to try to build an anchor again. Confirming nothing top right. Doesn't look like it ran into the Drakodon. Or maybe they just flew past each other. Either way, Neblime now cycling back. Maybe some nerves here for our players. I've noticed Neblime has been scooting more to the left. Or I guess it's probably his right. I mean, everything's upside down in Australia, so it does feel like he's been having a moment here with the camera, and I'm gonna have to fix that in a moment. Not gonna get a worker kill this time around, but HonMonO does force some moves back, and he sees the embassy very quickly. That's a much more committed sort of push here for the early witness. He's gonna load up the Anchor Goliath and see if he can get something in response here, but obviously the mines are not going to be nearly as powerful. He does sneak another Vulture out. I mean, obviously the units are going to be wrapping around and moving across the map, but the Drakodon count is actually waylaid in favor of an Artisan and a Nexus, and an earlier 4th Goliath, in fact, lays down a mine at the 9 o'clock. And the Witness is obviously revealing where the mines are, means that the Drakodon count is going to be managed. And he's just going to, once again, rinse and repeat, go back to it. I like that the Goliath is here to make the targeting a little bit worse here for Neblime, right? He actually ended up losing a lot of HP on that right side Drak because he's trying to also micro the left side one. Masons get pulled, but not necessary. Here comes the Vulture. It can definitely get some value. I would lay some mines over here for sure. Or he has 1 mine left, but he's just going to focus down another worker. Oh. Yeah, he tried to get the mine down. It's not going to do much then, but that's okay. Goliath walk out at the same time? No, I guess they were pulled by aggro, actually. Yeah, knowing when a battle is already resolved, Neblime's really good at that. He's really good at just being like, yeah, okay, you're not going to actually really do much to me. Mine on the bridge there. I'm going to get taken care of. All right, guys. Neblime. We got to talk. Fix your camera, dude. That's not perfect, but it's good enough. We're doing it live, boys. No repair on the Goliath here. I actually, what I would like to see him do, believe it or not, is unload the healthy Goliaths from the anchor and pop in the wounded one. Nice. First pick there. Goes nicely. Trades 1 Mason for a Drac. You're going to take that trade as Terran for sure. 2 more Dracs coming. Palladium already halfway complete, but he's only got 1 active Fulcrum. A third one goes down, so that'll be 2 once it's done. But he's doing this a little bit faster on the tech pace, and it is a bit of a gamble. I mean, his opponent does have a Nexus, so it does make some sense. Oh, losing another Draken in there from Neblime. Maybe a little bit of a mistake for sure. I think you need to send a couple more Masons here to garrison this, though, especially with the Witness watching. Obviously, no extra move, but a fast third base might be in the cards for our Protoss, as the third gateway is put down. Needs to send a couple more Masons here for the repairs. But he's mining. He's mining. He's doing his thing. 2 Phalanx is already on the way. So the hold is basically complete. Just about needs to have the finishing touches put on it. Going after the Masons. He gets a little bit lucky there with the Goliaths targeting different Dracs, but only gets 1. Honestly, killing 2 Masons total this whole time, as far as I know, has been the case, is actually really good here for Neblime, or for HonMonO, rather. He's only lost 2 of those. Neblime goes for the third base, so he's still got play. It's not like one player is super ahead in any capacity or anything. I'm guessing we're going to get the Cestus up here with the Starped. That's been HonMonO's play in Macroglia, now also on Magnetron. We got a Quasar Quartet. Can HonMonO win on a map that doesn't start with M? Yeah, Fulcrum's 3, 4, and 5, or I guess 5, 6, and 7. Wait, no. I skipped numbers. Fuck. You guys know what I mean. We're going up to 6 Fulc. And he's got 3 already. You do the numbers. You do the math. Gateway Crucible? No tier 2 just yet for Neblime. He's focusing instead on getting that Nexus. Last time I saw him play on Quasar Quartet, he did something similar. He went for a heavier committal on going after stuff like this, where he was much more focused on early, tier 1 units, but increased frequency and getting a faster third. That was PvZ, though. This is a little bit of a different story. HonMonO's so scary. Anseal already on the way. I mean, it feels like Neblime hasn't been able to frustrate the scaling at all. And even though he has a worker lead, and he'll have a worker lead with this Nexus finishing up here at the third base, that hasn't really helped him. That has not helped him yet. In the games where HonMonO has won, and this is following a similar blueprint. However, there are more gateway units present than there were before. The ground army obviously a little bit stronger. He didn't go straight into the Argosy. Ardent Authority now coming up at a more reasonable 7-minute tier 2 timing. Maybe a little bit slow even, you would say, for Protoss, as they scale through their tech tree at a different rate than the others. Scrapyard very quickly. He actually only made 4 Phalanxes, okay, and he's adding the 2 Fulcrums after. He's scaling his production, and he's focusing a bit more on the Blackjacks, which I actually think is a really good move. He's now hunting for witnesses with the Anseal and the Goliath. This is high-level stuff. There's no witness to be found inside his base. Sometimes it can be tricky to spot, but Ministry for base number 3 coming up. Cestus now in the front. I mean, Neblime's got his work cut out for him, that's for sure. He's adding idols to maybe deal with Blackjacks better, but I'm not so sure that they will. Second Ardent, empowered by the Crucible as well. I think he might be going a Cantor here. That seems correct from what I'm seeing. Like, I can't really imagine it's much else. And the low Phalanx count could mean that the Cantors have a worse time of it. Anchor and Cestus are going to push out here. Something Neblime is all too keen on observing. His witness flying further back. Blackjack count here. The Goliath's recentralizing. Got 3 Phalanx coming up behind this. And that's a pretty good move forward here. The Anchor even lifting off afterwards to get a little bit more value. Ministry will be finished in the next 20 seconds or so. The first Cantor is indeed on the way. What's he going to do with all the money he's got in the bank? Is he going prostration here for tier 3? Argosy again! He's doubling down! Is it even going to be Solarian, though? There's a couple other units you could make. Third base, HonMonO scaling up. Phalanx, Blackjack. No scouting, no information. He has the mine at 9 o'clock, but the artisans are given a little bit extra value here for Neblime. So even with this third base trying to equalize things, decided economic advantage for the Protoss as he expands ahead at 12 as well. Now in Cosmonarchy, it's not like Starcraft 1 where you can just say, oh, the Protoss he has to go one base above the Terran. We haven't solved it out to that same degree. We don't know that for a fact in Cosmonarchy, the same way that Starcraft 1 is obviously a bit more rote, a bit more solved in that equation. Anseal might see this witness. I don't think it will. Stuff stops just out of range. Obviously, the Watchdog had the range to attack it if it went in any further. And here it goes, a Cantor drop coming up. There's Blackjack's easy to pivot away. HonMonO. First shot goes awry from that Cantor. He does end up sniping forward here, and he'll get 2 more Masons with it. 4 Masons isn't really the end of the world. We have a jet flying over because America, dude. Happy America Day. Double a Cantor, syncing up in the Envoy. The Cantors are going to bomb out on these Phalanxes. No deployments just yet in the back line there. He's just trying to take the fights directly. You need to scoop these up before the mortars start to hit it. And there goes one of the Cantors. Ironically, not towards the mortars at all. Oh, another one gets snapped by the Goliaths. And he keeps most of the Phalanxes alive. Our jet flyover's over, so at the very least I can focus a bit more on casting. Sorry about that, guys. The first Solarian is about to hit the field. It is empowered by the Crucible, but there's only one Argosy this time. And sure, you might have an economic edge, but you're spending a lot of it on stuff that's already proven to be something HonMonO can deal with. He wants to do something differently with it. The Anseal's protecting the Phalanxes. Oh, they're going to bomb a lot on their own selves. And down go the Cantors after the first shellacking. But they're all dead. There's actually 2 more in those Envoys, believe it or not. And there's a third one on the high ground. But it doesn't really look like the army's been reduced too heavily here for HonMonO. He can reinforce with more Goliaths. Phalanx count has been dipping a little bit. He's starting to... well, he's going to have 6 more pretty soon. Triple a Cantor. The first Solarian here. Second one lining up with it. It's 7 more Phalanxes being made. HonMonO indexing heavily into anti-ground. He'll change that tune very quickly, but the Goliath count and the Blackjack count is still high enough that these small numbers of Solarians can be held. Obviously, the Blackjack's going to be managed by the Cantors, that's for sure. Oh, but the Solarians fly into view, and HonMonO, he's going to see what's going on here now. He needs to make sure that he uses those Phalanxes against the right targets, but the Cantors keep getting scooped back up. Front line's going to be gone pretty soon. The Blackjack's falling back. The Anseal's not even actually deploying here, and one Cantor has gone down. We've got Goliaths trying to chase down those pesky Solarians, already down a half health on one of them. That's a ill omen here for Neblime, as a third Solarian is being made in the background. Goliath's trying to focus down individual targets where they can. The Phalanxes, oh, they're going to come out, but that's a great shot from Neblime. He bombs out a lot of that friendly fire, hurting some of those Goliaths and Blackjacks in a big way. Finally, he'll deal with that Zealot. Oh, both the Cantors, they're gone! Trades for 1 Goliath at the end, and 12 o'clock can be pressured before it really gets off the ground. Masons have been sent to the front. At least one of them has. Maybe he can go ahead and put down a Watchdog or something. I guess a Cestus would be even more valuable. He probably remembers that from his hold in the Natural and Magnetron. And we do have no opportunity for a counterattack, it seems. We've got... okay, it's going to be double a Cantor drop from those 3 Envoys. That's going to be his play. There's 1 Watchdog off to the mineral side of the third. And now the anti-air is all the way up here at 12 o'clock committed. We've got reinforcements coming in. It's just a small handful of Goliaths. They can't really help out in this position. We need more Blackjack and more Goliath, and he's continuing to position himself for a potential series victory. HonMonO is trying his absolute best to battle his Protoss demons and come out on top, but he's losing a lot of Phalanx in the process. And the ground army might be able to swing things back afterwards. We've got Zealots and Golems, even some Servitors, hanging, waiting in the wings for those Solarians to clear things out. And the Cantors have successfully bombed and made contact with the enemy. Can HonMonO push for victory off of this? It seems like he might be focusing on that because he's throwing caution to the wind. The Phalanxes deploy. They're going to mulch down a lot of the front line. And a lot of those units were on the other side of the bridge. They're caught. They're not even fighting. the Terran army right now. This third base is going to be forfeit. Obviously, the damage was dealt a lot more to HonMonO's worker count, but you effectively have the same eco. Neblime rotating his workers to 9 o'clock in an attempt to keep things going, and down that Nexus will indeed go. Shellacking the units on the bridge underneath the Solarians is not protected. We've got 5 of them still alive. The Blackjack count, the Goliath count, mostly the Goliaths, to be fair, have been doing a lot of the heavy lifting, even against the Stewards, which is not where they are favored. That very low Solarian in the back, doing a lot of pressure. The Scribes are coming back! They're just on autopath. They're not actually trying to return because this Nexus is not finished yet. I thought it was already done. Solarian number 6 is starting to arrive. We've got a Bulwark warping in, but where is it even coming? Inside the natural of, yeah, the natural mineral line. HonMonO's just going to fall back here and maybe think about relocating. He knows that the workers are moving to 9. He should be able to reposition, reset. He has not made any Masons at this third base. A Valkyrie is being made, an interesting choice. The Valkyrie splash damage does affect Stewards. The whole Valkyrie attack is a little different, of course, as many things are in Cosmonarchy. Solarian number 7 is starting. We've got 6 of them on the field. The Ancials need to be doubling up onto those mech units, but maybe not. Maybe they can just run them down and clear out one of those Solarians almost all the way 100 to 0, but it does end up surviving. 2 Acantors on the high ground. We've got Scribes and more Acantors on the other side. That was almost exactly what Neblime wanted, if you think about it, because the Phalanxes were busy shellacking all the workers. That was a really, really big move. But HonMonO wants to push forward anyway. There's 2 Acantors on the high ground. There's ground units coming up on the other side. These Goliaths are getting really heavily shellacked. And he never killed any of the Solarians. He never focused them down. He cycles backwards as the Phalanxes deploy. 1 Solarian has finally fallen. The first of the game. Certainly not the first of the series. There's been quite a few of them that have gone down last game. And Neblime, so very focused on this as they route to victory. The last of his Acantors are destroyed. A 7th Solarian, well, brings his count back up to 6, but he's lost all the Stewards in it just about, and there's more reinforcements where that came from. The Phalanx count, even though it was managed slightly, is still going. It's still going strong. The ground units are not going to find good success here. Man, it's so very close. Now, finally, the Phalanxes will be a little bit more pressured, it looks like. Goliath Blackjack continuing to push forward. 1 Valkyrie here trying to contribute what it can. I think Neblime would think of this as like an ego play or something, you know what I mean? The worker count, you might as well say it doesn't matter because the army is way more cost efficient for the Terran. He's now starting to add vultures into play. I guess he wants to hunt down bottom left. Acantors on the high ground, ferried in by the envoys. Important that Neblime is keeping the wherewithal here, has the wherewithal here, to continue this kind of push, continue these kinds of moves. He's trying to scoop them up, but one of the envoys has already fallen. Now he's forced to juggle, and the Solarians are taking a lot of hits. 2 more of them arrive. Have we gone up to double Argosy? We have. The Goliath count needs to scale up a little bit more then, and the Acantors are doing so much damage to the ground forces. HonMonO's Phalanxes are almost all gone, as more workers have continuously rallied down to take shots, take damage. Some vultures arriving. I guess if they could stun the Solarians somehow by detonating on a ground unit, that could actually be pretty big, but he goes after the Zealot instead of... Yeah, there was no targeting from those Phalanx. That could have made all the difference against those Acantors, but instead, the last of the Phalanxes falters, and he's just down to 19 Goliaths, 8 Blackjacks. Eco's still advantaged here for our Protoss player. Not because of the worker count, but because of the base count. He's actually going to deplete his natural much faster than HonMonO is. Trying to focus down. 1 Solarian hitting the deck. That's a full HP one that's going to almost be salvoed down completely. Down will go one of the Acantors. There's 2 more where that came from. Ancial's broken in terms of their shielding. Goliath count still at a strong 19. The Blackjacks are what have been eating fodder. And that'll be another Solarian dead. We're down to 8 of them. Still a better number than what we had a moment ago. But it's open ground. It's ability here for HonMonO to try to focus down. He still has not been able to clear those Acantors, though. And he hasn't been able to turn it around. HonMonO has to rally. He has to reset. Bottom left has been taken. It's starting to pay off some dividends. These artisans were never cleared from the bottom left natural. 12 o'clock being retaken. Nothing over here at the third. Of course, the Blackjacks are garrisoning that, but pesky Draconin dealt with. There's more Solarians, though. And the Acantors are honestly the heavy hitters. There's four of the things up here, and no Phalanxes to easily deal with them. So HonMonO needs to pick his targets, and he needs to choose wisely as the last Anseal continues to fly around. We got the Valkyries trying their best to deal with some of those stewards and force them into rehab inside the repair bays. Has Neblime solved the problem here as he retakes his third, but he's going up to 5 bases. Well, oh, down goes a very healthy Solarian indeed, with all of its stewards being punished. But there's no Phalanxes that were ever made. He's making one more now to try to deal with these Acantors. He needs to do way more than that, though. You know, the ground menace and the air menace are combining.
And I'll be seen as a fraud.
Thanks for the gifted sub in the middle of the battle, Shambler. Appreciate it. Still 8 Solarians, reinforcing as they need. Only one Acantor. No Acantors have gone down, actually. The Phalanx has been deployed. He's making a lot of Blackjacks. And he wants to just see if he can hold, but the Cestus going down is actually something that bodes very ill. The anchor was empty, but it'll still take a couple salvos. He needs to do something about these Acantors, man. He just can't quite make it happen. Stuck on 3 base. The Protoss menace. 5 bases mining and a little bit extra, but hey, the Solarians might be caught here. That's one of them going down. He can never chain it into a combo. He moved where the Acantors weren't. He needs to double back. He needs to let his Goliaths breathe. The Anseals can't recharge the shields. Oh, it's a graveyard of mech. And I think HonMonO has known what's gone wrong here. But it's too late to fix it. It's too late to avert this disaster, this calamity that has befallen the Terran race. Neblime is seconds away from finishing it in Game 5. The brief window HonMonO had in Quasar Quartet has closed. It's just Goliaths. And although the count is high, the hopes are not. The Acantors are going to mulch them, and the Solarians are barely breaking a sweat. Some of you may die, but that is a sacrifice Neblime is willing to make as he pushes through to the semifinals. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a wrap. We have our series victor. We have Neblime. What a banger of a set. We barely have any time to check in with our players before our next one. There you go. HonMonO has been bested by the Protoss Menace. And that is just another reason you gotta watch out for him. With that said, let's see if he's ready to talk. Hi, Neblime. Are you ready for your interview?
About as ready as it was for those games.
Congratulations on making it to the semifinals. This has been some time coming here in Acropolis 4. You talked a big game about being able to beat HonMonO without relying on that 3-2 scoreline, but that's what happened, up 2-0. And you decide, okay, well, Macroglia, he ends up with a nice mech comp that, beats my artillery. I'm going to go for the ever-loving option of the Solarian. And even that doesn't work, although that was a banger game on Magnetron. Talk me through your mindset in each game. If you can remember, Game 1 all the way to Game 5, first 2 games, were those just easy?
Well, I assume you saw in Game 1 I did a bit of a ceremony because I thought, I've got him. And
yes.
I thought I really had the momentum. I thought if coming into this series, if I win the first game, I'm just going to roll him, right? Especially with him opening bio, which I think was sort of a cocky move. But then, I don't know, man. You make phalanxes against me, I kind of just lose. I did tell HonMonO this, and I regret telling him that. I thought I was so close to breaking that bunker with the bulwark. I think that game could have gone my way so easily. It was like this close to breaking it. As for like the architects, I should just learn my lesson not to try that shit, I guess. Because I don't think I've really ever won against a good player with that kind of thing. honestly probably been better off going mass gateways. As for the game with so many carriers, or sorry, Solarians, I should say, again, I thought it could have gone my way. It was close. In the end, you know, he muscled me over the long term, but I still think it was possible. But yeah, that last game was actually the closest one in a way, because I sort of came back and was able to finish him off. But I knew playing that game that it was going to be like, okay, he's going to counter push, I'm going to take a lot of losses, and now she's stabilize, and I'll have sort of the tech advantage. You could see he didn't really have an answer once I had the comp going with the Solarians.
It was a wild set of affairs, and Quasar Quartet, yeah, it was really close. He clearly had you dialed in as far as knowing the opener that was going to get him the most value in the series. And I love that it's so off meta too. It's not really what a lot of Terrans are doing, and I'm sure that also contributed, even though, of course, your practice hasn't really been steady, so do you even know what the other Terrans are doing? But you kind of have an understanding of having played over history here that you're in a position where you can just be like, okay, I kind of know what you can do at the very least. So when HonMonO comes out with this anchor at the low ground, the third base, or the natural choke point rather, it almost feels like, wait, this shouldn't really even work though. Like, we've already been here in the Ascension days, Protoss just used Drakons and the flash shielding works out, but he found a way to make it happen. So there's some respect there for sure, but I'm certainly surprised. I won't lie. I'm surprised that it went quite this distance. Are you as well?
Yeah. Well, like I said, I was expecting to do better.
Right.
But I'm still pleased to sort of just be out here winning without practicing much, because I'm not informed that I have been. But, you just kind of take it one game at a time. I mean, theoretically, I'm in semis now. I don't know who my opponent's going to be. Possibly Sziky or Hit, right? I think for the option.
Yes, that's correct.
But I still feel like against either of them, I can take a series. It's possible. I could win Acropolis just one series at a time. Not likely, but each one seems possible.
Yep, fair enough. Each one seems possible. And listen, if you can get to the upper final, at that point, I feel like you've bested some of your demons. Either Sziky makes it over Hit at the end of the night tonight, and you're up against some powerful Zerg, shall we say, or if that doesn't happen, and what we expect to happens, where it's HitEmUp taking the dub, then okay, well, you're up against HitEmUp, but maybe you can still make that work. If he rolls a Sosij, oh well. If he rolls Zerg, but if the other races, that should be an opportunity for you. So, and even with those other cases, early game plans, maybe some kind of cheesy move or something could also throw him off. And of course, HitEmUp's mental has always been something he's battled with himself. In many ways, his own greatest opponent is him, and we've talked about this before. So I feel like there is room to be hope-pilled about it. Personally, I feel like I don't think we're going to get a HonMonO interview here because he's been cast to the lower bracket and he immediately dipped out of the call. But maybe I'll be surprised. Maybe he'll want to talk to us a little bit. Either way, we are dealing with him going down to the lower bracket. He's going to face Godwheat. Even though Godwheat's a Sosij is maybe a confusing one for HonMonO because of the race more so than anything else, I think he's shown enough value here that, he's actually going to be able to do some pretty good stuff. Like, he certainly impressed me, and I'm interested in your impressions of him as a player, having seen him adapt and almost come all the way back for a reverse sweep.
Yeah, I mean, I knew he was sort of solid macro, right? And like, whenever you're playing against HonMonO, you're kind of like running around, like, wait, why is there another ministry there? That's kind of how it goes. Because he just has one in his base, and you're like, oh damn, he already built a third one or a fourth one, and so on. So pretty relentless in that way. I don't know, he seems to like a lot of low tier units too much, and he had tier 2 in 2 games, but oh no, he didn't in the last game. Sorry, I forget Valkyrie's tier 1 mount, man. That's how little I've been playing. Yeah, he had tier 2, but really didn't do anything with it on Gilded Wall. Not to say he could necessarily have won from that position. It probably was going to be very difficult, but nonetheless, I don't think he made much of it. And even in the Macroglia game, he probably could have done better with tier 2, even though he won, of course. So, I don't know. I feel like that's a lacking area. He needs to... this is the thing we see a lot of time with people who've come to Cosmonarchy and played other things very well. Mm-hmm. They don't know the sort of depth of units they can use and all the sort of OP stuff they can use. But obviously, he's ready to absorb the Cosmonarchy tactics of like the Ancil Ball and stuff like that. Yeah, I don't know. Hard to say because I'm so like out of the meta myself. I don't really know what's to come. But I knew he was a threat, right? I had no doubts about that.
Fair enough. Well, I do want to point out that the semifinals each have a Protoss, Neblime, and earlier today we had Ayudin as well before you. That tells me that Protoss need to be nerfed. What do you think?
Yeah, okay, man. I don't know how badly I've got to play. Look, this is the cycle of what happens, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to play in Acropolis and like do badly, and then there's some pity, and you'll buff Protoss a bit. No, sorry. You won't buff Protoss a bit. You'll like add something. You're like, I wonder if this will help Protoss. It'll turn out to be like extremely OP. So then you'll nerf it into the ground for the next Acropolis, and then I do badly again. Oh, and the cycle continues, and this is why I'll never win Acropolis. Like, an example is the positrons in Acropolis 2, which you made so completely broken. I was like, yes, I'm going to win as Protoss, easy. But then, like, nerfed them, like, the day before Acropolis 2 started, you know? 100% that would have been, like, a free win if those positrons stayed, you know?
Right, yeah. Well, hey, I mean, I got it right in the end, right? You know, they weren't super OP. They basically are the same as there's some, like, mechanistic changes with how their damages work.
For my money, positrons are kind of weak, but they're too good at harassing, so you can't really make them any better. I don't really like them as an army unit that much.
Fair
it's
enough.
very much like you have to get the Exodia thing of like, oh, the heralds and positrons and like, oh, it's invincible. And like, I don't think that makes a good unit. I think that's too gimmicky.
Well, fair enough. Then that's a preview of how you might navigate versus Zerg in particular, since they have been a meta choice for now. I think you probably were still asleep or still doing whatever you do before you play these games, where you didn't quite see the Arbuz match. Go watch game 2 of that one, dude. That was such a good game.
Oh, dude, I haven't even mentioned this about this series. I'm so fucking tired. The long series did not favor me here, dude.
No?
I'm barely connected together. I'm going straight to bed after this.
Well, fair enough. You did win, so you don't have to play tomorrow. I mean, it would be gutting if you lost game 5 and then had to play tomorrow. So. That would have been pretty bad for you. But we would have made it work somehow. We don't have to, though. Now you got a week off till the next Saturday. One Saturday from today, 7 days from today, we'll be gaming again, and you'll be facing off against somebody from the upper side of the bracket. We'll see how that one goes. But yeah, HonMonO against Godwheat, that's going to be an interesting one down in the lower. You've already previewed your path to potentially making it to the upper final, and if you get there, then sky's the limit. This could finally be the time where you switch races to Sosij now that they're out. Or Terran if you want to just play Terran again. It has been some years.
To Sosij. It's going to be Terran. It's going to be Terran.
Okay.
If I win Terran, I'll think about a Sosij, but we're getting ahead of ourselves.
All right.
Fantasy world you're in where I'm going to win this one.
Yeah, that's the fantasy. It's something you can dream about as you go off to sleep. Neblime, any closing
Well, it's a classic
words?
thing. If my opponents don't... if I don't know what I'm doing, my opponents can't figure out what I'm doing. That's my only option.
That's right. Well, HonMonO's already asking for his next opponent, so I'll go ahead and inform him of that. Neblime, if you have any final words, feel free to join us with them. And otherwise, I will say GG to you. Congrats on the hard-fought victory.
Well, good luck to Hit and Sziky. I guess I'll see one of them soon.
That's right, you will. GG.
Good night.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for us to take a much-deserved break, even though we are right at the number for when we need to go. I'm going to put it on for a 15-minute break so that I myself can air the room out a little bit with a fan and maybe eat something real quick, get some water, all that good stuff. I will see you guys in 15 so that we can continue our affairs here. It's going to be quarterfinal number 4 next, which is going to be Hamster versus Shopkeeper Dog. Stay tuned.
We are Legion!
Ladies and gentlemen, Pronoga bringing you Acropolis number 4's Throneroom Stage Quarterfinals. They continue. It's the number 4. Shopkeeper Dog versus Hamster, and we're closing the day with number 1. Saving the best for last, perhaps. HitEmUp versus Sziky. That'll be in about 2 hours. For now, we've got a Sosij taking on some Zerg. And I am looking forward to seeing if anybody can top our 5-game PVT we just watched. I certainly hope that is true, but even if it's not, listen, we get some pretty cool stuff out of the whole ordeal. We're going to talk a little bit about some of our components, our players that are coming up. Hamster, after making it out in second place against none other than Shopkeeper Dog in his Battlements group, and after 3-0ing George, which does not say on the player card, but that's okay, is going forward into the quarterfinals, and he finds himself rematching the player who sent him out in second place to begin with. Some revenge is on the table. But we also have to talk about his opponent, and since Hamster will not be interviewing with us, we will see if Shopkeeper Dog is ready to be dragged on in. And if he is, we will bring him to the forefront just in time to talk a little bit about his upcoming match. This rematch has a lot on the table. Is a Sosij OP? Will Hamster find the attack timing? Will Hamster be able to finish the job he started? To answer some of these questions, we'll bring in the dog. Hello, Shopkeeper Dog. Your card's on screen, and you're here to have a good time, I'm sure. A Sosij versus Zerg versus Hamster, rematching your Battlements group. Does this feel like easy because you already did it? Or does this feel like, damn it, I thought I was already going to dodge this guy?
It's true. When I saw I was going to play Hamster, I was kind of upset. I was like, man, I got to do this again.
What are your thoughts about the match coming in? Obviously, it's been now 2 weeks since the Battlements stage. Do you feel like you've gotten a good amount of practice beforehand? And do you have a read on whether Hamster has gotten any practice?
Like the most of my practice is against like Grass and Turtle, and I think Hamster's been playing against Crank a lot. And also, like, all of my games are on fucking ranked, and none of Hamster's are, so right. I'm sure he has a good idea what to do against me.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, honestly, it's really cool to see that obviously Hamster has been doing hitting the grind, but a lot of players now are hiding their practice games, and I've noticed, Shopkeeper Dog, you're not really the kind of guy to do that. Is there any particular reason that you're so open with your matches? You're just like, no, share all the builds, share the wealth?
I like playing, and I don't want to like click outside of ranked. And on top of that, like it's just me and we playing as Sosij, so I figure I don't want to like disadvantage people by them not seeing what the race does. So at least I get some replays, I guess. I don't know.
Okay, egalitarian Dog, not viciously trying to go after that crown with every little bit of effort that he's got. Instead, you're just like, nah, they can. They need some kind of practice. They need some kind of idea. I suppose Sziky did bring up a point that you can't even practice against the AI because the AI doesn't have a Sosij support yet. So there is that's a fair point too. Is that can you even figure out what their units do? You got to go into the tester or whatever. With that said, you are up against a Zerg player. In theory, you could also go up against Sziky later on. And so if you fail here, you're dropping down to face Art of Turtle. So it's Zerg the whole way down for you. And way forward would be defeating Hamster here and then moving on to play against Ayud64, who I suppose has a favorable advantage in that particular matchup. He said as much anyway, he kind of implied as much, that at least the early game he was fairly confident in. Is that your read as well, that even if you make it past Hamster here, you're still kind of in a tough pickle?
I think the Protoss matchup is free for Protoss. Like it's
interesting.
Like, there's like really no way to navigate it, but I mean, I'm sure HitEmUp disagrees.
Well, maybe, but he might not need to worry about that. We'll have to see how he fares against Sziky after this match. But versus Zerg, of course, dialing back into our matchup here, obviously you had some success in the Battlements stage, your group stage there. You had, of course, success against Protoss nominally. You were up against Sosij to qualify, but that one didn't necessarily feel like the players had gotten a good understanding of things, and there's other players here that are on a higher level regardless. You're playing against Hamster again. Your victories were a certain style. Since then, I've already seen you do a little bit of a different style, a different look, and I'm sure Hamster has been thinking about how he wants to approach this. So do you have predictions for this series? You come in as a heavier seed favorite, but are you going to make good on that, or do you think this is going to be a tough battle?
I think it's gonna be hard. I mean, looking at like the pick ban, like I was surprised he didn't pick. He banned Gilded Wall. Like I assumed that he was gonna 6-pool at some point in this match, but he took one of the 6-pool maps away. I don't know.
Interesting. Well, he also vetoed the island map. He doesn't want to run that back against you again, so that's very funny.
Oh yeah, I assumed he would. I think he has like good builds into it. Like I've seen some of his crank games, and I feel like there's stuff that he's been doing that's good on Monazite, but I don't know. Maybe he just doesn't want to deal with it.
Yeah, wanted to simplify the equation, perhaps. Well, we do get some interesting maps. It's Macroglia and Magnetron are your picks for Game 1 and Game 3. Game 2 is Quasar. We just left that from the HonMonO Neblime set. And Knife's Edge, if we need more than that, will be Hamster's other pick. And if we need to settle things in a Game 5, Patadia is waiting for us. But with that veto narrated, the question really is, these particular maps look like they're kind of on the straightforward side. Maybe Quasar's a little bit out of left field, but do you feel somewhat confident on these?
I didn't want to play Quasar, and I was like, didn't want to play Knife's Edge or Patadia. But yeah, it's fine.
We'll be all
the
right.
maps are weird this season, this tournament.
How so? Tell me more.
It's like not even just. I mean, the main thing that I don't like about the maps is just that they're all so far apart, and it's like all macro games. So like, there's like 2 maps with like a reasonable rush distance, and then like there's not a. Besides like Macroglia, which is like probably my favorite map in the pool, there's not a lot of like maps that like speak to me on this one.
Okay, so even the ones with a closer rush distance maybe aren't your favorite anyway. But you did end up with I've noticed the Macroglia Magnetron combo does often come out. Like it's a lot of players pick that back to back kind of. So you're continuing that trend as well.
Yeah. I mean, Magnetron's an interesting map. It's just like the mineral only 3rd and 4th is like throws people for a loop.
Right. Yeah, they haven't maybe dialed in what they want to do there yet. Did you happen to
play like psychopaths? Like they'll take like the fit as their 3rd and like just like right in the open. It's nuts.
Yeah, the inner 12 or maybe that 3-9 base or whatever. Yeah, so it's pretty wild what I've seen people do. They really need that gas, man. Well, we have an exciting series fomenting here. Of course, we've basically got exciting series the whole way through for today. Do you have any closing thoughts or final words you want to share with us before we kick into gear?
Nope, just having fun. That's all. Having
fun, that's all, he says. All right, well, I look forward to seeing you in the match, as well as, of course, your opponent, Hamster. The lobby is up, sir. GLHF, and thank you for the interview.
Yeah, GG.
Gentlemen, ladies, it is time. We need to get active, get some moves going here, because it is going to be a fun time. It is going to be a ridiculous match ahead of us, because the Sosij are here, the 4th race, the ones that we were all dreaming of. I was certainly dreaming of them. And now we get to see whether or not Hamster has the guts to defeat them, whether Shopkeeper Doug has the strats to best utilize them. And I want to know what's coming around the corner. I want to know what these guys are up to. So why don't we figure that out? Waiting for our players to ready up, and we will initiate our proceedings. Macroglia, as mentioned by Shopkeeper Dog, is going to be our first map. Quasar Quartet will be map 2, a map that Dog didn't really want to play. Magnetron will be our 3rd, and if we need more, Knife's Edge for 4, Patadia for 5. If Dog doesn't win it in 3, he might be in for a bit of a tough loop. But maybe he can rebound on Knife's Edge, but we're going to find out very soon. I also forgot to mention Happy 4th of July to Shopkeeper Dog. So that is definitely something that I should do. Happy 4th, Dog. I did my patented Alt 0128 to make the wave emoji, and Hamster wrote dude sex. Trying to do the Discord emoji. It was That sure was something, man. That sure was something. Zerg versus Sosij is on the menu, and we are going to be jumping in to the match here in just a moment. So let's get on with it. Let's get on with game one, ladies and gentlemen. It's Hamster versus Shopkeeper Dog, a rematch of Group E. Top two players, once again, have to battle for supremacy for the semifinals. Hamster and Shopkeeper Dog, a match made in Cosmonarchy heaven. It is indeed a cat versus dog match, according to the player cards anyway, and Hamster is going to be rocking out in the bottom left. The turquoise Zerg going for a Larvosk into pool. A Radix start for Shopkeeper Dog as he is in the top right. Our Cosmic Cobalt Sosij. Don't ask me how I guessed that color, dude. That was all the color. I think that was all the name. I don't know where I even dug that out from my brain, honestly. So it's a full Larvosk, and the pool will come after. No gas being mined anymore. This is a bit of a greedy play. In theory, you could punish this if you're going hyper aggro, but that's not what Dog is doing. That is not what Dog is doing. Just to let you guys know, we've upgraded some of the audio visuals since the last Throneroom Stage. So you can hear a custom placement sound for things like the landlock and, well, Sosij structures in general. But you will also see that the workers actually turn to start looking at the structure that they're building, and that will help out a little bit with the general like clunkiness of the Sosij, but also it will just look a little bit better when they're actually doing building. It's a missionary and an idle pilgrim as well. Unbelievable. Obviously the pool coming out here, and you know when you see the pool at this level of health, about halfway complete, and the pilgrim's not going to be too happy about relaying that information over, because it means that Hamster's eked out like 2 extra workers basically. The response is going to be second Radix. The early macro landlock tells me we're actually going to see proselytes pretty soon. This is something Shopkeeper Dog has been experimenting with a little bit. And those are an extra combat unit that you can use to your advantage. We do also have a custom death sound effect for the Pilgrim now instead of reusing Ahmed's death sound. And we have a Pilgrim Corpse as well, but you probably won't be able to spot too much of it just yet. I added a little bit of rubble, and I think I'll need to continue tweaking it and dialing it in. But where possible, when I'm not so busy with other things, I am working on the game still. And yeah, I made an announcement post on the YouTube channel earlier as well. You guys should check that out if you have the time in this early game. You can also donate to the prize pool, streamlabs.com/pronago, or ko-fi.com/cosmonarchy, and let us know it's for the prize pool. We appreciate all support. A lot of Twitch stuff was happening earlier for whatever reasons. That was cool. Shout out to Shambler and Goosey, who were diving into that. The landlock is coming up for the expansion at just about the same time as Hamster's Hatch. Now remember, the structures for the Sosij always take a way more build time than the other races. They can compartmentalize that, or they can, you know, I guess correct for that by power building, or they can just leave it because they're cheaper as well. 250 minerals for a landlock. Even cheaper than a hatch. An Ovaleth unloads the Kagrant and then starts to fly over with nothing in it. And I guess it'll scout the Pilgrim, which will in turn scout the Ovaleth. Kind of a nifty move there. He sees that there is indeed some harvesting going on. I guess a Zeth can come up here and try to finish that off. That's actually really nifty. That's pretty good. And down it goes. Easy Clapagus. Missionary's going to heckle him, but Zeth will stay alive. And of course, we do have that hatch going to finish up here a little bit sooner than the landlock, despite the fact that the landlock went down sooner. And just is what it is. Both tech nodes for the Zerg, or rather for the Sosij, Gauntlet and the Cypher. Tech relays coming up. Missionary's treating this like it's a drop, because you kind of have to. And the Missionary was just on a movement command and got kind of body blocked by the Quaz, so doesn't end up getting any scouting intel off. Great move there from Hamster, actually. He scouts a little bit of what's going on here. He doesn't see the tech relays up top, but you might be able to guess at this point, because you got to think about it like, okay, my Sosij enemy doesn't have any extra production. They just now set up their natural, so it's not even like they did that a really long time ago. Yeah, we now have triple proselyte production. The Alphalith might have actually scouted something out there with regards to the tech. We'll see. This is very clearly a tier 2 push, and the Alphalith actually posturing as if it's going to go back in for more. I don't hate that idea. Proselytes are here to add more impact and value for the army. They have 3 armor pens, so they do full damage to things like Zorius, Ultra, and they're even going to see a little nifty move there from the Proselyte by jumping to speed up the allies. Shopkeeper Dog showing his understanding of the race. It doesn't end up adding up to that much damage, but he shows that he knows the mechanic. So it's 8 Lakes very early on. Access to mimics for detection is available thanks to the cipher. But I don't think Hamster's going to be up against that too much. It's Prosceniums instead. And the Ovaleth will scout this out. Quaz now moving across the map in small numbers is going to be a little interesting here for Dog to take note of. The Lakes count can definitely move forward. I like that the Kagrins aren't even morphed. This is a cost-saving measure. You can also relocate them with an Ovaleth if you want to. Triple Dyad now for extra production rate. And does he want to go into Aphoris really quickly? He's actually team building the Proscenium. This is another thing that we ended up adding to the game as well. Is I made it so that there's like a little flash there when the Dyad is actually constructing something. So if you pay attention, you can see that. Eventually it'll be better when we have a custom model for it. Hamster's going to go ahead and take a third base as he moves across the map. His Hydra then has begun, and a lot of Lakes are here, but no detection available. Sans these islets. Once these go down to a couple spines, it's going to be really hard for the Scozy to have detection. There are a lot of proselytes here, but this is coming. This is an oh crap moment for Dog. He's got mimics coming for detection themselves, and they do force multiply a little bit, but yeah, this is looking kind of dire. So the Zorius trying to buy a little bit of time for those Lakes to get into a position. You can tell that Hamster's maybe fumbling the burrow a little bit, but it baits forward a lot of Shopkeeper Dog's forces, and those mimics could go down indeed. One of them does. Another one very, very low health indeed. Hamster going to cycle backwards. His micro failing him there for a moment, and he's even going to get a couple of fadeaway spines thanks to Dog's miss micro himself. He's got the Aphorists coming. The Scozy will have high value splash very soon. And the Lakes look like they want to try to wander in. Oh. Actually cancels the burrow very quickly there. Still trying to slowly push forward. While those spines are having a lot of value and impact in the bottom. A very awkward hold attempt here for Dog as he maybe tries to step forward with those Aphorists to punish the Lakes. Zorius just being a bit torn asunder here. Mimic still providing detection. No focus fire here from Hamster. And the healing coming out from the Mimic is really good as well. He's actually recycling his own dead in order to make it so that the ground army stays alive against the Lakes. He'll commit the Zorius to the fight. Vickers doing a little bit of friendly splash, but not too bad. One Mimic staying alive for the whole ordeal. A landlock in the macro sense, and now more Prosceniums. Dog has been forced to commit to more military in Tier 2. He has been forced to commit to more combat units instead of opting for what he really wanted, it seems, which is that Tier 3 rush. So we'll keep an eye out. Bestiary, Conduit, those are expensive structures. And now the Scozy marching across. Surely this will be known by Hamster. Got some Lakes burrowed on the high ground. Nothing to protect the right-hand side, but that's not where Dog is going. He's going to have to face check these Lakes here without the support of the Mimic for detection, so it was all the way in the back. And the Ovalith comes out here. It doesn't have anything in it, but dies over unpathable terrain, so it might not be obvious. Still does prepare exactly what he needs. Hamster starts a Bactylus. He's got a lot of Zorius. Needs to get those Lakes burrowed in a good position, and he's just kind of trying to buy time, but he's got nothing going right now. His Bactyls are slowly moving to the front. The Lakes falls back. The Zorius committing to the fight as the Bactyls start to rain hellfire upon the Scozy army, forcing them away. No front line yet secured, and no tech coming to provide it. That third base starting for both players, but it's already actually done for Hamster. And 14 more Hydras in production. He's going to rally those across and start making Bactyls in his opponent's face. A lot of Proselytes, a lot of Aphorists. It's all hands on deck as Shopkeeper Dog has vacillated between making workers making military. Very similar to Zerg, actually. He's got 5 prosceniums, a lot of Aphoris being made. Starts up the conduit, but power builds the bestiary. He needs the door in and out in order to act as a proper front line against things like Bactyl counts. But he's on a timer. Tier 3 will be accessible to him, but I don't know how quickly he can actually get insurance up on run. Certainly more pressure coming out of Hamster this time around. He reposts that attack, but you can also see that Dog was not able to get up to the Tier 3 timing that he really wanted. Bestiary inching forward. He's just got the 3 dyads. He never made any more. You can still power build with 5 workers, even when you got dyads. Very nice Skozij army here as far as the size goes, but the Zorius count is low. The Bactyl count is still very high, and you can absolutely still make some value happen here. In fact, Shopkeeper Dog might be overextending his forces. The Bactyls are absolutely going to run roughshod over this army if they are allowed to, and there's no push to move forward. The Zorius and the Lake is making that really hard for the Skozij. Yet still, a lot of Hydras, some Bactyls do go down. The Aphorists providing value thanks to that cliff advantage. This does count as high ground in Cosmonarchy. It doesn't in Starcraft 1. Worth noting. Tier 2 has started for Hamster. He's on the 3 base, not really mining a lot of minerals here, and he does need to watch out for a push from the right-hand side. He was taking 6 o'clock in his head. Didn't actually happen in the game. And now, the Skozij army already on the high ground. Azeth is going to reveal this, but he doesn't have a lot of time to actually move forward. Needs to scramble all hands on deck. Zorius, Zeth, everything needs to come up so that he can actually deal with these Aphorists. The count is so high, 26 of the things, and they are just trying to pummel forward. The Bactyls, the Mimics as well, providing extra value there, and the Hachoros could go down. Not a lot of damage versus armor, but I think he's going to have to concede that 3rd base. 9 skiths are being made. I suppose that's an option. You only have ground attack here. So what do you even have that shoots up? Just Aphorists, a Vicar or 2, a couple of missionaries. That's a possibility. 12 skiths now. Khaz'Trith inside the natural. He can indeed go for a bit of a run by, but there's already units garrisoning this position. He can maybe try to stop 12 o'clock from developing at the very least with those Zeths, but he's not focused on them right now. Bactyl still trying to get these Aphorists taken care of. The Panoplies are almost done for insurance from Shopkeeper Dog. A unit that should make everybody very, very concerned for the fate of the Zerg. The skits are coming out. I think he's even managed the Vicar count nicely. That's the only crowd control versus air that you're going to see. And that Vicar was very low as well, so that's going to go down. And all of these Aphorists are just out in the middle of nowhere. What can they possibly do? 31 of them, and they can't shoot up. He's got more units up at home, but not a lot of Vicars, just 3 of them, 4 of them. And the workers could be the next victim. More and more skits being made. The Spire on the way for Hamster. It's very likely that he ends up going for mutas or something of the sort to try to use air superiority against the Skozij. A lot of these Aphorists dying for free. Couple Zets coming in to do some more heckling. A Dorminge at the 3rd. That's going to slow enemy units, making that very hard for the skits to attack. He does what he can to reduce the Aphorist count. And even though we've got Tier 3 done, we actually don't have any of the typical tech rush here. No Xylode, no Obelisk. No Latiro, no Cosmoscope. So none of the Tier 2 or Tier 3 stuff that has been practiced here for Dog, it feels like. 17 skits sharking around. He's trying to shadow the movement as he takes the 3 o'clock. Protathalors. He wants to use those? I don't quite know why, but he does have the Ireleth. And it's got a Khaz'Trith with him. Is he going to try to drop that, not for his Protaths, but for his skits instead? Now realizes the army all the way off elsewhere. What can he possibly do with these guys? Because the Protats are coming. A Circuit gets morphed. The Ireleth is so far away. He shouldn't have brought the Khaz'Trith out. He could have actually used it for the defense. Here come the skits trying to come in for a flank. Not a lot of anti-air in this position, but he's already mulched a lot of the ground army, and the Khaz'Trith comes out but can't quite unload. He needs to get it down so that the Protats actually help out, and, well, there's also some help for the skits. But I think this is too much. I think this is the timing that Shopkeeper Dog needed, and Hamster, he will find defeat in the first round. It's all coming up, Dog, in Game 1. We saw Cannoli use Protathalors versus the Ascozi. It didn't quite work out. You could tell that you wanted to compare them up with the Khaz'it, but a little bit out of sync. And now we move on to Quasar Quartet for Game 2. Hamster felt like he was just a few proper burrows off from actually busting with the 8 Lakes attack in the early game. And Shopkeeper Dog has adjusted his builds, so he's already up to a 1-0 start. That was a nice, on the longer side of the kinds of macro games that you can occasionally see. And so I dig it, and I appreciate it. Almost a 15-minute game right there. Waiting on our players to ready up. And we are ready indeed. Game 2 is coming at you all. Shopkeeper Dog versus Hamster. We're only just getting started. Shopkeeper Dog in the bottom right is the Lemon Ascozi, and Hamster in the top right, the Deep Periwinkle Zerg. Getting some early gas again, so that will be a full Larvosk start, it would seem. The Radix already beginning for Dog, and so maybe we're just running back the Game 1 opener. We're on the right-hand side of Quasar Quartet. This is a 4-spawn map done by BiddyB, a Cosmonarchy original. Just as Macroglia was, by the way, so going back-to-back there. Not everything is a port. Magnetron, port of Starcraft 2 map, Tokamak is up next. And Knife's Edge will be Game 4 if we need it. That will be a wonderful time indeed, because that is a port of Dominator from Starcraft 1. Patadia, another BiddyB original, Cosmonarchy original, is Game 5 if we get there. And I would love to get there, man. I always love a good Game 5. Our last series was one for the books. Maybe the first 2 games you could write off a little bit and, oh, it's not that epic. I guess Neblime's going to win. But then HonMonO turned it on. Brought us all the way to a decider. The pool is coming out. And Shopkeeper Dog finds his opponent first. That's got to give him some confidence here. All that really tells Hamster is that his opponent is close spawn. That's all he can really know from this. So as his pool starts to take shape and the missionary is out from the Radix, are we going to see any early aggro? He started the Radix, but he did not continue building it. Oh dear, this is actually kind of a problem because he's busy microing this Pilgrim. And look, his Pilgrim didn't actually connect. Oh, Dog. You're so busy trying to attack a Larvosk. Does he see it? Does he see it? Ah! There it is. He found it. Unbelievable. I can't believe Godweed just so he taught him this build where you start a Radix and then don't keep playing for a little bit. I believe Godweed came up with that build, actually. That makes sense. Larvosk number 2. And a third Kagrant. That's not going to be for a Larvosk, though. That's going to be the drop here. We used to call this Degen Zerg when you would open, like, Larvosk, Ovaleth, Circuith hatch, and you would use the Ovaleth to drop the Circuith here and then build a hatch or whatever. Is using the... it's actually probably more powerful now that Rilla Rokors are larva sourced. Zeth's confirmed bottom right as the location. Don't see the expansion, so that's something. But obviously it is coming down for both players. And there's the Radix finishing up finally. Only like 20 seconds behind schedule. Doesn't really make a huge difference, I don't think, but we'll see. If it's a real tight fight that narrowly edges out in Hamster's way, we'll say it actually did make a difference. Keeping abreast of current events, the Ovaleth scouting out at the natural choke, the Zeth patrolling. Actually gonna see this missionary as well. Hello. I know you want to spread the word across the world, but have you considered Zerg? Hydra then very quickly, so maybe a faster ski back timing, either for skiths or for the Bactals. And some proselytes are on the way for that armor pen. And for general flexibility, provide some detection. Just putting a little bit of deeps onto that Avaleth, no big deal right now. And yeah, same build as last game for our Sosij, just about Cypher Gauntlet. Got some Vicars out for defense, got some proselytes out for that eyelet and the armor pen. A lot of money being saved up here for the Hydra then, and immediately goes into 8 Hydra. Has spent down his gas, though. Can't upgrade for his ski-backed. Keeping tabs on his opponent's army. A grandstand! So Dog knows that there's some risk here. Can the Avaleth get out? The answer is no. Does see the grandstand at the very least. Now, it does look like Hamster wants to try a timing here. A third base, pretty quickly. Pure Hydra. I guess he wants to try to dance. Now, when Vicars come out in any good number here, well, I guess it's not Vicars, it's Mimics. He's worried about the potential for there to be some Lakes, right? Similar attack. This kind of reminds me of a Knife's Edge game Hamster already played against his opponent, where he just muscled him. But there's a grandstand now, and no high ground advantage. Well, he takes a few shots early. Trades a couple quads on a Hydra for just a little bit of chip damage. He confirms the grandstand is indeed going to hit a little heavy. But he's applying some pressure. We got the triple proscenium. You can't elevate her forward here, right, unfortunately. Eyelet goes down. That third base already starting to be saturated. We got 4 IZs on the way. And now a pair of Vicars are beginning to take shape. Once the Aphorists come out, it's kind of a hard sell for just pure Hydra. He's still trying to posture like he's got a strong army, but you can see Shopkeeper Dog actually has a bigger one. Bigger eco for the Zerg, and I think it's a good mind game, you know? Like, Zerg is not typically over here if all they're doing is having, like, less military than you, right? That doesn't typically work. So he's just going to keep trying to stagnate his opponent's army growth and movement. Try to eco for as long as possible. He's got 8 more Hydras coming. Is he going to go for a fast tier 2 here? Because now if he goes for like IZ, Droleth, immediately caps the geyser here, the ridge here. Yeah, hold on. I think this is a Muta Rush maybe? I'm trying to read the tea leaves, but he needs to make sure he doesn't just get owned by a move out. Avaleth comes in. Just slowing down the army, forcing it to commit again. You know, not really what you care too much about as the Sosij player, but keeping him on his toes. Trying to get some scouting intel. I don't think he saw any Aphorists or anything. The Arch starts, and there's the tier 2. 20 seconds till completion, starting some static defense at the natural. Wouldn't hate to see some extras over here at the bridge. Instead, he's just kind of doubling down on that side. 10 IZs. Yeah, he's spending down his mineral bank. Zeth sent forward once again for scouting. All right, how fast are we going to get that Spire down is the question. There it is. So it's going to take a little bit for that to ambulate. And Shopkeeper Dog is thinking about moving out now. How soon does Hamster react? Ends up falling back a little bit. I think you got to be proactive here. I know he set up some static defense, but I know, and he's also got a lot of Visor Records, to be fair. Vicar Splash will start to hamper his opponent. But I don't know. I'm a little bit worried, right? The Aphorist count is not out of control like it was before. It's only at 5 right now. We do have more being made, a lot more being made, 5 per rotation. So it will get out of control very quickly. Shopkeeper Dog wants to confirm nothing at 12, and then he's going to maybe think about attacking the third base here, knowing that his opponent probably has that. And the Spire is coming. So what do we got for the anti-air? 6 Vicars. If the ground army can commit to a fight here, it's Protathalor's again. Crusadris Protathalor, he's already got his Iroleth, so he has everything that he wants for that kind of attack. But he evacuates the third base and concedes it. Khaz'trith is coming in. No Bactals, remember. He saved his gas. Ends up unloading it further back behind the lines. And the Protats will finish. This is kind of like Zerg trying to use, you know, Phalanx, siege mode to hold, but Man, the Mimic Armor Pen helping him out there quite a bit. And now the jig is up. Tier 2 is revealed. The front line getting a lot mulched. He's got the upgraded Scorchrith here. More Protathalors coming. He needs Chaff just to absorb the hits as the Protathalors with that Khazithrith are actually helping out quite a bit. And as you can see, these Ascozi units kind of getting run over a little bit on the way out. But you can't let them follow without the Khazithrith. Almost went down just to the fadeaway shots. Protathalors, not quite as vulnerable as Eidolons, but they're not that far off. Tier 2 starting to tech up here. We'll see if it even matters because the Khazithrith is deployed and immediately focused down, and that's a wrap on the Protats. They really can't fight. GG is going to be called, and Shopkeeper Dog, he has dominated the attempt from Hamster. Two fairly quick games. Quasar Quartet not serving as much more than a speed bump for our Ascozi player. Now we move on to his map pick of Magnetron. I said earlier, if he doesn't finish it in 3, this could get real tight, real quick. And we are about to find out. Ladies and gentlemen, we're getting right back into it because our players are ready immediately for Magnetron. Ascozi versus Zerg. Can we get anywhere better for Hamster? Shopkeeper Dog in the top right. Our blood. No, it was maroon. Maroon. Scozy. Hamster in the bottom left, the deep periwinkle Zerg. I thought it was maroon, and then I was like, well, the Scozy colors are hard to guess, so I'm going to go with my second guess. You know how it goes, guys. I like the idea of the Tier 2 rush, but I really don't see the Protathalors finding the success there that maybe he needed, because it's a lot of extra setup. You need the Kazi, you need the Avaleth upgrade in order to set them up to properly handle the Aphorist count. I see what Hamster's trying to do, but I think he needs to radically change his operation here. A Droleth Scout is going to be just that. We'll see what that turns into. It'll be a Radix and a very fast second landlock here for Dog. This feels much faster than was typical before. We'll see if that's actually true. It might just be my sense of time being askew. The pool opens up here. I wouldn't be surprised if the pool is just for a couple units like it was in Game 2 there, and then he switches into some other tech. So he comes in and he sees second Radix, missionary already out. Ah, yes, I attack my Radix. I do 2 damage to it. So the Worker Scout is killed. Hamster will not have that guy back. Yeah, we had Gawit in the chat just talking about how mutas can just blow up the buildings. They are pretty squishy. They don't have a lot of health. I mean, the Landlock has less health than the Hatch. It sounds fake, but it's true. So second Larvosk, a Kagran at the ramp. And we're going to see a pair of Zeths coming. Hamster was keeping up in eco pretty nicely there. Obviously now switching into some military production. But he's going to come in here and probably see the landlock and realize, oh, maybe I have a little bit of a window. You know, he got a pretty early scout on what was going on, so that might help narrow his focus as he goes for his own expansion. The Zeth and the Tensender, he's that dog camping out inside the shop, if you will. Hamster putting Dog to shame at his own game. Zeth's just going to watch out for the military move out, which I don't mind. There's that Ovaleth that doesn't go at the ramp. It goes at the bottom of the ramp, I guess. The foot of the ramp. There it is. Gauntlet Cypher. So, still very similar builds. All 3 games so far. Shopkeeper Dog, to his credit, really adjusted his style and went for a much more like tier 2 punchy sort of brawly composition against Hamster, who so far has yet to find a proper response. Went for his own tier 2 rush off of the 3 bases and the Hydra spam, kind of posturing. But to be honest, the Vicar-based army that Dog was making on tier 1 might have been able to brawl that, and so that also feels like a bit of a gamble. It's a Shroud halfway complete now, as Hamster continues to set up his worker count. 6 more about to hatch. He'll have that eco advantage well before his opponent has proper mining at the natural. And that tech development continues off to the side. Another little intrusion here from the missionary, but not going to get very far. He scouts that the gas is being harvested again, but that doesn't really tell him a whole lot. Maybe we could see a fast pivot into Gorgs or something like that. Like, flying units do seem to be the bane of the Scozy. And this is good harassment. He should pick off the workers that are making these tech nodes, and he will. A little bit of extra value there for sure. Even popping a 3rd one there. So that's a little annoying. You know, he pulled some lost mining time off of that with that Ovaleth. First time a drop has actually had something in it, right? So, and look, he's really perplexing Dog right now. There you go. Finally restarts the tech node. That's an extra like 20 seconds of not having tier 2 for a moment. So, not a bad situation there. Also, another thing in favor of Hamster's eco here is that obviously some proselytes were made. When the proselytes are made, the pilgrims cannot be. That's why the extra land luck is so important. Catch back up in workers. But yeah, Dog is definitely playing the Scozy in a way that is very stylistically different to the other races, and that is kind of the point. Some Lakis, some Zorius, a couple of Quas. Not a very fortuitous army, or a fearsome army right now for Hamster, but he'll continue building up. He's got 4 larvae every 14 seconds, so that's his production rate right now. Not saving much of Vespine. It's another dead missionary. Proscenium starting up here for the Dyads. I wouldn't hate a drop over here with Lakis or something, but the Ovaleth is just here for detection, because no Chantry has actually been made recently, but Shopkeeper Dog still could have that in the back pocket. Proselytes need to be able to drop some detection here. No, he's going to set the Grandstand into detector mode instead. That's not a bad idea. It's pretty tanky. Unlikely to go down. No mimics were made. They've started now. Still a window here for Hamster to start leveraging his burrow power. Oh, that's a lot of explosions off to the left-hand side. The Vicars on the right are going to stay alive for a little bit longer, but more Zorius where that came from. He doubles back. The Prosceniums are not yet done. No more combat units in production right now. Shopkeeper Dog swivels forward onto Vicar and Proselyte. Zorius continuing to make matters worse for the Scozy. Finally, some Mimics arrive. Is that really going to help much? Down go a whole bunch of workers. 11 worker deficit now for Dog as he's going to lose his landlock in the natural. It's always so easy for these structures to be focused down. Even Hamster incidentally doing some work here. Now he's going to go ahead and right-click it, and that will just be making matters worse for our Scozy player. But the Aphorists are about to finish. Only 3 of them. He's so forward with those Lakis. Loses one immediately. Shopkeeper Dog doing well on the pullback, but both players have a pretty big amount of eco in the bank. More Zorius, a couple Zeths, but the Lakis are just going to set up a contain. Oh, he thinks he can just stand and fight here, but he's going to lose some proselytes for it, at the very least. Does pick 2 Lakis. That's probably worth it, to be fair. And now he power builds the landlock with his pilgrims. That's very, very telling of the situation he's in. The Aphorists have finally arrived. He's going to have 6 of them very soon. 1 lake is offered up to the gods? Not quite. Doubling back. He's got 7 of the Lakis at the front gate. Maybe thinking about extra base. Up by a lot of workers. Needs to figure out what he's doing next. The Zorius are going to try to power forward onto the stack. The Vicars will do friendly splash, remember. And that's a lot of spines down the middle, bisecting the army. Maybe emphasis on the word buy, as those Aphorists are busy trying to deal with all those heavily armored units. The Mimics go down. That's detection gone for the Sosij. He has islets available. The Proselytes could help him out here. He really needs to watch out, though. There's more units coming. The burrow is perfectly timed. Tier 2 begins. A conduit has begun as well, but no bestiary. No bestiary. What is his angle? What is his plan with the conduit? I really don't think he's going to go Avatar. That feels wrong, but it could be. The lake is lined. The Zets try to absorb some of that pressure, but yeah. Still pretty good, actually. Those Aphorists end up... I thought more of them would go down, but they have that impact dissipation, of course. So. More units where that came from. A lot of front line. The lake is count mostly retained, and he adds more gas over here as well. Okay, so... Definitely an opportunity here as the Besiry starts to get power built by... Going to be 3 dyads in a moment. Prosceniums go idle. It's just missionaries and pilgrims being made. A macro landlock inside the natural. Definitely more contained. Another gas base being taken in the bottom right. Avaleth remade. The 2 lake is in the 10 sender. I like it. Beware. So it's going to be Kazi Irileth again, which tells me it's Protathalor. I still think Muta would be really good in this advantaged position when you already see so many Aphorists, but that's not what Hamster wants to do. His Spire is done. 8 Protaths get started. That could be so many Muta, man. If he loses from this position, it's going to be really, really unfortunate. Just for his own mental, obviously going into the lower bracket without getting a win in the quarterfinal would suck for Hamster, but he's always managed to make it top 3. Why can't he start a reverse sweep off here in this game? Tier 3 from the Sosij is why he might not be able to, as Panoplies are going to be started. He doesn't have enough money for a 3rd one, so he just power builds one of the others. He's mostly making proselytes right now, which is funny. His army size is actually much reduced compared to what it would normally have. And the Protaths are moving across the map. This could be an opportunity where if the Protathalors can actually get ahead and the Aphorists end up going down, well, there's not really much runway then for Shopkeeper Dog to power forward. He's not able to get up to a 3rd base, for example. We have 4 mining gases here, including a double geyser base. It's a lot of Protath affordable for sure. He can even add more units than that if he wants to. Now it's sighted out as the Proselytes try to leave the position. The Kazis had plenty of time to arm. This is a bad fight to be taking from the Sosij. Not quite a flank, but the Zets still end up providing a lot of distraction for one of the Aphorists. He starts to double back. And I think Hamster's going to go for it. Zorius on the front line. Not really any armor pen here. Aphorist count has been heavily reduced. The Kazi gets leapfrogged forward. Oh, they're all clumped up, though. The Aphorist could do a lot of counter damage, but is it even going to matter? He scoops the Kazi up to relocate because it was starting to take a lot of the fire. And oh my god, has Hamster actually figured it out? It's hard to say. Insurance are starting, but is he going to have enough? A Vicar goes down. Kazi on the front line, scoops it up with the Irileth. Very nice. But it will go down now, finally. A Mimic goes down. That's going to be the end of any armor pen that they might be able to have. Oh, he's actually trying to use it to draw fire still, and that's not bad. He's got more units where that came from. More Protats, more Zeths. I don't know, man. Dog might still be in a position to hold, and Hamster has a ton of money in the bank. I might be out of sync with the players right about now, so I'm going to wait for a moment here, because I got Shopkeeper Dog, but Hamster also doesn't appear to be quite gaming the same way. So I'm going to wait for no combat, and then we're going to see about calling for a pause. No, guys, the desync testing is on pre-release only. I said that in so many places. So feel free to consider that for sure. Okay. They are still like looking at each other in the same context here, so I think the games are still fine. Both players floating a ton of money, so I'm gonna assume that means that we're still in a valid game state for them. But we'll wait for a second here because they're still in the midst of it. Migrating their units around. The diodes are probably going to make a landlock here in a moment. We'll see if the reaction is here from this attack, because clearly there's something going on this side, but... Oh, he can't quite attack them. Not quite in the right range there. I have to have my thinking cap on here for a moment. They're just endlessly fighting, because of course Hamster's waypointing all of his larvae into the right spot. Hey, the lake is in the middle of the map. Found something. Okay, surely now... No, they're still fighting. They're still trying to do things. The shopkeeper dog is not really looking at his natural, so maybe everybody is actually out. Okay. Because they're not stopping to fight. I'll call for Hamster's stream. For a moment, we will take a moment here. All right, looks like they already answered the question for me, so no worries there. We're gonna go ahead and do it once more with feeling, because we gotta. Because we gotta.
We are Legion!
As mentioned in chat, though, that is a thing of the past in the very near future. Just need to fix some other bugs that started cropping up as a result of us fixing all those. I saw that, Smarty. I did see that. Unbelievable, honestly. Well, Hamster's going to have to go back to the drawing board. We're jumping back into our match here, and it will be some more Sosij versus Zerg. Once more with feeling. Hamster versus Dog. In the top right, the turquoise Zerg of Hamster. Once again, battles with Shopkeeper Dog in the bottom left. We've got dark green, forest green. All right, well, whatever. There's dark green, forest green, dark spring green, midnight green, harlequin. Last time, Hamster did seem to find a potential solution to the menace of the Sosij. We'll see if he can reenact the same values here as he gets his first Larvosk into his pool. I feel like one of the things that I always look for in these kinds of matches when we're featuring the Sosij, it's a good time for sure to have evaluations about their units, and I am seeing some things that I would like to adjust after the tournament is over. But as you guys may imagine, despite being the game dev, I am not going to change the balance in between matches. And in a way, that actually helps encourage the competitors. Like, whatever the state of balance, even if it's OP, or perceived as OP, they still have to find an answer to it. And Hamster is trying to do just that. I really think if he just went Muta, he would have won the game without any concern. Aphorists only shoot down. They can't shoot up. The Vicar count was pretty low. And you can just sort of pinch off some Mutas into the main group of Vicars to make them deal friendly splash. So think about how you try to pinch off Mutas that are being irradiated in StarCraft 1 ZVT. You can kind of think about when the Vicar is trying to attack you, just send a couple Mutas right in their face. Make it so that when they attack move and pick the closest target, they're going to deal friendly splash. That's a good move as well. Mutas have more range in Cosmonarchy than they do in StarCraft 1, and they come to a pair. So they're pretty affordable and pretty good, but that's not what Hamster wants to do. Very evidently, that is not what Hamster wants to do. 100 minerals and 75 gas for 2 Mutas. Tell me that. Part of the reason why they're tier 2. They're so spammable. We got double landlock, double radix once again here for Dog. We will eventually see him go for his 2 tech nodes. He's always gotten them at the same time in all of these games. He has yet to go out of sync with them as part of a longer build order. Avaleth down here at the low ground with the Kagrant drop. Try to spread the Kager here. I think this makes a lot of sense because Hamster obviously wants to scout for any Chantry shenanigans. And his Zeth is even going to go ahead and try to attack the Pilgrim and stop it from building the landlock on location. But his hatch is already almost done, like halfway done. So Hamster ahead on the eco count. Even disrupting it for a second is actually still pretty good. Making very efficient use of his first 2 Zeths, that's for sure. Making more workers. Gas cap already in the main base. Triple saturation on the geyser as well. It's tells you a little something about what Hamster is up to. Avaleth comes in to scout. I think he may have spotted the Cypher. It's hard to say with the Avaleth's vision range. It's pretty wide. Didn't want to commit to any further investigation of the timing. But at least if you see a structure over here, you can surmise it's the tier 2 rush. The proscenium timing is still in effect. Oh, this is so bad for Shopkeeper Dog. Oh my god. He's made double Cypher, guys. He is not going to have access to tier 2. Dog has fluffed it. That is going to set him so far behind. The second Cypher does nothing. It's a paperweight. It's a base decoration. It's a doodad. And the Hydra then begins for Hamster while he banks up his Vespene. Well, he figured it out and canceled it out at the last second. At least he managed to get himself the money back. But the time investment in that is huge. Resetting the worker count here for Hamster. He's setting up the natural very nicely. Has a Circuit already on the way. The Quads return to try to shoo away the Missionary. A little bit of a scout there for Dog, who's already a little bit flummoxed. And the Avaleth is going to wrap around to see, oh, Cypher, okay. And then, Gauntlet halfway done. And being power built. He's desperately trying to catch back up in terms of the time. All right, third base has been sighted. A Quaz in the Tensender. Missionary not going to be where it goes. Yeah, Hamster going for the same play Dog called out in the interview. Wants to take the gas base as the 5th as a 3rd and just deal with it. Interestingly enough, we have a couple of functions being made in the natural, which is already a pivot. Tier 2 begins. Tier 2 starting as the Scozy are getting ready to build their prosceniums. This timing does actually favor the Zerg. Again, it would favor them way more if we were actually seeing Hamster go for the ever-important Mutalisk. But that's not what we're seeing him go for. Yeah, the prosceniums haven't even, the 3 of them that Shopkeeper Dog likes, his whole build order is thrown askew a little bit, but they are only now starting, and Tier 2 is ready to go, ready to rock. He's capping the geysers. I don't think he did this last time we saw him do this kind of strat, even on Quasar. He was more about the ridge and going straight into the Spire, but there it is. Irileth, Khazitrith, and the Spire are all coming online. Doesn't need to remake an Avaleth for it. The Irileth moves a lot faster, of course, and now starting to mine gas here at the 3rd base. It's a bold move. Let's see if it works out for him. Third base on the mineral only here for our Sosij. So because he went for a later third Proscenium, he's now going into the bestiary, and it looks like he's setting up for Conduit. Yeah. Oh no! The Cypher. He keeps building that. So 8 Protathalors are coming online, and note the total lack of Aphorist. That's what the objects seem to be for, is that they're going to try to absorb damage, but this army comp is going to be way less effective against the Zerg without the support of the Aphorists. He's making 2 of them now, but he really heavily delayed those. He doesn't have any right now, and the Zerg are already knocking on the door. However, Zerg army is starting to fall back. Not quite sure what he wants to do. Wants to maybe move out with the Protathalors and needed to confirm where the Sosij army was. Might be getting in his own head about the fact that the Sosij is so far not really behind, but the army is much smaller than maybe he's expecting. He doesn't actually see the Aphorist timing yet. Matravel Nest. So already some different tech here for him, Hamster. I don't know. I think you see this as the Zerg, and you think, I have a limited amount of time to really make magic happen here. Proselyte will arrive pretty soon, but Protathalors can shoot him. A very fast tier 2 from the Zerg, that's for sure. Alright, tier 3 is starting to be leveraged because the Panoply is on the way. But again, the actual military count here really, really slim from Dog. Drops an Islet. Now he's going to come down and try to heckle this base. Surely, Hamster just turns his Protathalors around. Alright, thanks, dude. Well, we're going to see that engagement yet again. Oh, the Kazi! The Kazi! Oh, no! 4 health! 4 health! No way, dude. And now he tries to go for the engage without the Kazi. He just says, oh, maybe you can be heckled. Hamster is playing way too safe. Turn on your killer instinct, buddy. Start shooting. Rootin' tootin'. It's 4th of July for a reason. Don't let the American get away with this. But he refuses. He's going to drop it and try to be safe about it. He wants to be a little bit careful. Objects are going to be basically grounded immediately in this particular engagement. Next salvo will finish that last one off. Keep cycling back. And now Hamster knows the go signal has finally been pushed. Oh, that's a juicy set of barrages. Can Hamster actually turn this around? There's Aphorist on the high ground trying to shoot back. Kazi gets scooped away. He's trying to go after it. He finally will. But there's so many Protats, dude. Oh, and his units aren't on attack move. Dog, what are you doing, buddy? No extra Kazi. He didn't remorph it. Missed opportunity maybe for Hamster. First couple insurance have come to party. Yeah, I have a feeling we're going to have to take a look at what's actually happening here, but Hamster's stubbornly sticking to builds that are not working out for him. He's getting a lot of retries at it, that's for sure. He is starting to evacuate, see if he can double back. Some roves to absorb some of those shots. The objects, of course, helping out as well, but... And he's going to end up losing the workers at this extra base. Vilgs are arriving, but is it really much? So, says Hamster. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. Well, I think so too, Hamster. There should be much more of you. You, actually. Alright, buddy. We're gonna have to switch out once again, so... Oh, Hamster actually concedes. He just straight up calls GG. Never mind. Well... That's a wrap, ladies and gentlemen. I thought we were going to have to go a little bit longer. But I think Hamster realized, oh wait, I have nothing. It must not have been as out of sync as we thought. once again, you know, we keep running into this problem with Hamster versus Sosij. He continues to find his way into a tough situation. And surely you just build Muta. Surely you just build Muta. But that's apparently not sufficient here. And that means that we will have our first semifinal fully filled out. After 2-3-0s, Ayud faces off against Shopkeeper Dog. The two of them 3-0ing their competition, and Shopkeeper having the upper seed in that match. Not exactly what I thought was going to happen, I'll tell you that much. I did think Hamster was going to have the match done. But yeah, Zerg are indeed... I mean, I don't know what inviable isn't a word, but I appreciate Jack's attempts anyway. That's probably supposed to be the reason, but yeah, that's just how it is sometimes. One day I'll understand the modern use of irony. Let's get into a post-match interview with Shopkeeper Dog, if he is so inclined, and we'll give him a chat with that 3-0. Yeah, you know, a Sosij mirror is really fun. You can ask HitEmUp about that. It's really cool. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to hear from Shopkeeper Dog, who is also a fan of a Sosij mirror. How are you doing, sir? You have 3-0'd Hamster. Those games probably didn't go anything like you expected, and Hamster did have some novel strategies, but you're into the semifinals anyway, and it doesn't really feel like it was that hard for you. Is that true?
Games 3 and 4 was kind of hard, and game 1, I didn't realize he was tagging me with Lakis until like they're in my base. I was like, oh wait, shit. But I was able to micro out of it.
Yeah. The game 1 looked like it was the best bet that he had in the early game at the very least, but he winds up and ends up faltering. The question that, of course, is on my mind is, are you at all worried about the Mutalisk, and do you think it was a mistake for Hamster to not go that way?
It depends on when he gets the Spire, I think. Like, because, like, from Zerg's perspective, I can see why you don't want to, like... Is he 2-base there on most of the spots? Like, 2-base gas?
3, usually. 2-base, I think, the first game, but... No, he had 3-base gas, never mind.
3-base gas?
It's all 3-base
yeah.
gas. He was specifically taking bases just to mine gas as well, particularly in that last game.
I did see one go out. But yeah, like, if... I understand, like, the hesitance to go Muta, because I can have Vickers, which kind of wards you away from killing my army, so you have to take the outlying bases. And then if Sosij has any pace on their T3, once insurance come out, like, if you make one mistake with your Mutaball, it's just gone, and you lost the game.
You think in insurance, or of course, even Vickers in theory. I feel like with the armies that you kept making, which were more Aphorist heavy, though, air units ended up being pretty good. Even the Skit spot a lot of time game 1, but ultimately wasn't enough.
Yeah. I think the way that I build my army in these games is like pretty vulnerable maybe to Mutalisk, because like I'm messing up and not constantly making Vickers from the Radix, and like my proselyte production is a little thin. Like I think I only have like 20, so it's. I can see why like air would be a good switch there. It's just I would feel so paranoid trying to make like 24 Mutalisk and then suddenly 4 insurance roll up and your army's gone.
Well, another thing that sometimes I think about when it comes to the Mutas, and it's been talked about in chat, but maybe you're not as worried about it in the Sosij shoes, is your buildings are really weak, actually. You don't have a lot of HP and armor on those things. Has that ever been a factor in your mind?
Yeah, actually, I think 8 Zergling 6 pool, I think that's really strong because you can just kill a Radix instantly, and I'll have like 2, maybe 3 missionary. It's not enough to save the Radix, and I think from there it's probably a good spot. But yeah, stuff like that and like dropping Zeth even, like I feel like that would be pretty good because you can kill Radix super fast.
Definitely feels like an option. You can almost treat them like Larvosks. They have a little bit more health, of course, but it's honestly, it's still pretty vulnerable. With that being said, the Mutas never came out. Maybe something that he can think about for later. He's going to fall to the lower bracket and have to face off against Art of Turtle, while you rise up and face Ayud, who also 3-0'd his competition earlier today. Obviously, we had a very early start for your time in particular, so I don't pretend you've seen those games in depth. But there were some pretty cool moments. Nonetheless, AVP, you say, is free for the P, and particularly against Ayud, you've had a lot of practice. So is this the match that's actually hard for you to deal with?
I think so, yeah. Ayud's a good player. I mean, from Ayud's perspective, though, Protoss is the weakest race, so obviously I should be winning, so I don't know.
Fair enough, yeah. I have noticed that he does enjoy going after the... he enjoys going after the weakest race a little bit. He thought that about Terran as well, so...
Yeah, it's the weakest race, but doesn't lose.
That's right. And I did even mention, Neblime making it, Ayud making it. We got 2 Protosses in the semifinals, and they're on opposite sides of the bracket. Of course, if Hamster had made it over you, maybe Ayud would just falter immediately because PVZ seems hard. But we'll have to see if PVA's got anything in it. Yeah, you should have done so for the sake of the bracket. But that does cast a lot of our Zergs down to the lower bracket already. We don't actually have... like our next series, of course, notwithstanding, HitEmUp versus Sziky. If Sziky moves on, we still get a Zerg in the upper bracket. If HitEmUp moves on, it's a quarter of a Zerg. You know what I mean? So it's not really quite the same thing. With all that said, do you have any predictions based on where the bracket is shaken down now? We're talking about you versus Ayud, either HitEmUp or Sziky versus Neblime. This feels like, in some ways, the old names are still rising above.
Yeah, I think Ayud wins. HitEmUp doesn't sound confident, but I feel like he's gonna win. No. HitEmUp goes to this. I think HitEmUp started playing too soon, because a lot of times what happens is like he comes out of nowhere and does like a bunch of stupid stuff, and everybody doesn't know how to deal with it, and he's like feeling okay and confident. But like if he plays like this certain amount of time, he gets into this weird spot where he's like, oh my god, I'm so bad at this game, I don't want to play anymore.
Yeah, it's interesting that he always goes after the Johns, shall we say. So, interesting choices nonetheless, but of course, that notwithstanding, we're all wrapped up here for our third quarterfinal match of the day, which actually was number 4 on the bracket. We're going to finish up with HitEmUp Sziky, of course, but before then, we can ask you a little bit about any fears you have, any particular players you're worried about. You said Ayud is going to win in your guess, in your estimation. Any other players you're trying to watch out for here in the bracket?
Ayud and HitEmUp, I think, are the strongest players that I could run into now. Maybe Arbuz. I saw Arbuz's games against Wheat, and I think he has some good ideas. And plus, if I lose to Ayud, then it kind of gives Protoss like the ideas of how to beat me. Because I gave Ayud too many games. He got to test too much shit against me.
Well, he went from thinking it was unapproachable to thinking that maybe he has a chance in the early game to now making you think that there's no hope at all. So, yeah, the evolution. Yeah. I was kind of postulating a little bit earlier that Ayud, he is a player who heats up as the tournament goes on, and he never actually won a tournament from the upper bracket. He had to fight through the lower bracket each time. Obviously, in Acropolis 2. I'm pretty sure I'm not making this up, but in Acropolis 2, I believe he had to get it in over Neblime, but Neblime made it in through the upper, if I'm not mistaken. Let me just double check my work on that. Yeah, Neblime 3-2 Hamster, and Ayud had to go all the way from the elimination round 2 because he ended up losing in the semis. So that same thing happened, of course, in Acropolis 3, where he famously lost to HitEmUp in a 5-game set. So that was also a case where, oh man, Ayud has got his work cut out for him. But if he doesn't fall to the lower bracket, maybe he's easy. I don't know.
That's true. It would be HitEmUp Ayud in the upper final. That'd be a good match, I guess.
He says, being in the running for it himself. He's like, yeah, maybe if the other guy got there. I think either way, I mean, Sosij seems to tilt HitEmUp, so maybe you're right that as far as match quality goes, you might just win easy if it's HitEmUp. But we'll have to see.
I think HitEmUp's hiding strats. He knows how to beat me. Like I've played like 2 or 3 games recently, and he has a good idea of what to do.
Okay. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing the matches in action nonetheless, and I hope to see some more work done on the Sosij side of things as far as their strats are concerned. Because you did call out in your interview that one of the reasons why you're trying to make sure to share replays is for the players who are facing Escozy, but think about the fact that the Escozy have so few players still championing their banner at this point. HonMonO, our last Terran, sure, but only 2 Escozy active, and whatever HitEmUp is for all the races, of course. And then, it's a little bit more Protoss, a lot more Zerg, and nobody's truly out of the running just yet. We need some matches tomorrow to decide that. So, with all that said, I hope that you guys are having a good time with the tournament, and I appreciate you playing, appreciate you giving us your insight. Any final words, Dog?
No, it's good games. It was fun.
Glad you had some fun.
I mean, I won, so I guess it's easy. It's easy to say.
Of course. You had some fun. You beat Hamster up, and now he's going to go beat AOT up, or so we think. But we've been wrong before. GG's, Dog. We'll see you in a week for your semifinal match.
Yeah, GG's.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that one was over a little bit quicker than expected, so we have ourselves 30 minutes before our next match, and I will take all of them to cool my room down after such a heated set of games. I hope you guys are having a good one with the tournament, and we will be back very soon for what is going to be our final match. It is none other than HitEmUp versus Sziky. I've been waiting for this. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Pronago bringing you the final quarterfinal. Saving the best for last? We hope so, in terms of the quality of games. We got HitEmUp versus Sziky, reigning champion, Starcraft 1 Zerg Pro. It's going to be a good time indeed to take a look at our homies and see what they've got cooking up. If you needed a little bit of a reminder here, we can definitely say for sure that Sziky is a player who's been with us for a little bit of time now and has even already seasoned himself in Battlement's Group D, managing a second place finish after a lot of ZVZ against Jack and mixed results against HonMonO ZVT. He's going to go up against the Ultimate Challenge after being 5-gamed victoriously at the end against Art of Turtles ZVZ. So his versus Protoss, we haven't seen that much of it lately. His versus a Sosij. Well, he was watching the last series with great interest, that's for sure. Back in the day, his favorite unit was the Mutalisk. Now it's the Tetkeracore, and he says there's still a chance to enjoy it in a series like this, which is very interesting as far as a comment to make goes. On the other side of the barrel, of course, HitEmUp is waiting him, and he is the reigning champion. Acropolis number 3's first place is on your screen right now, and we'll be talking with him in a moment. As you can see here, PvZ has been a big problem for him. His favorite unit is whatever can finally kill Zerg in PvZ. We'll see if he has some answers there. Let's see if we can bring him in to our interview time, if he is indeed ready. With that all said, remember as well, this is a best of 5, and the upper bracket, the lower bracket awaits. Loser here will face off against George, and that should be a layup for either of them. Right about now, we're just waiting to find out what kind of HitEmUp we're getting. He's on your screen, and he's in your ears. Burnt in the Canadian sauna, it's HitEmUp. How you doing?
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Fair enough. Doesn't know yet. Obviously, we got our map veto already wrapped up in the background here. Gilded Wall will be our opener. No island map today. Sziky making sure to ban it. Were you hoping to play him on the island map?
Yeah, I was going to first pick it.
Oh, okay. So a successful veto then. Tell me a little bit about your preparation for this, because I know you've already written about it in the Discord server, but for those who are not following along, do you have any thoughts about PvZ, for example? Are you feeling like maybe you made some discoveries?
It's possible, but I also think that Crank just sandbags in practice to make me feel like I found something.
Oh, mental warfare. Okay, interesting. Was he your practice partner for a lot of this then? I feel like he's practiced with all sorts of players, and I guess it's good. I mean, he's not participating in the tournament proper since he declined his invite but then came back. So one less Zerg for you to deal with, right?
Yeah, thank God.
We were all waiting with bated breath to see if he would show up in the Battlement stage, but it turns out everybody had made it there just fine. With that said, you're obviously a guy who's got a lot to think about when it comes to this matchup. And, well, Sziky got almost defeated by AOT, if you remember that one. I know you do, because you were in the chat and you were cheering on Turtle, so you didn't have to play against this guy. But, I mean, you're no stranger to the StarCraft 1 space. Have you actually played against Sziky before in any recent sort of affairs in StarCraft 1?
I played him on ladder a bunch of times, but never in any like actual event.
Okay, interesting. What's your feeling on him there, and do you think it even translates much compared to this game?
Oh, I will say he's way better in Grid War, like leagues above what he is here. But it's because he does the same couple of builds in every matchup. He just does them very, very well. He doesn't really do that here, so.
Right, hasn't settled into exactly what he wants. We've seen him try some Hydrith first. We've seen him try, IZ rushes and stuff, and sometimes that works, and other times it doesn't. And I know you did it against Cannoli, but surely the ZVZ meta even is a little bit different for him. Maybe you got some good ideas even just from watching the way AOT forced some issues there. And then there's the Sosij angle. You have a chance to roll the new race, and Sziky has never played a recorded game against them as far as tournament is concerned. He didn't even know they were enabled in this tournament until after his Battlements group was over, and I told him. So he definitely hasn't done a lot of prep there. So comparatively, you know, you're better practiced, and you are the reigning champ, and so there should be some confidence from that. But tell me what you're thinking.
Oh, I mean, I posted my predictions. I still go with that.
For those who are unaware, it was an 0-3 in favor of him. So, Sziky gonna 3-0 you. Is that true even after the map veto? And how much do you think the random race selector is going to affect the outcome of this match?
I mean, if I get Zerg, I'm gonna lose. If I get Protoss, I'm gonna lose. If I get a Scozy, I might lose. My only hope is Terran.
Your only hope is Terran. Well, maybe this will be the last tournament you play random in, but as I say that, I can't help but smile, because I feel like, nah, you'll keep it to random. But I suppose we'll see. Maybe, do you have like an inverse thing where if you win the tournament as random, you'll stay random for the next one, but if you lose the tournament, you'll finally pick a race? Do you have any thoughts like that?
No, I'm just gonna keep playing random until there's like 6 races in the game.
Okay, got it. Well, I appreciate that. And I also appreciate that when I told you that I was going to add 6 races and you were like, but random. And I said, I'm going to add selective random. You said, that's not real random. So I dig that. I think that's great. So with all that said, we do have the first chronological quarterfinal, but the last of the streams today. And I look forward to chatting you up at the end if you'll have us for a post-game set. Again, the lower bracket, George is waiting with bated breath to be eliminated by one of you two, but you've already talked about your predictions, so I don't even need to ask you about that one. Do you have any closing thoughts, final words, before we begin our affair on Gilded Wall?
Can we please just get rid of Zerg? Remove him from the game.
Well, then every Zerg... What if every Zerg becomes a Scozy? What then?
Then what if you make a Larvask, it just gives you 1 larva instantly and then never again?
That would fix some problems. that would certainly change the race. I'll consider that thought for post-Acropolis 4. and we'll see what happens in our quarterfinal. HitEmUp, thank you for the interview, for sharing your thoughts, and we will be now getting to share your gameplay in GLHF.
Yay.
He's having a good time, ladies and gentlemen, and we are going to get our players ready up. We have Sziky versus HitEmUp. It is going to be an interesting round of play here. Let's be real. It's Sziky. It's a Starcraft 1 Pro. It's Zerg. It's HitEmUp. It's random. It's him typing that he is ready to lose. And now it is time to play. HitEmUp has come. Sziky is knocking on the door. Reigning champion versus Starcraft 1 Pro. Sign me up. It's HitEmUp versus Sziky. We are on Gilded Wall, and I shouldn't have even changed it to predict that it would be PVZ because it is a Scozy, first, front, and center. HitEmUp, seed number 1, comes in here as the reigning champion in hot form. Sziky will be going for a pool first, but that is pretty typical of him, actually. The Cyan Zerg in the bottom right is up against HitEmUp, who appears to be... I'm actually pretty lost with this color. I won't lie to you guys. I wanted to be all confident, provide you with the bravado, unlike HitEmUp, since he just thinks he's going to lose every game. But I guess we'll say it is Saddle Brown? Sienna. Okay, well, that's a color I was kind of thinking of, but decided against. I couldn't really remember the name for it, to be honest with you guys. So, Sziky starting to harvest up his gas necessary for a Larvask. He'll be a little bit out of sync there, since he was mining from the ridge at first, it looks like. But nothing too calamitous, it looks like, and it will be a proselyte missionary combo early on. HitEmUp might be thinking about going for an aggressive opener, but the pool first means that Sziky will have Zets. He'll have some advance warning, and he'll think about what else is coming down the pike for him. Are we going to see some shenanigans with the back wall, I wonder? The proselyte not moving in that direction tells me maybe not. But actually, if you were to try to go for something like this, you could have your Pilgrim out here for a worker scout, your Proselyte over here, jump, put down an islet, and then pull your units up from that angle, and that would be really sick. But I'll leave it to Godweed to do that and then lose, and we'll see if anybody else wants to do it in the interim. Sziky, second Larvosk on the way as Zet's moving across the map. HitEmUp just massing up the units for now. Has himself a couple of Proselytes, a couple of Missionaries, a lot of hit scan damage there. A little bit of a spread. They don't actually end up focusing one unit, so now Sziky can be cautious about this position and knows that there's a bunch of those Escosi units waiting to be activated. A gauntlet for HitEmUp, but no Cypher just yet and doesn't have the money for it quite yet. I like the islets as little vision options. You know, they have 6 sight range, so it's not a tiny amount. It's not a humongous amount either, but they're all right at spotting for early drops, and it is going to make Siki's life a little bit harder. Oh! Hold on, a Cosmoscope already on the way. I was talking about how we didn't get to see like any air Escosi at all in the last series. Well, HitEmUp is going to change that for us straight away. A Vornath. Nathicors are available for an option. Chantry at the choke point, and we are going to see some of that cloak come into the picture. But an Ovaleth is already starting for Sziky. I don't know if he's familiar with this. Shopkeeper Dog did not use this in the series against Hamster. If Sziky hasn't done any prep outside of that, if he hasn't looked at any other Escosi matches, the Chantry might actually be a very big surprise for him. Cosmoscope about halfway complete. Could we see, like, cloaked tirades moving across? A cloaked emissary? You know, the cloaked drop is something that HitEmUp even called out himself as an option here for the Escosi, but we haven't really gotten to see it too much. Needs to get that third Pilgrim mining. There you go. Or building, rather. Assembling. It'll be 2 Zeth, 4 Quas on the drop. The Islet will intercept it on the incoming attack. I mean, the vision range for the Ovaleth is much bigger, so in theory you could kind of isolate around it, but is it really that big of a deal? Now, the military units are going to spot out the attack. So the Cloak is immediately spent, but he can just go and grab it again. All right, Cosmoscope and the Emissary is indeed coming. Sziky has passed around the potential for any sort of attack here, any sort of preemptive knowledge. So HitEmUp is going to have to double backwards. Emissary is a non-combatant, so it doesn't really help you out that much. You need to micro it. Zet's come out. The Gauntlet's pretty tanky, so I wouldn't go after that in particular, but now, obviously, with the detection, the Ovaleth is going to be allowed to help clear that position. And it looks like we had a unit move across. Maybe it was just a missionary there to see what was going on. Ovaleth will scoop most of the Zerg out. And he killed a couple of Pilgrims. You see 2 of the corpses there. And Vicar scoops up 3 Vicars scooped up by the Emissary. We get to see some of those audio visuals. It's another improvement we did, that I did behind the scenes in between the different tournament days. And we'll keep doing that every now and then. If I spot something for the other races, I'll do it. But obviously a decent amount of the audio visual focus needs to be done for the new race. I don't think this is going to be shown at all. This is not something that Sziky is aware of or considering. And Vicars do deal some splash damage, so you do have to watch out for this one. Gets the unload going, couple workers going down. It looks like one of them burrowed reflexively, but that's not super useful. The Larvosk's now being focused, and a single Zeth confirms the rest of the military is elsewhere, so Sziky now trying to charge forward as he gets dropped. You can think of the Emissary as having something similar to the Starcraft 2 Legacy of the Void Warp Prism passive that loads units up a little bit faster. And from a further range, I should say. And so it's a little bit smoother in that respect. That's why there's like a teleportation effect. Got a higher range on their unload. And all he ends up doing here is heckling the Gauntlet. Not really that big of a deal, but multiple Radix producing those Vicars. Nathacor's out looking for the drop, but the Emissary is not actually so nearby. Maybe he actually spotted it there with the Zeth. Yeah, looks like it. He's going to now garrison them up top right. Yeah, that's going to be pretty hard. He's got... Oh, he doesn't even unload them. Either had to commit or turn around immediately, so that's going to be 3 dead Vicars. as well as the emissary. No counter drop or follow-up. Cypher now coming for tier 2 access. And HitEmUp is behind economically, a third base nearing completion or nearing initiation for Sziky. So, Zeth, Quaz, Vorv, and some Zoryus for good measure. A couple Lake is coming. Cypher will not be up and running in time for HitEmUp to get Mimics out preemptively. And his Proselyte count has been reset, it looks like. Oh, look at that. He's actually going to snipe the Pilgrim, making the Cypher. That's pretty good. I know Sziky's practiced a little bit with Sosij just to see what they were like in that context. So he has some idea of maybe what they need to prioritize, but the Cypher gets reset on pretty quickly. A single tirade has arrived. It seems pretty innocuous. Here come the Nathricors to deal with that, but you'll see what it can do after this. Oh, he's got to attack. He's got to give it an attack order. Oh, he didn't give it the attack order. You won't see what it does after this. It can attack every unit on the screen, basically. So a little bit slower attack rate, though, obviously. Maybe not obviously, but I'm not that crazy. So Ulgorg on the way. Just Sziky trying to build up to a good composition. Feels like he could take advantage of some good moves here pretty soon to move across the map and finish the job. But if Aphorists come out in any number, we could see a bit of a different story. Not quite unloading all the Quaz, unfortunately, so that tirade will keep most of its health and vitality. $1,500 minerals. Oh, it was all for Ultra Cores. I mean, 4 Ultra Cores is not much to sniff at, you know what I mean? Like, you can't dismiss that, but we got more Prosceniums coming. I guess Aphorists won't really do that much damage to them without some kind of armor end. And the Ultra Core has lifesteal, so there's that as well. But they might get focused down if there's enough Vicars in the army. And we do have a dozen of them. That does feel like it would be pretty good. But that's where the Vorvs come in. The Ultra Cores need to be part of this attack, it feels like. But the tier 2 for HitEmUp isn't actually leveraged just yet. His Prosceniums aren't even done, so only now finishing up since he's making them with Pilgrims instead of Dyads. Nathricors are ready to jump into the fray. Oh, HitEmUp. Why do you not give them an attack order? Why? To be fair, we should just fix them up a little bit internally. I haven't actually seen them do that particular bug so often, but they're causing some flummoxing, that's for sure. Nats are just really good anti-air units, man. Oh, no. I couldn't quite turn around in time. Well, them's the breaks. Ultra Cores are loose on the map. HitEmUp struggling to make the tirades work to his favor, but at the very least, he's confused Sziky a little bit, I suppose. Bestiary on the way now. Dorinan can indeed come out and go for the worker line, but Avaleth is here for the detection of the cloak, and the Vorvs, plus the Zoryus, plus the Ultra Core are definitely going to cause some consternation here. That Avaleth will be popped, no further detection, but will it matter? He needs to try to break through the front, mulch through all of those Sosij units on the front line, and this feels like Sziky has the right idea. He even has a Lake is borrowed in the back line there, but the Ultra Cores, they can't quite get to the front to deal with those backline units. There's just not that much left here for HitEmUp, and he will concede game 1 in favor of Sziky. The new race be damned. Okay, we are going into Patadia for game 2. The gambit there from HitEmUp not quite working out the way he wanted to. And I'm sure that we're going to get some interesting results off the back of that Sziky victory. We will see. All right, yeah, that's about what I expected to see in the lobby chat. HitEmUp is going to have to save some face and reset. The heat's getting to him. HitEmUp has rolled a Sosij once again. He is in the top left, Quarterfinals. Sziky in the bottom right, Teal, Zerg. And he will be going for his patented 8 pool. This is a build that really only Sziky does, but he's comfortable with it. Radix coming online here. We'll see what we can get out of this position. Is HitEmUp going to go for some aggressive cheese? Second Radix early on doesn't necessarily tell us too much, but he might try something a little bit more Vicar-oriented in the early game, perhaps. HitEmUp didn't... He had some cool ideas with the drop, but it didn't really end up going his way, of course. I do appreciate people in chat are desperate. Everybody who wants to watch HitEmUp play is wanting to watch HitEmUp play their race. And HitEmUp's here just like, nah, I'm going to roll a Sosij. So, we'll see. We'll have to see. Larvosk follow-up here for Sziky. Pretty basic, standard. Everything is nice and calm here. Landlock in the macro department for HitEmUp, so he can add more pilgrims and proselytes if that's what he wants to do. In fact, it looks like he might be considering a pretty fast pressure here. Patadia being our second map. Macroglia will be third. If we go longer than that, Knife's Edge and Sylphid will close us out. Secondary Larvosk is just in the queue waiting for the minerals here. Obviously, Patadia map where you get less efficient returns than a lot of other maps, so sometimes you get thrown off by that. But Tzicky's played on it enough, that shouldn't be a huge factor for him. We saw his build was a little bit out of step with itself in Gilded Wall as well, where he had like a couple idle returns on his first Larvosk, for example. So the Zets are pushed back, but he's going to conserve those units for now, and you see if he can do a bit of a run-by, not to attack the units, of course, but to see if he can get a little bit of extra disruption. And this is going to slow HitEmUp down while Sziky considers his options on the defense. Going to burrow one Zeth off to the side. That'll get shot down. Has HitEmUp figured out, okay, yeah, you're definitely in here being a sneaky boy. And he does end up finding it. So that will confirm that the army stayed behind for a very long time. And that's a lot of time bought. Quaseth Pool now upgrading into the Vornath Pond. That will be most likely used for Vorvs, which we did get to see in the last game. This is something that is a very different style, of course, but HitEmUp also playing a very different Sosij style as well. Overall, I would say that the number of military units that HitEmUp actually has here are pretty significant, pretty sizable, up to a comparable army here, as he even goes for that expansion. Now just going for missionaries over pilgrims tells you a lot about what he might be thinking about. And just a couple of units caught in the middle. That doesn't look so threatening, but Sziky should know that there's more where that came from. And if he goes for a drop here, he could be in a lot of trouble. Vorvs look like they'd be pretty tanky, but remember the proselytes ignore armor, and they will pack a bit of a punch. Dropping an eyelet here just for vision and falling back for now. It does not, unlike these, the lobotomy mines, the mines in general for Terran factions and whatnot, they do not have cloak, so you wouldn't even need the Avaleth for that. And down it will go, indicating to Sziky that he's been spied, he's been seen. Much higher military budget now for Sziky in terms of the combat units that he's got, but missionaries are deceptively good at dealing with stuff like this. You do just need a little bit of something to clear the Vorvs out of the way. Missionaries are really, really good against unarmored targets, so it's sort of the vibes that you get there. And in little anti-melee, they're very, very adept at reposting stuff like that as well. Even the Vorvan Snare, it doesn't speed them up, but it doesn't really slow them down that much either, thanks to impact dissipation. So the Gauntlet comes down. It's just being built by one worker so far. Zerg thinking about maybe busting this landlock. And HitEmUp actually fell all the way back to his ramp, so that is going to be a dead town center. Only question really is whether or not it was worth the trade on the military side, as now the missionaries doubling back. Looks like the Ovalet's soaking up a lot of damage. And again, all of those Vorvs and Zets are going to be gone. He did trade down about, I want to say about 6 missionaries there. Make it a couple more as we end up losing a few at the tail end of that, and that Ovaleth is likely going to be focused down, but right now HitEmUp just wants to take his expand. The hatch finishing up here for Sziky. But there's a counterattack available, and all he's got behind this are Zeth Vorv Quas. HitEmUp doesn't want to attack just yet. Worried a little bit about the potential follow-up and is just continuing to build pilgrims. Cypher on the way for tier 2 access. He might get a couple of vicars, but otherwise stay put and just play out a longer game. Zeth Vorv that's the name of the game for Sziky right now. If he tries to redo that, I think HitEmUp will be in a better position. You know, he's using the eyelid a little bit more proactively to see about vision. If you're just going to end up getting owned by it anyway, you might as well use it. A couple extra proselytes coming. The gauntlet will finish up here in a moment. Or it has finished up. It'll be utilized in a moment. And he's going to go ahead and use Impact Dissipation, or the Rapid Rendezvous ability, to get a little healing going for some of his units that were hurt a little bit. All right. Sziky wants to mass up a little bit, maybe go for that Vorv timing, see if he can go for a bigger push. However, HitEmUp is still scary, and he has vicars now with the army too, so you got to keep that in mind. Yeah, 2 more vicars going to join the fray. Crazy how quickly the Sosij turned into an underdog if you have a more in-your-face 1v1, you know, build order matchup for them. Zorka's Shroud coming up. I think HitEmUp could rally here, and if he posts a dub in this set, he might not roll a Sosij again for the rest of the games, so you got to keep that in mind as well. How often is he going to roll a 1-4 3 times in a row? I don't think so. Paranats, another Ovaleth ends up being made, as he knows he needs that detection, and Sziky going for the Shroud, about halfway complete. Circuit at the front, and of course, we do have Tier 2 starting up. Prosceniums. Oh, he needs to make sure that he's actually building. This happened to Shopkeeper Dog earlier as well. Does he notice it? Yeah, okay, he does. Right. He's just thinking about it there for a moment. So he clears another Zeth that was watching for it. It's a run by. Cheeky move. HitEmUp doubles back. Not quite immediately here. And is going to need to commit to some kind of security in the front gates. He pulls the Pilgrims. See if he can get active in the fight. The Vorvs sink their claws into a Vicar. And now HitEmUp is busy trying to clean up all of these pool units as his Prosceniums are just now coming undone. Oh, well, there goes all of the in-progress construction. He's going to have to cancel 1 Proscenium. Does end up doing so. And maybe he'll lose a couple of workers here, already down by 11. Cycling them away. Needs to get him back under running. All right. He can get back to mining, but that is a lot of lost mining time, and he doesn't quite clear all of the Zeths, which could still be annoying. 2 kill Zeth. How often do you see that? So he starts, resumes building the Prosceniums, and is a little bit definitely under the gun there. Nat's even heckling him a little bit. The Zeth's now coming out. What a nuisance. He can just fight those Zeths with the Pilgrims, though. He can keep going, and he is aware of that as he starts to double back. Vicars can try to clean house there. 6 o'clock is being taken. Sziky resetting with a couple of units that he was... Oh yeah, he's considering a drop, which makes some sense for sure. Finally, the Vicars cleared the Zets inside the main base, but did they take long enough that they'll hang out for the anti-drop defense? Ay, ay, ay. Proscenium number 1 completes. Number 2 on the way. No other combat units being made right now. Oh dear. Well, HitEmUp needs to go for the attack, and it looks like he knows that. He's just going to try to use the Pilgrims and whatever units residually come out of the Radix. Oh, Sziky on burrows at maybe the worst possible time, but look at those Lakers, dude. There's so many of them. I don't think that the Sosij army can breach this. There's no detection for it. He stumbles back. See what he can do. Is he mining back at the main base? He's reset the worker count at the very least. But the Zoryu's trying to glob onto the army. 12 pairs of claws in production as well, and that might be enough to finish the job as the Sosij's ground army is mulched. And that's a wrap from HitEmUp as well. Once again, the drop taking a little bit too much time for him to clear. All right, Macroglia up next, and maybe up last. Could HitEmUp's prediction actually come true? Could he really get 0-3? All right. Here we go, boys. HitEmUp says remove Zerg from the game. He was serious about his interview claim, apparently. We'll find out if that's what we're doing. Macroglia coming up. I didn't even have time to update the overlay, but I will not slow down the reveal. HitEmUp has rolled Terran. And he is up against Sziky's Zerg still. It's a 2-0 start for our Hungarian StarCraft 1 Pro. And now HitEmUp just needs to win 3 practice games as Terran, right, guys? He is the Cosmic Cobalt in the top right. Sziky, the Vivid Red in the bottom left. Larvosk opener here from Sziky, it would seem. Unless he wants Hydrith. Does he actually want Hydrith? Is that really what he's doing? Oh my god! Hydrith versus Terran. I think HitEmUp is getting a layup here. He's going bio, so it's a possibility that the mech opener here would just crush this, I feel like. We even saw interestingly navigated build from HonMonO where he just went Vulture all in, but still ended up clutching it up. Double Stockade, though. I don't know. HitEmUp's pretty good with the micro. He's pretty good with the macro. He can just slam out and make more units than anybody else. He's finally gotten a good raise. Terran has been given over to him. Larvosk will be coming. A little bit extra Vespene being harvested here, but I think we're going to see Izira cores first once this Hydrith Den is done. He's actually not conserving any larva or any minerals for actual combat units either. So this tells me that this is going to be a trickle as opposed to a flood. And there is the first Hydra. Mason moving across the map will confirm what's going on as we have double Stockade producing a thin line of Mavericks. I think as soon as he scouts that it's Hydrith, he's going to just be like, huh? And then just start owning. Honestly, though, it's really hard to say anything other than, sorry guys, it's America Day. Canada can't win. Hydra poking the Mason backwards. Won't be able to get very far, of course, but he's got the Mavs, and he's got Stockades, and I think he's just fine. You know, adds a couple Harakans or whatever for the IZs, and then he can just stim all over the various units. But it will be an expansion from Sziky. He's actually building only a few IZ cores right now. Probably going to go for an Ovoleth soon. We'll see if his gas starts picking back up some more so he can afford it. And it's a star pad from HitEmUp. Maybe drop? Yeah, this could be a Mav drop. I could see this. The 7 Mav 1 Hurakan drop is very legendary because of the ability to just focus stuff down. But I think he knows his opponent isn't going to have the largest army. And so if he can just pivot in there when his army is out of the place, and there's no Nats to dodge against the... or to riposte any sort of moves there. He's already got the Mavs in a good position for anti-drop himself, but Sziky's not going for that. He's just going to see if he can run up, and... I mean, it's not really a good move, because the Harakans will be in position as well, but... Maybe it's a Cyprian drop. We haven't actually seen that in a while. HitEmUp now saturating his ridge. Sziky just trying to droll up from this position. Ovoleth finally starts rising. We'll see what the star pad is going to provide. It is a drop. Okay. I think the Harakans and everything else in that little bio ball at the ramp holds the push from Sziky just fine. It's not really a push as much as it is a pivot. And 3 more IZ waiting to be ambulated. And right about now, though, yeah, HitEmUp sees the IZs kind of sharking around. There's only 3 of them. He must know that there's more where that came from. And Sziky is starting to make a lot more. Okay. 2 Cyprians, 2 Harakans. That's it. Nothing else in the drop. He doesn't need any Mavs. He thinks that's all he wants. So he's got some kind of plan. Maybe rend the armor of the hatch and just start tearing into it. Maybe threatening a move out here. The IZs could go for the mineral line if he's not careful. So he's just going to keep on moving around for a little bit. Ministry gets put on down there. Let's see. The stim has to come out. Only in parts, though. He's not stemming the whole Maverick Ball, which is an interesting choice. Trojan now moving across. He's going to continue applying some pressure as that stim starts to wear off. 3 IZs in the tank. He's got 4 Mavs to try to help deal with that. Masons can also chip in, but let's see what his reaction is. He actually doesn't bother doing anything. Hasn't even really responded to the presence of this, and Anseal comes out. It can certainly help out here. The drop is busy. What he's focused on. He's killed a couple workers already, forcing an evacuation. His own masonry is starting to fall away, but he's only lost 2 so far. Hitting the front at the same time. A lot of action happening over here as the Cyprians continue to go after the workers. Huracan Maverick stimming down the Izira core count in the main base, and they've cleaned up the drop. Trying to chase after those workers. Finally, the Mavs will be routed, but the drop is still active. 1 Huracan, 2 Cyprian. He can absolutely continue getting some value. He'll end up picking an IZ. It's not really what he wanted in that situation, but he even saves all the units too. And I don't really think the IZs are going to be able to bring the Trojan down. 1 IZ still in that Ovoleth. He only killed 2 back at home. Overall, you have to say it's a HitEmUp favored trade, but you know he's not he's not staying exactly where he wants to be for that Ovoleth to be acceptable. Comes back in for more heckling. It's just a few workers here. Kills 1. That's pretty good. Sziky is trying to re-droll, trying to get back up to higher worker count. Izzy's now marching across. Anseal here to add even more survivability, but you gotta watch out here. HitEmUp, cycling the Cyprians back. He's got Mavs, the one in the main, just trying to cause some distractions, and he doesn't get the preemptive stim. There you go, another Anseal charging forward. I think he's actually going to hold, and he just stands his ground, doesn't even evacuate the Masons because he knows it's just 1 IZ. It doesn't take very long at all to clear that out, but it takes the IZ a lot longer to actually kill any Masons. Gonna try to just waste as much time as possible, but Sziky looks like he will be held at the pass. Huracan 2 Cyprian gonna unload inside the main base yet again. We'll see how quickly Sziky responds. Already has the IZs in position in theory, but looks like it almost ends up killing a couple of workers. Ah, look at that. He actually does get one at the last second, and he's going to park in the bottom left. Yeah, maybe Sziky's limitations are starting to show. The Hydrith Den into the ski back now as he's trying to stabilize. I suppose he's done well enough in theory, but the bio move out follow-up, there's nothing that Sziky can really do. I don't think he's going to have enough Hydras to actually turn into enough backdoors to keep this army at bay. Another Anseal being added, more stockades. It's a Cyprian heavy push as we are going up to 6 stockades, doubling his current count. More and more Masons saturating that natural. He's going Skith, so that's kind of what I suspected when I saw no Hydras, but I wouldn't suspect that purely because it doesn't give him any fighting power in the middle of the army, right? You've got Cyprians, you've got Mavs. The Anseals are going to keep the stack away from doing too much damage, and he's just not going to have enough to make a huge difference. Stimming into the fight, the Circuit now taking some fire. The Anseal's not in the right position, but the Circuit does end up getting popped. Another one will finish. Restim needs to be done here from those Mavericks. He's got the Anseals in a good position. Skits are coming out. Well, he chose to fight right on top of the Circuit and didn't really pick any targets there, so HitEmUp actually will be held at the pass for now. And he's going right into the Tethvith Swamp. It's clear what he really wants here. He wants Tethzoricors. He did this against HonMonO as well, and, you know, I understand. I do. But that feels like a really inefficient way to combat the Bio army. No add-on yet for HitEmUp, so no scaling of the stockades. Just adding more and more, going up to 7 now. If you just get enough Cyprians with some Huracans in the front for good measure, there's really not much the Hydrith-based composition can do to approach you. Feels likely that HitEmUp will eventually power forward to a victory. He probably feels like he already should have had this, but don't worry too much about it right now. Vestry coming, that's going to give him Shaman for mass heals, Cleric for individual. Probably just 2 Shamans and call it. Sziky looking for an extra base, but the bio is already moving across the map. 40 military units for the Terran. He's kept Sziky on a very low eco sort of style here. Again, fighting into that army is what cost HitEmUp earlier. But now we've got 4 Teths that are kind of marooned on the map. Anseal spots the Skits and the Izzies, and you can stim after this with the Mavs. He's going to get there when the Teths are about halfway complete, and then the drop comes out. Ovoleths are going to be shown the door. Oh, barely staying alive with 2 HP. Can't come to exfil. HitEmUp pauses at the doorstep of those Tethzoricors, and now he's going to dive in. Again, there's double circuit here. Already rending armor is a Huracan. Needs to get the Mavericks to stim and needs to see what he can do. The NCL's diving real far forward there. And now going back to protect the Mavs if they can, in fact, do so. One of the Tats, two of them already going down. More Huracans for rending the armor where that came from, and the circuits are all gone. Back at home, the Masons have been rallied out of the base, and Sziky is the one to leave with no GG. We go back to back with that, and HitEmUp will take Game 3, getting onto the board. Does the reigning champ need anything else to make this happen? That's the question. Knife's Edge, selected by Sziky. Not a good map for TVZ, if indeed it's going to be T again. HitEmUp is preparing. He's charging up his power. Let's see what he's got for us in Game 4. I couldn't help but giggle as the third Sosij of the series was rolled. No chat messages were exchanged, however. It's HitEmUp in the top left as Maya Blue. Oh, Arrow. Arrow is Sosij. Sziky in the bottom left. He is the Mint Zerg. Once again, an 8 pool here for Sziky, and it's a function open. I actually like this. HitEmUp's Radixes have not been finding success, so let's give another style a look. Let's see about Roves. Shopkeeper Dog already predicting he's going to do his dumb intendant drop. Well, let's find out if that's true. Function could work out if he ends up going Rove. He's getting up some more Vespine. We'll see if that's for more mech or not. I would assume it's a second function. Yes, indeed it is. Larvos coming for Sziky. I'm sure he's just going to rock and roll with pool units. His Zeths will scout ahead top left, and the other spawn on this map, 3 o'clock. Power building with a couple with an extra worker there onto that first function. Shave off a couple seconds of the production there. Keep in mind, as we are getting deeper into this series, we're only one game away from HitEmUp threatening a reverse sweep. If he does it here, Neo Sylphid, Frozen Sylphid, in fact, will be our final destination. And it is a Rove start. Larvosk number 1 almost done. The second one is being harvested towards. Pilgrim scouting in the wrong direction. The Zeths will migrate around. We have a Chantry inside the mineral line here, and the Roves will be benefiting from that, no doubt. But the Zeths are going to force a decloak even if the Rove just hangs out here. And he's going to stick around inside the mineral line, knowing that Sziky may very well pop in for an attack. We've got the Proselyte out as well. Just a little bit extra sticking power in case it's going to be an aggressive pool. But it's not really. Just a couple of Zeths. Behind this, Sziky just grabbing his second Larvosk. Not really any hope of getting out of dodge there. More Zeths coming in to see what they can find out, but I don't know how much Sziky actually knows about the Rove. How often has he actually had to look at the Sosij units in the first place? Now they're cloaked, and the Pilgrim's going to come in to give advance sight of what's actually here. Some Quas are here, that's for sure. Yeah, I think you just ignore those 2 Zeths, man, and the Shimmers may have been sighted. But we don't have an Ovoleth coming yet for Sziky, so if they were noticed, Sziky didn't really indicate it. Sending a Droleth out to see if he can go for an expansion. Could get canceled early on, but it's a Vornath afterwards. I don't think a hit's going to bother with that, actually. I think he's just going to waypoint the Roves into the natural and see if he can kill workers, Larvosks, anything like that. But hey, he spotted it out now. So instead of going after that, he's trying to fight the Quas dead ahead. I don't think that's the greatest of moves, but he ends up trading 1 Rove for 4 Quas, so maybe in theory it is. A lot of Zeths being made right now. Hey. Roves are not very tanky units, that's for sure. Tries to go after the Proselyte. Good dodges here and there, but those are hit scan attacks, so no projectile dodging, that's for sure. Oh, the proselyte wasn't quite able to jump away. 4 more roves coming. I mean, eventually you do get to a really nice start, a nice count of them. And we are going to see more and more of them. Gauntlet halfway complete. So intendants are indeed on the way, in theory. A little bit of a bounce attack there. Zeths, Vorvs, this could be exactly the recipe Sziky needs. Going for another base here is HitEmUp as he wants to grab his natural. So that is it, indeed. 10 roves, no further unit production right now. Waiting on the gauntlet to finish up so he can grab his intendants. A third function coming. That does make some sense. I guess this kind of Zerg army where Sziky has, admittedly, it looks like a lot of units, but you got to remember a lot of them are just Zeths, in fact. Rove Intendant could work out pretty well against that. You definitely want to get the jump on your opponent, however. And Sziky could just do that, even though he's up against a cloaked enemy. He's bringing the Ovolith out. The Intendants are coming. The bounce damage that they can do will be certainly helpful. I don't know. If it's a drop, however, that could definitely bisect the army in a bad way. Here we go. The committal is there. Intendants are out. Needs to get some, reduce the surface area onto the army. Make sure those Intendants are bouncing as best they can. No jumps here from the roves, so nothing to speed those Intendants up to get them out of the clutches of the Zeth Vorv Quaz. More Radixes are coming online for Vickers, and we've got more Intendants on the way, or at least one more, being made. Now fighting in the mineral line, seeing if he can use the buildings to reduce the surface area. Seems to be working out as the landlock has been torn down in the natural. The Ovoleth's accidentally scooping some of those units up. The Intendant bouncing, working pretty nicely there against the Zeth Vorv. Worker count still dead even, and Sziky not blinking. He's actually gone for Spraiths, worried about anti-air. That's not what's coming. Maybe worried about a drop in particular as well. Heckling the Radix builders. One of them does end up going down. Intendant count starting to rise. The Roves can try to help out there against the Zeths, but it's really what happens is the Vorvs are going to rend their armor and make the Quaz more efficient. Well, I guess the Quaz in this case actually break them anyway, but even still, pool units are indeed being remade. He needs to try to keep that Intendant alive if he can. The healing is not quite enough. He didn't get the Pilgrims involved at any point. He wanted to keep mining. The next round of Intendants will keep him in the game against this round of Quaz, but I don't think I need to say anything surprising here. There's a lot more Quaz coming, and some Vorvs for good measure as well. And no Intendant stack has actually been able to be made. Now Sziky is making a round of workers, but I don't even think he needs to build any more military units. I think he's seconds away from making it into the semifinals to do battle against Neblime, ZVP. HitEmUp, his prediction was wrong. He got one win off of his Terran, but the Escozi seems like it's going to be a clean sweep in favor of Sziky, diving in to clear those Intendants. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm just waiting for that desperate worker pull, that desperation for HitEmUp to stay in the game, but his functions are torn asunder before our very eyes. And the king is going to have to fight another day in the lower bracket. That's it. He calls GG. And that is a wrap on our final series. Zerg here indeed. That is a wrap on the quarterfinals, but we do, of course, have some more opportunities here to maybe come on through. Also, I think somebody just donated money. Hold on, I gotta go check that real quick, because it didn't appear because I was in the midst of that scene transition. So you got owned, Godwheat, if that was really you, if that is your real name. Sziky has managed to make it happen. And yeah, Godweed tipped $10. Oh, Canada, unsmiley face, unsmiley face, unsmiley face. And I understand. I understand that. But it's America Day, and Canada simply can't win. With all that said, we will have an opportunity to check in with how HitEmUp is doing, if he so desires. Oh, it looks like Sziky will skip the interview. So we'll ask if HitEmUp is doing a post-match interview, and then I will give my own take in lieu of having access to a seeker. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We'll take a moment here to look over at the HitEmUp himself following his defeat 3-1. Hello, HitEmUp. It is over the first quarterfinal and, of course, the last quarterfinal for today. You have managed to beat Sziky as Terran, but the Sosij was a clean sweep in his favor, which I really don't think anybody had on their bingo card. Does that mean you were spiritually successful when you said that it was going to be a 3-0? Because to me, I look at that and I think, I don't know, the Sosij pain train didn't quite arrive there. What went wrong in those games?
Oh, I just did really dumb builds. That was all.
Dumb builds. Okay, fair enough. We were watching the tirades. Unfortunately, they are a little bit clunky right now to use, and so they didn't end up having the number on Gilded Wall. But it did kind of look like you made some adjustments, made some adaptations in Game 2, and then so did Sziky. He actually went in for a much faster, tighter, like Zeth Vorv attack. As far as I know, he has no practice against like dedicated Sosij players, and so I'm curious as to how you feel about his adaptations throughout the series, particularly against the Sosij.
I mean, first of all, like I don't play Sosij very much, almost ever.
Right.
So I don't know what I'm doing there. But beyond that, like I've been telling Hamster this entire time, you can just do what Sziky did in these games in every matchup, and you will win.
Okay, yeah, that's right. It is a Zerg thing after all. That does put you up against yet another Zerg player, however. And I know you said you were going to get eliminated by George and all of that, but come on, man. It's George. How could he possibly beat you?
I'm completely tilted off the face of the planet. Like, I'll say this much. Like, in practice against Craig, I was doing really well. Against other Zergs, I was doing really well. I watched a lot of Sziky replays, and I honestly did not think he was very good. So I came into this like, I'll just learn some PvZ builds and hope to do well there. I didn't get Protoss at all.
That's right.
And I got the race that I don't play.
Random was not your friend in this series. Yeah, I was actually going to ask you about that because obviously you prepped a lot for PvZ, but you haven't been able to show it. So I guess you could take out that with when you roll Protoss against George. I'm assuming is what's going to happen here from now. That'll be part of your redemption arc.
I'll probably just do stupid all-ins, and if I lose, I lose.
Oh, okay. Well, you're giving George some fodder for sure. We'll have to schedule that one up for tomorrow, assuming everything works out timing-wise, but that's to be determined. This does put Sziky up against Neblime. You say that you looked at his replays, you didn't necessarily rate his play. Do you think that Neblime is going to have a favorable time in this series? That is PvZ. That is the matchup you prepped for the most, but does that make it relatively, you said you were practicing a lot of that, you were prepping a lot of that for that matchup. And, you and Neblime are clanmates. I don't know how much of this, the sharing is going to be going on behind the scenes. But you feeling like that's actually a doable matchup for Neblime?
No, I don't think it's doable at all.
Oh, okay. All right. You think it's just going to be the Sziky train all the way to the upper final? In which case, I guess he'll play against another Protoss and Aud or in Shopkeeper Dog's Sosij. Which... would you agree that with Shopkeeper Dog that Sosij is AVP is P favored?
It's P favored for the first 5 minutes, and then Sosij wins every game.
All right, fighting words. Aud's got to win with the early game. Then is your prediction there? Well, obviously this isn't the result that we were necessarily expecting coming into this one. The Sosij random rolls had definitely contributed to that. But if you look at the rest of the bracket out there, I know you already mentioned in your tournaments chat there, you gave your predictions via Liquipedia, and you said that you think this is just Zerg Acropolis, basically. Is that still your stance? You think this is all going to be Zerg all the way through?
Yeah, I think a Zerg's going to win. I think all the Zergs that complain about it are just terrible at the game.
Okay, fair enough. Well, Hamster has fallen to the lower bracket as well. He's on the opposite side of the bracket as you, so if you were looking at players in the lower bracket that you could conceivably face up against, it's you versus George, and then the winner of HonMonO Godwheat is up after that. And then, and the rest of the fashion, it will be you versus the loser of Shopkeeper Dog versus AUD64 if you make it another round in, which I think could be a pretty hype match as well. But up until that point, do you reckon it's kind of easy going? How did you feel about HonMonO's games today if you watched them?
HonMonO had a decent idea, but he doesn't build enough workers. He doesn't expand. To be fair, though, I expect to lose to the first decent player I hit. I don't have the drive to play, really.
Adding a lot to your plate to roll a fourth race as well, and so you have to have a lot of matchups practiced, so that definitely contributes towards it. But maybe we'll survive the heat wave and things will be different in a little bit of time. That all being said, you're talking about some of the decent players that you're concerned about. Would you rate HonMonO as that, or do you think that you can overcome him just based on familiarity and knowledge? Forget about play time necessarily.
Oh no, I think I lose to him too.
Damn, okay.
I'll lose to pretty much anyone outside of the first round.
All right. Not a favorable matchup against HonMonO's Terran. Not a favorable matchup against Aud or Shopkeeper. It's funny, you did say Shopkeeper Dog is like one that you're sleeper worried about when we started this whole event. You said that he might actually win the tournament. But, now maybe changing a little bit more so towards a Zerg favor. It's funny that the lowest seeded of the players that made it into the quarterfinals, Sziky, is the one to make it deepest, as Hamster has fallen, and of course they were the only two Zergs to make it into the quarterfinals. That does mean that we're going to be waiting with bated breath for those semis in a week. But with all that said, HitEmUp, do you have any closing thoughts, final words before we finish this broadcast off?
Just let me know the times for the match tomorrow. I'll let you know if I could even make it.
Yeah, no worries. We will assemble the great casting squad and make sure that everything is good to go. I'll be adding it to the match thread in a moment as soon as the stream comes to a close. GG's, Hit. Thank you for playing.
Peace out.
And that, my friends, is a wrap on the HitEmUp train. We'll get the score line on the broadcast there in just one moment. This is the first time that we've had the reigning champ be knocked down quite so early. It was Aud last time, but in the semis. And now we have to wonder what's going to come alive here for the... what's going to come alive here in the next round of play for HitEmUp, as he has to worry a little bit about what's coming his way. Or maybe not worry is maybe not the right word, since he did just say he's all right, whatever, He does say, instead of saying GG to Sziky in the chit thread, he said GG Zerg. So that's pretty funny. With all that said, the wrap is up. We've taken care of business today, as has been the case for a little bit now. I will go ahead and finish us off strong by showing you guys that hype intro that I made for the beginning of today's games. And I will begin the necessary preparations for tomorrow, where we will be playing the elimination first round elimination matches. Finally, some players will be removed from the Throneroom Stage. We'll be down to our top 8 once those matches are all concluded. We'll be playing as many of them as possible tomorrow, and I'll keep you guys updated on a YouTube post and also on Discord and Fluxer when I post the schedule for tomorrow. So stay tuned for the next couple of hours for that, and I'll see you guys tomorrow for some more Cosmonarchy. Daily videos continuing. We got plenty of cool updates to play around with. I hope you guys are having a good time with it. GG. Turtle gave us such a good show. But mathematically, there's no way you can come out of this one, and Sziky will improve his scoreline to the necessary decider. Turtle knows he's been routed. GG well played, and he's out of here. Sziky moves on. Really giving chase. There is an object. He's stuck. The object is stuck. He can't move. Oh no, Godwheat, your Sim City leaves something to be desired. Worker count now dwindling. His object that's stuck is the only combat unit he has, and GG is called as HitEmUp. Takes less than 6 minutes to post. He's got more quads coming, 6 more pairs halfway through hatching, but I don't know that he can actually stop this attack. Here come the reinforcements from outside earlier, but I don't think they're going to get much done versus all those Hydras. This does look like HitEmUp is just paintbrushing his way to a 4-0. Getting right on top of the larva. GG is called. HitEmUp. A flawless victory. A little bit of time before it goes up in smoke and the storms are applying pressure. So much pressure. 5 Unars on attack move come in to help out. And they will focus down those Patriarchs, but there's still frontline where that came from. GG! Neblime cracks through. At this point, he's just putting his units on top of the Lakers to finish them off. A hatch out here in desperation to hold things off, but it's not enough. Jack calls GG. HonMonO up to a 2-0 start after almost 16-minute adaptation at the last moment. And he still has so many vultures, man. I think HonMonO's done it. Frontline starts to go off, but look at Arbuz just getting right in the face of the Victors, knowing that they deal some friendly fire. Oh, he's actually really close to killing the Ecclesiasts, but it's just not to be. That one Herald is going to be enough for him to call it. GG. Arbuz takes the next game. There out at the last second. He needs to be able to keep this Acantor alive. His own Clarion struggling to stay alive. Another one to regroup. Trying to keep itself alive. Thanks to those Ecclesiasts, the shields keep getting up. He might be able to somehow break through this, but he's only kept one Acantor alive, and that is going to be a heavy hitter. The Reaver equivalent there in Cosmonarchy. The first Clarion to fall is on the side of Sosij. More and more of those very important robotics units are starting to falter, and Sosij realizes BDB knows he's been routed. Vamos EU straight into the Throneroom Stage. George is looking like he's facing that lower bracket. GG with an exclamation point. Hamster puts some sauce on the hot dog. Hamster refuses to abate. That's the last worker killed. GG XD. Hamster moves on to face Shopkeeper Dog. Hey, Cyclopses are raining all over this party, but I think it might be a little bit too strong. The typhoon of Shopkeeper Dog getting on top of the production. Those vultures never came back. If they had come back to help out, I think that could have been a real big move, because they pop out, some Iziricors are spinning, they don't know what to do about the situation. They're just as confused as anyone who hasn't seen the Sosij before, but Shopkeeper Dog is poised for victory here. No split. Oh, and the insurance just melt everything. I think that might break Hamster's spirit, despite the money in the bank. GG.